We would like to welcome in our simulcast audiences from the Dallas Cowboys Report, Steelers Talk, and the Washington Commanders Report here. I'm joined by Tom Downey here with our live coverage of 2024 NFL Draft Day 2 coverage. We're about 30 minutes away from the start of round 2, and I'm super excited because we got some really good players that are still on the board here, Tom. What are your thoughts heading into Day 2?
Curious to see how this receiver run goes.
Yep.
A lot of good receivers still on the board. And if whatever trades we end up getting in round 1.
Absolutely.
Or early round 2, I should say.
Absolutely. Make sure you shout out your city down there in the comment section for me right now. We'll give some shout outs right now. So make sure you can let us know where you're watching the show from, because what's great about this community here from Chat Sports and it being on YouTube and on the internet is that it's truly an international community. There's people from all over the planet that watch this show. So let us know where you're watching the show from. We got Christina from Detroit. We've got Junior from Mexico. We got Cole Bridges from Oregon. We got King from Annapolis, Maryland. We got Lawrence from Ohio. We got Arizona SSC from Denver. We got Sports Talking Facts from Oklahoma. We got Yantan from Atlanta. We got Christian from El Paso, Texas. We got Arizona from Denver. Yekov from Allen. And, we got great crew here.
As the comments come in, it is time for my Bean Boozled. So if you're obviously just tuned in here with our Steelers, Cowboys, and Commanders simulcast here, every 250 likes is a Bean Boozled. So I'm up first here with one of these.
What flavor?
I have no idea what that is. I think this is either Tutti Frutti or Stinky Socks.
Oh.
But outside, it actually might be birthday cake or dirty dishwasher. I'm honestly not sure.
Dirty dishes is not a good one, by the way.
It's bad.
It is actually.
It's bad. All right, let's see what it is here.
Good.
Wait. I think it's Tutti Frutti.
That's pretty good. Are you kidding me? I keep getting the bad ones.
I think it's Tutti Frutti.
I get barf. I get stink bug. I get the worst flavors. And this guy gets off the hook with like the 10% of the good jelly beans that are in those packs.
That's pretty good.
Are you kidding me? This is not.
Yeah.
Tom, did you get like a regular pack of jelly beans and fill
I
your
had
cup with the
barf
regular
saw it
ones?
on Cowboys.
Because I swear every single one of mine were bad.
Suggestion, get good. I don't want to tell you.
Yeah, I guess I just got to pick better jelly beans. I don't know, man. That's crazy. Make sure you click that thumbs up icon and help us get to a 50% like. Oh, it's not ready, but we will get there in a second. Make sure you click that thumbs up icon right now, because we're trying to get to a 50% like rate here on the show. We're trying to be number 1 here on YouTube, and the best way to do that, it takes half a second of your time. Click that thumbs up icon and help us out. Our goal is to get to 610 here. We're very close. Let's get there. If we get there, I tell you what, I'll get slapped in the face with a tortilla.
He's scared of doing the Bean Boozled. He's scared of it.
I would rather get slapped.
Which, by the way,
I would rather get slapped.
Which, by the way, Sperry's going to step off here in about 12-ish minutes to go handle the Commanders stream. He's next up at 750 likes. So we can get him good and make him do a Bean Boozled before he leaves.
No.
It is up to you, the people.
It's up to you guys.
He's scared.
I have signed a contract, okay? Not an actual contract, but I have agreed to this 250 price that they have set. So if we can get to 750, I will do it. But you know what? You guys aren't going to get there. You guys aren't going to click that thumbs up icon. I can tell right now I'm pretty safe. I feel pretty good that I'm not going to have to take that terrible jelly bean. I've already had a barf-flavored one.
Think about it this way, Sperry.
I still taste it.
You're due for a good one.
I am due, but here's the thing. You just had a good one, so now that bad juju's going to me.
I'll say this. I took them from 2 different bins for these. So they are independent of each other.
So, like, yours is like good jelly beans from a regular pack.
There are 2 different packs I put in.
You're a cheater.
There are 2 different packs that I pulled from.
I swear, every single
time. To keep
it
independent from each other.
All right, let's recap round 1 here on Chat Sports. Caleb Williams to the Bears at 1. Jaden Daniels to the Commanders at 2. Drake May to the New England Patriots at 3. Maserati Marv goes to the Arizona Cardinals at 4. Joe Alt to Harbaugh and the Chargers. Malik Neighbors joins Daniel Jones, Dable, and the New York Giants. J.C. Latham joins Callahan there in Tennessee. Michael Penix Jr. to the Atlanta Falcons. Rome Odunze to the Chicago Bears. J.J. McCarthy to the Vikings. Fasciano to the Jets. Knicks to the Broncos at Sam Brown. Brock Bowers going to Las Vegas. Talise Fuanga to the New Orleans Saints. Leatu Latu to the Colts. Byron Murphy, the second, going to Seattle. Love that fit. Dallas Turner to the Minnesota Vikings in their second trade-up of round one. Marius Mims to the Cincinnati Bengals. Jared Verse to the Rams. Troy Fautano to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Chop Robinson to the Dolphins. Quinion Mitchell to Howie Roseman and the Eagles. Brian Thomas Jr. to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Terrion Arnold to Detroit. Jordan Morgan to Green Bay. Graham Barton to Tampa Bay. Darius Robinson to Arizona. Xavier Worthy in a trade-up with the Buffalo Bills goes to Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and Andy Reid. And then you got Tyler Guyton to Tom Downey's Cowboys. Nate Wiggins going to the Baltimore Ravens. Ricky Pearsall to the 49ers. And then Xavier Legette to finish things up with a trade-up from the Carolina Panthers and another trade down from the Buffalo Bills, who will kick things off in just a couple of minutes. Tom, break down your best available here, because it's a very interesting list of players that are still available.
And I think as you'll see some players slide, in many cases this is going to be medical concern stuff that we knew about. You could see that for Johnny Newton coming off his own surgery. Kool-Aid McKinstry too. Ladd McConkey had injury stuff. Cooper DeJean has injury stuff. Jackson Powers-Johnson has that as well. Some character concern stuff will pop up. Sometimes we know what it is. Sometimes we don't. It's kind of an unknown from that perspective. And other guys that I'm higher on than other people, and we'll see how those boards tend to slide as people go higher. In general, I don't love the early round 2 prospects. I don't have many early second-round grades. Somebody has to be ranked when it comes to big board stuff. Like, I can't just have, nobody's worth the 31st overall pick, so I don't have one. That's not how math works. So this, early 30s to, 50s range, I'm a lot of the same guys, basically, grades overall.
Absolutely, man. Fantastic stuff there, Tom Downey. Best in the business right here, TD, here from Chat Sports. Biggest winner of the NFL draft so far. Let us know down there in the comments section. I'm interested to know who you thought was the biggest winner last night. And, I think the obvious answer is the Bears.
The Bears.
But, who else is some of the bigger winners of the draft last night?
I think teams like the Eagles, again, stand out as they somehow get another top 15 player to fall to them. I think the Bucs had a really good just standing pat, taking advantage of sliding players. A couple of those teams got offensive linemen, Jets and Saints, that benefited from certain teams.
How could you not mention the Pittsburgh Steelers? We have the Steelers talk audience on here, and we landed Troy Fautano.
I gave the Steelers an A2. There you go.
All right, man. I love that pick, by the way. I cannot wait to see Fautano as the next left tackle of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Or is he a guard?
No, I don't think he's a guard.
Okay.
I know you rank him as a guard, but
the database is him a guard. I'm trying him a tackle first.
Tomlin said last night they're playing him at tackle. So, all right, so let's give some shout-outs here. We got Hemina saying Vikings or Chiefs. Christian says Jacksonville Jaguars. BGN says Justin Fields for some reason. Aday says Troy. I don't even know who that said. We got Adventures says Falcons. Joe Johnson says Cardinals. Adventures often says Falcons again. I think there's just people trolling us by putting Falcons in the
or
chat.
they're Falcons fans. That's totally fine.
And maybe they like Michael Penix Jr. That's fine. We got Arizona saying the Broncos. So Sam Brown, congratulations. You are a winner, my friend, for getting Bo Nix at 12th overall.
They're lying.
Jonathan Taylor says, my couch. Whatever that means. I don't know, Jonathan Taylor. We got Joe Johnson saying the Cardinals.
Cardinals is a good one, too.
Cardinals, I agree.
The best player in the draft at 4th overall.
And I like Darius Robinson, too. Mm-hmm. He needs to develop a little bit, but he's huge, and he's a great run blocker. I think he's the best run-blocking defensive end in the draft, in my opinion. Then we got Ethan Penland. It says Broncos. There's a lot of Broncos in here, Sam Brown. So I think the Broncos were winners yesterday. What do you have to say?
You need to be nice to Sam. you need to be nicer to Sam.
No, I don't. I'm having so much fun. Okay, 250 likes. And by the way, he slaps me, all right? So this is just getting the pent-up anger going so that the slaps are even better for our viewing audience, okay? 250 likes is a Bean Boozled.
5 minutes before Sperry steps off, it's the last chance to get him going.
You guys aren't going to get there, all right? You're just not.
Everyone who's watching likes it. We make Sperry do another Bean Boozled before he goes.
You're 150 likes away. There's no way you're going to get another 150 likes in 5 minutes. There's just no way that you're going to be able to do that, okay? So I'm not getting slapped. I'm not doing no Bean Boozleds, okay? You guys aren't going to get it done, and you, Tom Downey, are going to be doing the next Bean Boozled.
Well, it would be Tyler. I'd pass it off.
You'd pass it off.
Yeah, if I just did the last one, someone else does it. If we get to 750,
Tom.
then I do the next one.
Okay,
Tyler'd be up next.
Fair enough. You have done one already.
That's just math.
Okay, $5 Super Chat. We'll talk about your team. $10 Super Chat if you want to show the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra. It's the Manscaped's latest edition. Shout out to Manscaped for sponsoring today's live stream, by the way. $50 Super Chat for Tortilla Slaps. Sam is pretty mad at me right now because I've been making fun of him for the Bo Nix Bo Nix pick literally for the last 12 hours, okay? So it's been a good time for me. So if you want Sam to slap the crap out of my face, send in a $50 Super Chat. He says he's mad, but he's not mad. He's just disappointed. That's perfectly fine with me. Okay, so now today's prizes on today's show. The raffle item, like we said, $10 Super Chat is the Lawnmower 5.0. And then the MVP is a rookie jersey of your choice for your favorite team, and it is the largest Super Chat. So right now, Fernando Martin is in the lead with a $100 Super Chat. So if you want to one-up him, you can go ahead and do that. All right, so we already did this one.
Okay.
So, listen, who was yesterday's? Is it Dibble? Is that his name?
Mike Dibble.
Mike Dibble, Browns fan, won yesterday's. But Browns didn't make a pick, so I guess we'll have to see who they pick today to see who Dibble's jersey is going to be. Atlanta, from the main channel here, says, can y'all bring back Thomas Mott and get rid of Jack? He deserves the bar flavor. He deserves the bar flavor. So I'm guessing that Atlanta isn't too happy with my analysis of the Michael Penix Jr.
Probably not.
Fair enough. Fair enough, Atlanta. But guess what? I'm not going anywhere. So yeah.
Too bad. That's what you
Too bad.
You say too bad.
We don't wife these 304s. What the heck is this name? What the heck is this name?
It's from Cowboys.
This is from Cowboys. It says we don't wife. Okay. Would you rather listen to draft coverage with Stephen A. and Carton?
No, he changed the options. This is what he does. He always likes to ask different hypothetical questions. Answer here, I guess, is
Stephen A.
The answer is to jump out off the.
The answer is
again.
Chat Sports. Thank you thank you, producer Jack. You listen to Jack Sperry and Tom Downey here on NFL Daily. That's who you listen to. Tim Stone, $5 Super Chat here, says, do you think the Cowboys will get rid of McCarthy and Dak if they don't go far in the playoffs? Tom, what do you think?
At least one of them, and especially when it comes to the quarterback, it might not be their choice at that point. He might say, I'm out of here.
Yeah. Okay. $2 Super Chat here. Double O Sports says, really like Guyton after watching his presser.
Seemed like he handled it pretty well.
Yeah, I mean,
plus he's a Cowboys fan.
Seems like he's a good guy, good kid, hard worker. So they develop talent well there. So I think that'd be good. $50 Super Chat from Sean Smith. Let's go. And he says, oh, man, so this means a slap. Oh, no.
Well, he specifies the Lawnmower 5.0 in day 2. So I interpret that as Sean wants 5 entries into the Lawnmower giveaway. So, Sean, just clarify for me in the comments which one you preferred, slap or the Lawnmower.
Oh, we can, why not both? BOPH, both.
We can do both then. That's fine. That's fine.
So who do you want to slap? Let us know, Sean, down in the chat. Lee comes in here.
Oh, I thought he was going to get him.
Nope. No siree. $5 Super Chat. He says, Cowboys fans that wanted Penix forgot that Steele would be his blind side tackle. You're not a big fan of Terrence Steele, huh?
Steele was really bad last year. He was not covered coming back from that ACL, and he missed a lot of punches, and it was bad.
Uh-oh, Kurgan Cold entering the chat. Of course, it's from Steelers. Barf Bean. He wants a Barf Bean. No way. We're still 100 likes away. There's no way we get there, Tom Downey.
We got about 30 seconds.
Did he send in the 9 yet?
He does do 6 and 9.
Because he likes to do 6 and 9 back to back.
That's my kind of guy. No 9 yet.
Well, it's coming, okay? So give it a second here. But Kurgan, Shout out your support for Steelers Talk, man. This guy's one of the legends of Steelers Talk. He's always showing up for us. So big shout out to Kurgan, Colden. Spam those nices down there in the chat for my Steelers audience. You guys know what to do. All right. So, Tom, you want to talk about the 49ers situation?
Well, do you want to say
goodbye?
goodbye?
I see. Okay, so I am coming off here. I am going on Commanders. So our Commanders audience here, hold tight. I'm going to be going into a dedicated stream here for our 36th and 40th overall pick. Tom, take it away, and I'll see you guys later.
See you, Sperry, in a little bit here. Let's run into the latest here on the 49ers. Michael Silver reporting that based on his conversation with other teams, the Niners are more likely to deal Deebo Samuel than they are Brandon Ayuk. Stay tuned. That was later last night. Early this morning, Adam Schefter reporting that Brandon Ayuk texted GM John Lynch and head coach Kyle Shanahan after they picked Ayuk's former teammate, actual statement of fact, by the way, Ricky Pearsall with their first-round pick Thursday night. The message per Shanahan, fire pick, can't lie. There's also Josina Anderson. I will translate and skip the meaningless nothingness at the back end of Josie being wordy. I'm told the Patriots had preliminary trade discussions on Niners wide receiver Deebo Samuel prior to the NFL draft, which has been reported by others, including but not limited to, from this afternoon, Jordan Schultz. The Niners have listened to calls on all-pro wide receiver Deebo Samuel. Source said the Patriots and Bills considered unlikely to trade for him. Maybe a team like the Giants. We'll see if something happens in round 2. But that selection of Ricky Pearsall, given the presence of Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, and Jawan Jennings already all under contract, certainly sounds like there is a path in the not-too-distant future that ends up setting up for a moving on of one of Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk. So who's more likely to be traded? S for Deebo Samuel, A for Brandon Ayuk. Sound off in the comments section right now. We'll give some shout-outs here, by the way. I will also make note that Sean Smith requested I do the slapping, but it asks for an Eagles or a Niners commentator, which I don't think any of them are available. Unless you want to get slapped, Reed, the new guy who's an Eagles fan. That's up to you. You can say no, because that's a little weird for your second day to get slapped in the face with a tortilla. He's in? All right. By the way, this is the new pin poll available on the Chat Sports stream. We are, of course, simulcasting on Commanders, Steelers, Cowboys, and the Commanders simulcast won't be available too much longer as Jack Sperry getting set up for that pick with the Commanders on the clock in the not-too-distant future. They've got a couple early second-round picks. All right, I see S's from Food Review, Jason McCord, Shamari Peoples, Aldatrick Grady. Food Review, Peyton Koopman says S to Dallas. I don't know, I'm going to tropes up there. Deebo to Carolina or Denver. That'd be fun. Clinton George says A for Brandon Ayuk. A from Dylan Seebeck. Deebo to New Orleans. S from Mike Dibble in there. Food Review, Jason McCord, Shamari, also. There's mostly S's in the comment section. 60% of the pinned poll here are voting for Deebo as opposed to Brandon Ayuk. So keep the comments coming in the comment section. Vote in that pin poll. With a quick word from our sponsor, Manscaped, on today's show. Every man knows how scary it can get when going for a close shave below the waist. That's why I and everyone here at Chat Sports trust Manscaped for our sensitive area. Call them what you want. It's knee knockers, golden nuggets, thigh slappers, something else altogether. Our friends at Manscaped refer to them as the boys. Not every man has kids like I do, but every man is responsible for the two boys below their waist, and you'd rather keep them well-groomed than a little bit unwell-groomed. For the basic trim, go with the Lawnmower 3.0 Plus, and then you can work your way up to the 4.0 Pro and the 5.0 Ultra. Get 20% off and free shipping with code CHAT over at manscaped.com/chat. That's 20% off and free shipping with that code CHAT over at manscaped.com/chat. For the best your boys have ever looked, trust Manscaped. Links in the comments and the description of today's live show. We appreciate Manscaped sponsoring us here at NFL Daily. And also Steelers Talk and the Cowboys Report with those simulcasts going on right now. It is time for the new guy, Reed, on day 2, to come on up here and get slapped. He agreed to do this. There are verbal contracts seen by many. If Reed, if you want to introduce yourself a little bit here real quick. Say hi to everybody. Let me just hold the mic. Oh, that's easier.
I am Reed Barkus. I am the new Chat Sports employee and Fly Eagles Fly.
There you go. So this one's for you, Sean. Let me adjust this headset so I don't pull it out there. So key thing, don't flinch. Yeah, see, flinching is bad because that's how you end up getting a thing. Yeah, take a step forward so you're fully on screen. There we go. And what's that over there? Oh. There we go. Woo. Get him with the fake out immediately. Yeah. Scale 1 to 10. Good. Good. Team player right there.
All your frustration out from the Cowboys.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. You're not wrong there. I appreciate that $50 super chat that came in there from Sean. We are 10-ish minutes away from the start of day 2. There'll probably be the normal delay BS where they don't really start on day 2 is, you know, how the NFL tends to operate from that perspective. Let's check in on the latest with the 33rd overall pick. That is the Buffalo Bills. We don't normally see that top pick dealt in round 2, although there are plenty of teams working the phone lines because there's more time to operate early on there. Here's Jordan Schultz reports. 20 minutes until round 2, and the Bills have fielded several calls with teams looking to get to that pick. Wide receiver remains a key priority for Buffalo, who need a strong package to move up for a third time in this draft. Ian Rappaport about an hour earlier, depending on who goes at 33, whether the Bills make the pick or not, there should be some early trade actions. Plenty of calls made behind the Bills as well, which we often see movement here early on. Teams sleep on it. They know that they're bored. They've got their 19th ranked player, their 23rd ranked player. It's 10 picks later. They're not loving the rest of the guys around them there. You can see teams get pretty aggressive in that general timeline. Now, a challenge for you guys here as well. It's to help us grow this audience to be number 1 across all the different NFL, different draft streams, etc., is to share today's video by retweeting our pinned tweet on Twitter. I will give shout-outs for all of the retweets as well here. I see my guy Nick has done it. Mike Dibble, first one in there. There you go. Links in the chat, by the way. Links in the chat. Chris, Marshall, Matthew, Tyler, Jack, CB, Brett, Matthew, Jeremy, Jake, Ali as well. I'll give some refreshes here and give those some time to reset as well. I see Matt, Splash Bros, Drayden, I think that's how that's pronounced. Jeff, Ben, Gonzo, CRLA25, Jake. That one is not something I should say out loud because it's one of Elon's bots. Zeke, Squeak. It's stuff in bio. That's what that account was. It happens. Squeak, J-Rod as well. I think I mentioned Matt. I'll give it one more refresh here on top of that. Standby. Shamari, the most recent one as well. So keep the retweets coming, and we will probably check in on this, I'm sure, again later on in today's show. Katie, and then Jerry Jones's burner is also in there from that perspective. So one more refresh here. Andrew Dominguez as well. We got 6-ish minutes to go until round 2 gets underway. We will welcome in Tyler Jones back to the live stream.
First time this draft, actually.
I meant overall, but that is accurate. You had a busy day with Seahawks.
Yes, very busy day yesterday.
Yes.
But glad to be here with you all, and what a exciting day we have ahead. Rounds 2 and 3, Dos and Tres for our Spanish viewing audience. I am very excited to see what's ahead here. The Bills with this first pick to get things going. Will they trade a third time?
I think no. Can never quite rule it out.
Tom, I want to do one thing before we get things further along in today's show. I am going to take a quick picture with you, and the folks will see this in real time.
Okay.
I'm going to tweet it out, and I want everybody to share this photo. And I'm going to shout out everybody that shares the photo and follows me on Twitter as well.
Okay.
So, Tom, there we go, folks.
Do that.
Let's
there
see.
You go.
I'll get a little closer.
I'll suck the gut in so I feel less fat, too,
Let's
by
see.
the way.
We got some glare. We got the crew back here, too.
There you go.
There we go.
There you go.
Oh, and now I'm back in the frame.
There you go. It's perfect.
All right. We will tweet this out, and we will be ready to go
with round number 2 coming up in just a bit.
At Tyler Jones Live.
At Tyler Jones Live. No longer verified because I don't want to give Elon more money. But nonetheless, I'm trying to get to 8,000 followers on Twitter before the end of the draft. Have some work to do, but it can be done, my friends. I just put the tweet out. I will put the link in the chat right now. Everybody go retweet this, and I will shout you out, and go follow me, and all your dreams will come true. All right, let's take a look at the best available on Thomas Downey's big board. Johnny Newton, still around. Jackson Powers Johnson, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Lad McConkey, Cooper DeJean, just to name a few. Tom, I'll ask you this. Who are you most surprised is still available?
Maybe Cooper DeJean. There have been a couple people who were like, he's a lock first-round pick. I'm like, and I kind of thought he was. I thought I would end up being a little bit lower on him relative to consensus. He's 28th overall on my board, second-round grade. I don't think he lasts very long today. I had man coverage concerns and some like, is he a corner? Is he a safety? Question marks from that perspective. Johnny Newton, I didn't think was going to go round 1. That's fine. The NFL can be wrong about him just like they were about Brian Branch. JPJ's got medical stuff. Most of those guys have medicals, and then you're kind of out of my top 32 anyway. But I think Cooper DeJean was one I was kind of most surprised by.
Now, you look at this next group of players. What is the position group you think there's the most value in, like a good depth, if you will, heading into round 2?
Wide receiver. We had 7 go off the board in round 1, which was they had that little late run. I have 19 in my top 100 players this year, which I was kind of shocked I had that many wide receivers when I ended up stacking them all there. But there's a lot of good talent here early in round 2, and I think that will stretch into early 4th round, and then it gets a little bit thin for me after that.
The thing that was interesting to me, too, is that some of the guys like Adonai Mitchell felt like I thought were much better than some of the guys that were taken last night. Seeing how these teams actually view these players, like Cooper DeJean, I thought was a lock to be a first-round pick.
I saw him as high as like 16th mocked.
Yeah.
And ends up falling down here, and we'll see where he ends up going in the end. No, look, there's a lot of time when these guys slide. It's not about the film even. It's more like, there's this concern, there's this medical, there's this whatever off-the-field character, insert coachability, football knowledge, whatever stuff.
He took a photo with that bong.
Yeah, exactly, right? Stuff that we just don't know about that tends to drive down value a little bit. So it's always a little bit dicey. And sometimes we hear why. Sometimes like last year this time it was like, how was Darnell Washington available? He had a knee injury that was flagged that no one knew about until the day of.
Want to make sure you guys subscribe to the channel as we're trying to reach our next milestone of 375,000 subscribers. We'll be live for the entire draft, but we're bringing you coverage all season long, all year long, here on NFL Daily by Chat Sports. We're live a couple times a week. You get Tom on Tuesdays, you get me on Thursdays. And for our Commanders audience that's about to get exclusive coverage there, subscribe here first with Chat Sports, and then enjoy yourselves with Jack Sperry and company here in just a few moments from right now. All right, we will reset and change gears. Our Commanders channel is going solo with Jack Sperry. We'll hold things down here as we're just about 90 seconds away from beginning round number 2 with the Buffalo Bills. Will be on the clock with this next selection here. All right, so let's get the chat going. A little quiet right now. Wake up a little bit, folks, as we are down to the finish line before this next round starts. Spam go in the chat. We're going to shout out everybody that's spam and go in the chat for this final minute until the draft begins. If you're ready, you want your team to pick well top. I've been told if you don't spam go in the chat, your team's going to be selecting long snappers. Don't even risk it.
By the way, I have no scouting done of long snappers. I've never done one in my entire life.
Thomas.
Even the year they took Cam Cheeseman in the 6th, I didn't even bother with it.
We got Johnny, food review. Jason, Miles, Zion, food review. Mike, sportsman. Thomas, something to prove. Fernando, Thomas, Zion, Anthony, Mike, football player. Thomas, A-Day. Keep it going. Faster, faster. Dylan, Alana, Alex, Harley, Yotada, Timberwolf, Zion, Mark, football player, Mike, Arik, Josh, Fernando, Zion. Keep it going. Less than 20 seconds till round number 2. Are you ready? Prove it right now. Spam go. We are ready. In the words of Heath Ledger as the Joker, round number 2 gets started right now. Here we go. You are watching Chat Sports' live coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft from Detroit, Michigan. I am Tyler Jones alongside Tom Downey. We will be breaking down every single pick as it happens in real time for rounds number 2 and 3. If you thought round 1 was exciting, you ain't seen nothing yet. Tom, what are your expectations for rounds 2 and 3 tonight?
Trades early, and I think runs on receivers, and I think we'll see some surprising guys slide. We see that every year. Guys are like, how is he available? How's that guy available? And I think we'll see some like, wow, that guy went super early relative to my board around the third round. I think we'll see a lot of those that happen because I think beyond the 45-ish range, there's a lot of disagreements and a lack of consensus there.
As you guys file in, shout out your favorite team, show them some love as we get this thing started. Tom, you don't win championships based on what you do on Thursday night. You win championships based on the entire weekend. This is where the comers and goers, we find out how good you really are. Your scouting department, the best foot forward you put is what you do these next 2 days.
It's easy, easier in air quotes there, to find like Marvin Harrison. Like you can show my 3-year-old or 2.5-year-old daughter like, hey, who's the best player? And she goes, well, that guy. Like the people that look different are the ones that are easier to find. It's figuring out who's the 50th best player as opposed to the 75th best player. 100 to 200. That's where it gets a little bit tougher. And this is where the scouts that spend, especially on day 3 as well, that spend their entire days on the road, not making very much money, by the way, either, doing all their background research, figuring stuff out. This is where they make their money. As we get further into the draft, it gets a little bit harder to find those right value picks and find contributors.
You guys are shouting out your teams. I got Fernando, the Steelers fan, Anthony, Titans Nation, Lawrence, a Steelers fan, Thomas, a Falcons fan, Gaming Wizard, a Bucks fan. I got Michael shouting out the Browns. I got Hay saying, let's go Seahawks. Let's go. Fabian says Eagles. I see Saints. Got Creation says go. Got Mike saying Browns. Jason Panthers. Junior Patriots. I got Zion saying Chiefs. I got Kaylee saying Chiefs. Logan saying Patriots. I got Gaming with Tito saying Pats. Sportsman 30 saying Cowboys. All sorts of fans from across this great country, across this great land, joining us tonight here on Chat Sports. The upcoming picks. The Bills get things started at 33. That pick, a trade down from their 32nd selection, which they traded with the Carolina Panthers.
Which was a trade down from 28, too.
Right. Then the Patriots pick at 34, the Cardinals at 35, the Commanders at 36, followed by the Chargers at 37, the Titans at 38, the Panthers at 39, and the Commanders at 40. Tom, what do you think about these teams that are about to be on the clock here? Who has the most to gain right now?
I think the Commanders, by definition, with 2 picks at 36 and 40 stand out. You would assume one offensive lineman ends up being in there, and then those are kind of like the obvious picks. And then let's see what Adam Peters and that new regime does in Washington. I'm looking at Bills, Patriots, Chargers, Titans, maybe even Carolina again, maybe Washington. Like, those teams could all go receiver. Like, that wouldn't be a huge shock in a pretty strong receiver class left on the board here. Then there's some offensive linemen for me, and then we'll get back into defense too.
Yes.
I'm very curious to see where guys like Cooper DeJean, Johnny Newton, Kool-Aid McKinstry go. Still plenty of talent left on this board here early.
Some others in this round include the Packers at 41, the Texans at 42, the Falcons at 43, the Raiders at 44. I fully expect, Tom, the Falcons at 43 to go find their next quarterback of the future, Spencer Rattler, to replace Michael Penix.
I made that joke too on air earlier, by the way.
Oh, no.
The same one we did.
Oh.
Great minds, great minds.
Yes, we'll recycle that one a few times. 45, the Saints. 46, the Colts. 47, the Giants. and then the Jags at 48. Those are the next few picks. Our Super Chat menu, here is what we are offering tonight. You want to get some screen time? Here's the easiest way to do so. You like the video? We get Bean Boozled. Yes. Very simple. We have these beans that we don't know the flavors.
We're at 7:50, and it is your turn, by the way.
How is it my turn? I just got here.
Because I was the last one to do one.
Oh, that's painful.
All right, pick one.
All right, let's see.
And then what colors you got there?
Orange with...
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
That's not a good one.
Oh, no.
That's either strawberry banana smoothie, dead fish, peach, or barf. I will say, Sperry's had a lot of the nasty flavors out of that group.
Okay.
So decent chance you don't get screwed, but
we'll
see how it goes.
I have Red Bull and water to deal with this accordingly.
That'll help.
So we'll go for it here in just a second. Rest of the Super Chat menu. $5, we'll talk about your team. $10 gets you entered to win the Manscaped giveaway. We are going to do a raffle coming up later on. And $50 will do tortilla slaps. And then the highest Super Chat, you become the MVP of today's show.
Largest individual, 100 is the mark to beat. So got to put in 101 to get a rookie jersey of your choice for whatever team you cheer for. Doesn't have to be round one or round two. It could be, like last night, Mike Dibble won. Browns had no first-round pick. You'll get one of the guys today, or even day 3 if you want.
So that is what we have in store for today. I will go ahead and eat this jelly bean, and we will give it a shot and see if I end up in ER before the end of the night. Here we go. All right.
Yeah, let's see.
It's not a good one. I
It's
can
not
already
good.
tell.
That might be dead fish if it's not
I think it's
disgusting.
dead
Disgusting.
fish.
Dead fish is better than barf, which maybe isn't a huge surprise there. The goal, of course, as Tyler handles that as best as possible, is to help us be number one, the most viewed stream here. Number one is like the video. More likes, the more Bean Boozled we will do as well. We're getting closer to me doing one next. Share that video on social media as well across the board. Subscribe if you haven't already. We'll have grades available tonight for all the round 2 picks as well. And we want you commenting all night long. That does include booing Roger Goodell as he is back out to at least begin round 2 of today's NFL draft. So everyone in the comments section, spam your boos right now.
No tie for Roger tonight. You're getting paid $80 million and you can't put on a tie.
Hot take. I think the pocket square without a tie looks really weird.
I agree.
You kind of need both. One or the other. One or the other.
Right? You got to go all in, one way or the other. Spam the boos in the chat for Roger Goodell. My freshman public speaking class, I once did a speech on why the NFL should fire Roger Goodell. And I got an A on said speech back in the day. No bragging here. But my instructor, she thought his name was Roger Goodell. Still got an A.
It's not even close.
Spam the boos in the chat. I got Logan, Nicholas, Liam, Gunner. I got Indy, BK. Have it your way. You rule. I got Brad.
The underhit.
What was the under?
You doing something involving the BK theme song.
Oh, yes. I didn't even know what the line was. Jay.
I made it up.
Joe. Football. BK. Lawrence. Brock. Football player. Jay. Kaylee. Dylan. Skull Nation. Scott. Kaylee. Jay. Jamie. Josh. Zion. Football player. Scott. Great job, everybody. Goodell gets another pay raise after all those boos that you've given him. Let's go through some super chats here. Let's start with Dylan Heck with a $5 super chat. Thoughts of the NFL expanding to 18 games here in the future? Tom, I don't mind the idea of 18 games, but we need another bye week.
I totally agree. That out has to be. Has to be that way.
Lord Buddy Bear with a $5 super chat.
My guy.
Checking in, saying, going to try to keep a better attitude today. Bowers, today better go better. F-Tom from Brady. He's your owner now, Lord Buddy Bear. Pay some respect to the great Tom Brady. ATL Jet Jones says, "Where's my boy Petey? Where's my boy Petey?
He'll be on later tonight. He's got Falcons and Broncos and Browns stuff to deal with.
If you turn on a random sports chat sports channel, you might stumble upon Petey.
There you go.
Rob writes in, how much?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Wow.
He got
Thomas
producer
Bridges
Jack.
says, who has a better draft, the Chiefs,
Ooh.
Seahawks, or the Cowboys and Bengals? Referring to our two champs.
Yeah, through round one, I think I go Chiefs Seahawks by a little bit. Not by a lot, because I really like Mims for Cincinnati, but I'll give the slight edge to Chiefs and Seattle there.
Yeah, I would agree. Jason says, who do Panthers take in round 2 and why? What do you think?
Offensive lineman or receiver? I don't know if they're going to double dip there. Edge rusher? Braylon Trice maybe to help replace Brian Burns? Or Adisa Isaac? Or, don't sleep on Marshawn Nealon.
I feel like Braylon Trice has been underrated this draft.
I agree. And I wasn't even that high on him to begin with, but he ended up being 45 for me. So don't sleep on Marshawn Nealon out of Western Michigan. There's some big fans of his.
Christian writes in, chances a team picks Brooks before Dallas.
I would say it's not very high.
Seth, any chance we get Ladd, Roman, Troy, or Guyon? He's got a Cowboys avatar.
These are all from our Cowboys Report channel. I would say very low that they get them as well.
Chris writes in, I really hope we get a wide receiver today. Need more weapons. Chris, who's your team?
These are all coming in from the Cowboys
Oh,
Report.
it's all Cowboys.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
I probably wouldn't get my hopes up there for a wide receiver either.
We got Dwayne saying.
That's fine. We got it. We got it. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. Dwayne writes in, as JPJ as concerned with the medicals, has the Cowboys taken him completely off their draft board? If not, is he still available past second and third round? Do you think the Cowboys will take a flyer on him, Tom?
Yeah, I think if he's still on their board, maybe it makes more sense in the third round for them. I don't know if he's still on the board. I think it was
Bills
more
are on
than
the
just
clock.
medical. I think some of the interview stuff didn't do the greatest either.
Jordan writes in, hey, Tom, just like we did Micah and Tyler Smith,
Mm-hmm.
I remember you being upset at that one. You think we will feel better about the Guyton pick in a year?
Yeah, I had Guyton in my top 30, so I wasn't nearly as upset as I've been with other picks from that perspective. So I think you'll be okay with him.
Bossman, who are you taking at 56, Tom?
Let's see who's available, but I'd like it if Zach Frazier was there somehow.
Next one comes in. Will the Cowboys use that extra third to move up in the second round?
I hope not. That defeats the whole benefit of moving down in the first round. You need more picks, not fewer picks.
Jordan Schultz of Bleacher Report writes in, 20 minutes to round 2. The Bills have fielded several calls from teams looking to get the 33rd pick. Wide receiver remains a key priority for Buffalo, who will need a strong package to move out for a third time in this draft. I think Buffalo was one of the biggest losers of round 1.
You had the Chiefs angle trade, didn't you?
Oh, yes.
I actually am not as bothered by that as everybody else in the office was.
Oh,
There were a lot of people very mad about that one.
I mean, you literally made your biggest rival better.
You weren't going to take Xavier Worthy, so the next team would have traded up with the Chiefs, right? Like I don't think there would ever be a grand conspiracy to not trade down there.
But it's who you traded with.
That only matters for me if it's a quarterback, which they have made that mistake themselves before.
I think it matters if it's Kansas City. Ask the same team, the Buffalo Bills. They weren't trading Diggs there.
That's fair. I think for picks, it's different.
Rap sheet, depending on who goes at 33, whether the Bills make a pick or not, there should be some early trade actions. Plenty of calls being made behind the Bills as well. Who is the best player left on the board? Thomas, what's your answer?
Johnny Newton out of Illinois. I kind of expected this going in, that this was going to be my Brian Branch 2.0, a player that I was higher on, that I was convinced the NFL wouldn't be in the same range, and they can be wrong, and we can benefit, the team will benefit from getting a top 20 player on my board as far as I'm concerned.
Let us know in the chat right now. Who's the best player? Seeing Cooper DeJean. Thomas says Adonai Mitchell. Got Mike Dibble saying Johnny Newton to the Browns. Sum it up. If you love the National Football League, this is the channel for you. We're live for every single pick throughout the 2024 NFL Draft as we bring you live coverage. You don't have to worry about being interrupted by a Taco Bell commercial around here, as we'll be live today and tomorrow both. And we are bringing you coverage not just of the NFL, but also the NBA playoffs. We have plenty of college football content as well. Something for everybody here at Chat Sports. Subscribe now for free, youtube.com/ChatSportsTV. And if you subscribe, that is the only way you can get into that chat and chat with us throughout the night tonight. Let's Talk about the pick for the Bills. They get things going with Guyon Coleman, wide receiver from Florida State. I love the game that he had against LSU.
That was a great game.
Week 1. He was the best player in the field that day. But I never really saw that again.
He kind of cooled off. I think to a certain extent he was a little bit limited by not the best accuracy from his quarterback, Jordan Travis, who we'll talk about on day 3, I think. Did produce a pretty good consistency of like highlight reel catches on passes that he probably shouldn't catch. He has the frame to go up and extend that catch radius more than most people. He was a basketball player as well as a football player. He actually hasn't been a full-time football player only. He was on Michigan State's basketball team, like actually on the team, and played a little bit there. And it shows in his body control and his ability to high point the ball. The basketball background really does come through. Did a little bit of slot stuff, which you could see some big slot stuff for him in the NFL, kind of how you've seen Allen Robinson do some of that, player comp-wise. He is an explosive athlete. He's got a great vertical. He offers some straight-line burst. It's the long speed is not there. He does offer some decent after-catch ability as well. The 4.6 140 was, I was hoping he was going to run in the mid-4.5s. Didn't break 4.6. That's why he didn't end up going in round 1. I don't love the route tree there. Second round grade for me, he was 37th, I think, overall on my board. You needed a receiver if you're Buffalo. That makes a lot of sense. He is, by the way, cousins with CeeDee Lamb, which he revealed at the Combine, which everyone was like, wait, what? Kind of out of nowhere because they grew up in the same very small town in Louisiana.
Kids at home watching, don't be sports-specific athletes. Be dual sport athletes if you can. Play all the sports you can, and one day you, too, could be like Guyon Coleman.
And if you're a lineman, wrestle because NFL teams eat that up.
Yes.
They love wrestling backgrounds.
And we see with skill positions, more so tight end, they love basketball players.
There's a lot of good like underlying development stuff that you end up learning from that perspective. But the 38 in Furch, 10-7 broad was great production there. The contested catch rate wasn't very good, but not all contested catches are created equal.
Real quick, are you surprised Coleman went here instead of Mitchell?
Not necessarily. There is some stuff off the field with A.D. Mitchell, non-football related, some football character stuff that I think is kind of help causing a drop there a little bit.
Shout out your favorite team, and we will talk about the very first one we see. Spam it in the chat, and I'll close my eyes, count to 3, and we'll see who we come up with. So get those going right now. I'll get the countdown. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. The Colts is the first team I saw.
All right. Indy had the Latu pick in round 1. I think they'll probably target another receiver, playmaker. Maybe they look at tight end on day 2, day 3 maybe. Another running back is kind of an under the radar concern for them behind Jonathan Taylor after losing Zach Moss. They'll probably spend another day 3, maybe like day 2 pick in that category. They've got 2, of course, day 2 picks today. Receiver corner, depending on how that cornerback board falls, Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, and a not a great fit, but a guy I love, and Mikey Sammer still, who reminds me actually of the Colts' current nickel corner, who I love. I think you'll be looking at outside playmaker on offense or defense.
Kind of big picture for Indy, Tom. I would say if you're a Colts fan, what you should feel good about is this team is ahead of schedule. I thought going into last year they had one of the worst rosters in football. Shane Steichen did a really good job of maximizing that talent they have.
Totally agree. Completely agree. That was a very good result there. By the way, trade coming in. The Chargers are jumping up and flipping spots with the Patriots. I would assume this is a wide receiver or a Michigan man for producer Jack out there. So Patriots trading down, Chargers jumping up. Although they are jumping teams that could be looking for offensive line help, which would be weird since they already took an offensive lineman once.
They need more, though.
It's Harbaugh and Roman, and they just love offensive linemen. I would assume it's a receiver.
I loved Harbaugh's quote last night that he said that offensive linemen are skill players.
It's very
on brand.
Very Harbaugh comment. I thought that one was pretty funny. So I don't think they do Johnny Newton. Although that'd be fun for me. Corner is an area of concern as well for LA as far as I'm concerned. But I got a lot of good receivers on the board here. Ladd McConkey, A.D. Mitchell, Roman Wilson, Troy Franklin. I'm higher than I guess some on Jalen Polk. All those guys have round 2 grades on for me. And if you go offensive line and tackle, round 2, round 1, that certainly makes
trade
sense.
details, the Chargers receive a 5th-round pick. The Patriots receive a 4th-round pick.
Okay, I'm looking at it now. It's about a 27 slot difference. So decent return for New England there to, I assume, still get the guy that they think will be there.
Must be somebody the Chargers really like.
Yeah, it's always interesting when there's not a lot of there's limited change involved there. Kind of flipping just a couple spots from that perspective. So I would assume receiver for the Chargers, but I'm sure we'll see.
I'm going to guess it's Lad McConkey.
Oh, you cheater. Or did you actually guess it and not know it?
I saw it before the graphic,
Okay.
but I did not cheat with our graphics.
Okay.
For
that's
what
fair.
it's worth.
Okay, we'll count it. Lad McConkey out of Georgia. He is my top available receiver left on the board. This is not Wes Welker. This is not your insert white slot receiver.
He did beat Jim Harbaugh in the Orange Bowl a couple years ago.
He did. It's a good point. Good point to bring up there, T.
Yes.
He is not the biggest. He is 5'11" and change, 186.
Incredible Senior Bowl week.
The Senior Bowl was perfect for a guy like Lad McConkey because, you can go, you got the two-way go. You can go either direction. The route runners cook everybody. Really great athlete, too. 4.39 40-yard dash. The short shuttle was under 4 seconds. The 3-cone was 6.72, 36-inch vert. This is a fantastic athlete. He offers inside and outside flexibility as a wide receiver, as a playmaker. There are some medical red flags. The ankle injuries he's kind of battled as of late. The production wasn't necessarily elite.
That's the
either.
red flag for me.
It is.
I mean, you had
This time this year, too.
a Georgia offense that was very capable, and that's all you could do?
Missed some time with injuries. They ran it a lot. Brock Bowers was also there, too. My buddy who does draft stuff, too, had a great comp, I think, for him. It's Brandon Cooks. Undersized, explosive route runner who can do inside-outside stuff. Chargers were in desperate need of a wide receiver. I know producer Jack has said this was not Roman Wilson for the Harbaugh Michigan memes to continue. But this was my top-rated receiver left on the board. You will not hear me complaining about this one at all. I like that pick a lot for L.A.
Lad McConkey to the Chargers. Folks, we need your help. We are asking you to like the video. If you don't like the video, your team's drafting a long snapper. So don't even risk it. Don't even take a chance on it right now, folks. We need to get to 1,500 likes. We are currently at 903. We got over 3,000 people watching. So what's stopping you from hitting that like button right now?
Once we get to 1,000, I owe a Bean Boozled, too.
Oh, thank God.
I've had some unusually good luck this year. I'm due for a bad one. I know it.
Oh, yes. You are due for pain.
I'm due for pain. I had a couple bad ones on Cowboys last night, which was not too fun. 4 likes away, we're going to do it. I'm just going to start pulling it now here.
Like it up. Like it up. Let's see what Tom ends up with.
Ha-ha!
No way.
I'm not. You guys can see my eyes are up. Let's go. Let's see if it's.
Get your F Toms in the chat.
It's toothpaste, by the way. Not as good as the berry one. The berry one's really good.
Colgate or Crest?
No, I think it's Colgate actually.
Okay.
Minty fresh. You love to see it.
Okay. Get the F Toms in the chat.
I see Cody and Josh doing it. I love it. I love it.
Oh,
Absolutely incredible.
just
Tell you
absolutely
what.
disgusting.
Day 3, I'm in trouble. I'm in a lot of trouble on day 3.
Tom, your best available. Johnny Newton still out there. Jackson Powers Johnson. Several names of guys that we talked about being first-round picks.
Yeah, Newton I figured wouldn't because the NFL's stupid and they'll let him slide. Just like they did with Brian Branch. Jackson Powers Johnson's got non-football concerns.
Trade Falcons on the clock.
Oh. Okay. Atlanta.
Spencer Rattler time.
Stop. So Atlanta, okay, let me think here. Atlanta jumping up. Oh, they should take Newton. Pair him with Grady Jarrett because they'd been linked to Byron Murphy leading into the NFL draft. I think you take Newton. I love that move for Atlanta and help start to redeem what I didn't like of the Michael Penix pick. I think edge also a potential question mark there, and I don't love the edge class, so you could have a big difference there in terms of the guy taken versus what I have on my board there. But I'm excited to see what Atlanta's doing here.
The thing I find so fascinating about the Penix situation and where they're at in all this is a team that's ascending and I think can compete in the NFC.
Can win the division.
Like, what are you doing? What are you doing when a team is on the right direction doing what they're doing here? We'll see what they come up with this pick. The trade is in. We'll find out here in just a moment what exactly that trade is with the Arizona Cardinals.
43-79 going from Atlanta to Arizona for 35-186. So move up a couple spots, give up quite a bit from that perspective.
There you have it. We'll let you know here in a moment who the pick is for the Atlanta Falcons after that trade. All right. While we wait on the pick, let's tell you about today's sponsor. That is Game Time. Game Time, the place to go for the best seats, the lowest prices guaranteed. Whether you're looking for tickets to sporting events, concerts, theater productions, comedy shows, and more, Game Time has got you covered. You pick the event you want to go to. They got the prices listed. You get to see if you like the seat or not. You might stumble upon a flash deal. And then, boom, within a matter of moments, you're checking out with Game Time. All major credit card providers, Apple Pay, Google Pay, Venmo, and more. Game Time makes it easy. And if you need a little extra incentive, here's what I am personally offering you. I am giving you $20 off because I'm that type of guy with the promo code ChatSports at checkout. So, download Game Time today. The link going in the chat right now. $20 off, promo code ChatSports. Download it today. You'll be glad you did. Start saving. Don't mess with those dirty scalpers and stay with Game Time. It is where you want to be to get your best tickets. All right, so the pick for the Falcons, they end up going with, let's show you the trade details here. We, as Tom mentioned a moment ago, 35-43, 79-186.
Big cost to pay.
Big cost indeed.
I don't. That's too much.
And we go with Rukaroro, the Clemson defensive tackle.
I told you the NFL was going to treat Johnny Newton like Brian Branch this year. Rukaroro was one of the more tougher names to say. He's also the cousin of Michael Ojemudia. Broncos there for you, producer Sam. Unique path to life in America. Was originally from Nigeria, moved to England at age 2, moved to the U.S. at age 9. Only played high school football for 2 years. The strength at 6'4", 294. The length with 34-inch arms, the athletic ability is certainly all there. The development is very much needed, though. He does a great job of getting his arms up, getting his hands up to stop passing lanes. There's special teams value. He's a really good athletic guy, 4'8", 940 at almost 300 pounds is pretty special there. He's not the heaviest guy necessarily. The pass rush moves need work. Right now, it's just kind of like, I'm just going to run into you and see if I bowl right through you. Which is a concern there. I think the instincts are fairly raw overall, which, again, he hasn't played that much football from that perspective. The athletic comp here is Robert Nkemdiche, if you guys remember him, former Cardinal, I think Seahawks a little bit as well. Athletically and like the rawness and frame match up pretty well. Hopefully minus all the off-the-field crap that Nkemdiche had there.
Right.
I had him at 50th on my board. I have Braden Fisk, I think I'm a bit higher on than most, and Newton ahead of him.
I mean,
it's a big cost to give up.
You talk about quite the success story, though.
Yeah.
To go from living in Nigeria to playing professional American tackle football for the Atlanta Falcons at pick 35, quite the journey here.
There are a couple of really good journeys this year. This is absolutely one of them.
Certainly so. The Commanders on the clock, pick 36. Commanders, this is a very interesting draft to begin the Dan Quinn era.
And the Adam Peters era, I would wager that this is going to end up being a tackle. I'm looking down the barrel of Patrick Paul or Kingston Sumataya, I think would make sense given they don't have a real left tackle in place at this moment.
We shall see what the Commanders do. Last year's Super Chat record here on the channel was $872.61. Today, we're already at $223.95. If you want your team to pick well, then put your money where your mouth is and send us a Super Chat. Here's the Super Chat menu today. $ next to the chat box if you would like to contribute. 250 likes for every 250. We'll do a Bean Boozled. $5 Super Chat. We'll talk about your favorite team, even if it is the Arlington Renegades. $10 Super Chat. We will get you entered in the Manscaped giveaway raffle. $50 Super Chat. Tortilla slaps. And the highest Super Chat, you are going to be the MVP of today's show. You're walking away with a rookie jersey of your favorite rookie in this year's class. So 2 different prizes up for grabs today, and we'll see who walks away with the hardware when it's all said and done.
I did Google how many Red Bulls before you might die, and I think I can do at least a couple more before I run into issues there. So
how many Red Bulls in are you?
Just one. So
Okay.
$100 Super Chat. I will do another Red Bull bomb, whatever we want to call it there. So
These are sugar-free.
Google said I could have 5 before I risk a caffeine overdose.
Okay.
So I think I can have at least one more and be just fine from that spot.
I'm still waiting on my wings, Red Bull. Another Super Chat coming in from Nan Dan. Who do the Bengals pick in rounds 2 and 3?
Wide receiver, corner, defensive lineman.
Next one from Autumn writes in, hey, I hope the Steelers can draft Zach Frazier or Kool-Aid McKinstry or Cooper DeJean. That'd be awesome.
I think 3 great names, and that comes in from our Steelers YouTube channel. We are simulcasting, by the way, on our Steelers channel and on our Dallas Cowboys YouTube channel. Either of those guys, or any of those 3 guys, they would be really good picks there by Pittsburgh.
All right, let's recap. Here's what we have so far with the first 3 selections of the second round. Keon Coleman to the Bills at 33, Ladd McConkey to the Chargers at 34, and Rukaroro at 35 to the Atlanta Falcons, the defensive tackle from Clemson, with the Washington Commanders on the clock awaiting the next pick. Tom, your thoughts on how things have started so far?
Receivers make sense at the first 2 spots. Was surprised that Rukaroro ended up going at 35.
You're going to like this next pick, Tom.
Oh, yes.
Johnny Newton. Jer'Zhan Newton, defensive tackle from Illinois, is headed to the Washington Commanders. 6'1" and 5'8", 304 pounds. And we've seen that Illinois program, who had Devin Witherspoon a year ago, Brett Bielema, the head coach there, he's got an NFL track record, worked on the Patriots staff there for a bit under Bill Belichick. They've done a good job developing some of these defensive players.
Very curious what this means for Jonathan Allen, but you got the 15th ranked player on the board. The Commanders might not end up being a poverty organization anymore. There is no athletic testing. Newton was coming off a partial Jones fracture in his foot that cost him his combine and pro day. Had just a normal workout like 9 days before the draft, which is kind of crazy. Powerful hands, always what you're looking for in interior or any defensive lineman right there. The pass rush moveset is really good. Speaking of Brett Bielema, go watch that. Just the highlights is fine. Illinois, Wisconsin this year. Some of the better individual game film you'll see. He was absolutely dynamic in terms of what he was doing, wreaking havoc in that game. I thought he was a little bit better in 2022. The defensive scheme had changed a little bit. They kind of asked some more side to side as opposed to fully attacking from that perspective. Can do some 5-tech. I think he's going to be a 3-tech mostly in the NFL. I have a first-round grade on him. He had 10% pressure rate this past year, 14 in 2022. Bunch of TFLs, bunch of sacks. This is an awesome football player that I think should have gone half the picks earlier in round 1. Love the pick by Washington.
The Commanders' situation, if you recall, folks, at the trade deadline last year, moved on from Chase Young, moved on from Montez Sweat, and this is kind of the reset mode, if you will, at the defensive line.
Yeah, and this is a Dan Quinn defense lineman, too. He doesn't like the giant guys. He's down taking a guy that's, fringe 300 pounds and will get penetration in the backfield. That's what he likes. That is going to be what we see with Newton out of Washington. They still have the 40th overall pick, maybe take an offensive tackle. Love it there by Washington.
Patriots, they are going with Jalen Polk.
Nope.
Oh, I'm looking at Jordan Schultz.
Well, Patriots on the clock either way. That's fine.
Patriots on the clock.
We'll see what
I
they
have
do
not looked
momentarily.
at NFL Draft Diamonds. They have not been worth my time. Patriots on the clock. We'll find out exactly who it is. We believe it is going to be Jalen Polk, but we'll find out here in just a moment officially. Yeah. The Patriots, though, this is a team that they got the quarterback Drake May. They're kind of starting from zero here in this post-Bill Belichick era.
Playmakers are key. Playmakers are something you have to add as you move forward to find ways to build out a successful offense. You have to support your young franchise quarterback. So I'd be a little bit surprised, regardless of who it is, if it doesn't end up being a wide receiver.
And we're awaiting officially. Now it is official. Jalen Polk is the pick. And Washington, what a year for that team. We've talked about, obviously, Penix and Rome Odunze, but you get to the national championship game, not just one or two players. Polk was a key piece, key contributor to their success.
And you'll see another receiver in Jalen McMillan, who I think will get drafted in maybe 30, 40 picks, somewhere in that range. Jalen Polk out of Washington, began his career at Texas Tech, didn't do that much, goes to Washington and had a couple nice breakout seasons. This is not an elite athlete, but he is a very good athlete at his size. 6'1" and change, 203, a 4.5, 240, checks off that box there. The strength and explosiveness blend for a ball winner. There were many a time that Jalen Polk and Rome Odunze were making the hard passes look easy. You have 54% contested catch rate this past season. Didn't drop that many passes. The ball skills are impressive as well. I think there are times in terms of not vertical routes, he can use some work as an overall route runner. The route tree was a little bit limited in the downfield ball pushing offense for the Washington Huskies. Kind of thought he was better against man than he was against zone. Maybe the feel kind of wasn't fully there. I did have a second-round grade on Jalen Polk, one of the many that I had. He was 47th overall. So I had three receivers above him, Mitchell, Wilson, and Franklin, but second-round grade, you take him in round 2. You needed a playmaker. I'm fine with that pick overall. I'll probably give it a B.
I would think with the lack of talent in New England, Polk's got an opportunity right away to compete for playing time.
I would assume he starts, frankly.
Yeah.
When you're a bad football team,
right?
If your second round pick isn't starting, kind of feel like you did something bad there. Or even like any team to an extent, you want your second round pick to be a starter.
Absolutely.
You only get so many of those draft assets to use there.
All right. Who is your least favorite team? Who is the team that you root for to lose every single week? Shout them out in the chat. Let's find out who the most hated team in the National Football League is. And I'm just going to take a guess. It's probably that team in Dallas is going to invade this chat. But we're going to find out right now. We're going to shout out the folks out there who are letting us know who their least favorite team is. David says Chiefs. Mia says Dallas. Dalton says Colts. Jonathan says Packers. Josh, I missed you, sorry. John says Browns. Ruben says KC. Drew says Niners. Gunner says Niners. Ross says Colts. Dylan says Eagles. Dylan says Ravens. Dalton says Packers. Elijah says 49ers. Mike says Dallas. Sundance says Giants. Mikey says Ravens. Tristan says Eagles. Sam says Chiefs. James, I missed that. Fernando says Browns. I got Chris saying Niners. Robert says F Dallas. I got Boston saying Dallas. So far, it seems like the majority. I'm seeing a lot of Cowboys, Niners, and Chiefs.
Not surprising. Dallas and the best teams in football. That tends to be how it goes, you know?
Yes, exactly. Let's see. Foxtrot says Raiders. Elijah says Niners. Rashad says the Seahawks. Come on now. Got Mark saying Steelers. Corey says Falcons. Greg says Eagles. FinFan says F the Bills. We got Mobile saying Raiders. So there you have it. Some of the least favorite teams from the chat. And that was one of our highest chat spikes of the day. You guys drinking some haterade out there on some of your least favorite teams there. Want to make sure you subscribe to Chat Sports as we are with you for the entire draft. But, Tom, that's not all.
Oh, we will have grades available for day 2 later tonight. We'll get that out as soon as the draft ends for you guys. We'll be live again tomorrow for day 3. Entire 7-round grades available afterwards as well. And then undrafted free agents, just the top 20-ish guys that were undrafted on my board. My goal every year is 0 of my top 100 guys left. I've hit that either 1 or 2. Didn't hit it last year. Had it the year before that. The reason I didn't get it right last year was because Ivan Pace didn't get drafted, which I was right about. So yes. NFL can suck it again because he should have been drafted. So that's my goal. Get all my top 100 guys off the board. None of my 86 player got drafted in Bo Nix. Everything else has been top 50.
I don't know if you're aware of this, but I saw something today from the NFL mock draft database, and you were ranked with the 71st most accurate mock draft.
Yeah, and then I did the Huddle Report one as well, and over the past 5 years, I'm 12th on that.
Okay.
So we're doing good on the mock drafts. We're doing very good on the mock drafts there.
Very well. Here's our latest pick so far. Keon Coleman to the Bills, Lad McConkey to the Chargers, Rukaroro to the Falcons, Jerzon Newton to the Commanders, and Jalen Polk to the Patriots with the Tennessee Titans on the clock now, waiting on their pick here. The Titans in a pretty interesting spot here. Could they go with maybe a guy like, I don't know, Devondre Sweat here?
I think you might be spoiling things a little bit there, Tyler.
Maybe. What do you think?
Let's go to it. It's Devondre Sweat. I am very surprised with this one, actually.
This is a reach.
Yeah, even without the off-the-field stuff, Sweat would have been in my 50s to 60s. Wonder if Tennessee is sorted by weight and are just taking the biggest guys in each draft class here. Because they took a big boy in J.C. Latham.
Just wait till he tries some Nashville hot chicken.
Yeah, so first the positives here. Large human being that is tough to move. 6'4.5", 366 was his combine weigh-in there with 33 1/4-inch arms. There have been reports from Dane Brugler that he played this year as high as 380 and was pushing 390 in the college football playoff semifinals. That's too big. That's too large to be successful and do that stuff there.
He did have a touchdown this season.
And Fatty's only lives, baby. I love it. He was much better as a football player this year. All of his metrics, the play, the film, everything took a step forward. And a big reason why, and this is what he told teams in his pre-draft meetings, was that, I wasn't always as focused as I was early in my career. I was an immature college kid. Great notes from Dane Brugler on he had been labeled a party animal, a class clown by scouts. And there were questions on the commitment level. He's like, I'm past that. I'm 30. Played really well this year. And then he gets the DWI in April, which at the, best case, he failed the stupid test. You are a month away from being a draft pick. Clearly did not impact his draft stock at all, by the way.
Uber, my guy.
Yeah, don't be dumb, right? There is some pass rushing flashes I've seen. He's not the same athlete as Jordan Davis. In the end, I dinged him around due to the off-the-field stuff, so he went from a second, third round grade to a third, fourth round grade. I thought he was going to be an ultimate wild card in the third round, fourth round. I did not think he was going to go top 40. Clearly impressed Tennessee with his interviews and everything there. I think good Eddie Goldman is what the comp could end up being.
At one point, Kuiper had him as his number 2 defensive tackle.
Which I was never on board with.
8.
I was never on board with that. I think that was always a bit of an oversell.
Now, we always hear player comps. These draft analysts try to compare them to their best case scenarios. I got a bad player comp here for you. This is my fear. I think you'll like this.
Bad Albert Haynesworth?
Terrence Cody.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's my fear.
Well, I guess it's a bad one, but a good comparison.
That's my fear, is that we see Devondre Sweat somewhere trying to do a pro day again where his man boobs are going up and down like Terrence Cody, trying to get a second chance in the National Football League.
I will say on Sweat as well, when we were at the Combine, there was no more engaging interview than Devondre Sweat. That dude is funny.
Yeah?
He's a really engaging personality. Titans fans, once they get to see the press conference, are like, oh, I love this guy. He's impossible not to like. It's just, you got to trust he's going to be locked in on everything else there.
Yeah, we'll see. Super chat menu. Every 250 likes being boozled. $5, we'll talk about your team. $10 gets you entered for the Manscaped giveaway. $50 will do tortilla slaps, and the highest super chat of the day. You are the MVP. The number to beat right now is $100. You send in 101. You are walking away with a jersey of your favorite rookie on tonight's show. So
1,250 is the next Bean Boozled for you there, T. So we're getting close. We're getting close.
I thought producer Jack was next.
If the producers are bailed very quickly on that one.
Imagine that.
Reed wants to do one. Reed
trade.
Oh,
Trade
the Rams.
Alert. Rams.
This has
F
to
them
be,
picks.
this
Not this time.
has to be an offensive guy, right?
It's got to be.
Sean McVay didn't get an offensive guy in round 1. He's got to get one here, right?
They tried to
Or
trade
is
up
it a
for Bowers.
corner?
They
Two
tried.
good corners there.
They tried to trade up for Bowers. That didn't happen.
Cooper DeJean, McKinstry, they might be in the center market. Best guys left for me here. Jackson Powers Johnson, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Cooper DeJean, A.D. Mitchell. They had been linked to some Roma Dunze talk, and Brock Bowers in particular. Tackle's a decent dark horse maybe as well. Center could be fun. They jumped up over a couple different – they jumped up a lot. So whoever is on the board for them then must be like one of their last first-round grades or like their highest second-round grade would be my guess. So maybe it is one of those corners. But, of course, the Rams make a trade, right? They love being aggressive and doing stuff right there. I'm excited to see. I like when trades happen.
Of course.
This makes things fun. This makes things fun.
And you could make the case that there's nobody better in the league about making trades than Mr. Snead.
He does a good job of it. With great results, especially
Yes.
for in terms of the most important thing which matters, which is the championship.
$5 super chat from Alex says, let's talk Lions. Tom, what do you think about the trade right now?
Like Terrion Arnold as the trade there. That was an overpay, but a really good football player, so I'm fine with it. Excited to see what they do with a little bit less draft capital on day 2 and day 3 now, but they're in a pretty good spot overall.
Foxtrot Gaming says, Tom, thoughts on Zeke back in Dallas? Good backup?
No. I'm sorry. I don't want to spend too much time on this because I've had a lot of conversations with him on the Cowboys report. He's just not good. I don't need a 3.5 yard per carry back in 2024. I can find that. Who doesn't know me on special teams? He's just not good.
No thanks.
Sorry.
Duncan says, we will draft a long snapper because we desperately need fundamental help. We're good with the team we have. All in Jerry Jones.
Jerry saying all in again upset me to no end. I was so mad. So mad. I'm breathing.
Breathe
My mental
in,
health was in a very bad spot.
Breathe out. Daniel. Damn, Daniel. Hey, Tom. How you feeling after that $100 spree from last night?
I don't sleep great on the night either, so I ended up like kind of sobering up and then sleeping pretty fine. But
Okay.
it takes me a little bit to fall asleep. But I feel good.
It may be
I feel
April,
good.
but we're still surviving and advancing around here. Wes
We
says,
sleep in May.
which God we praying to for us not to draft Brooks?
Insert your God here.
Shout out,
Non-denominational answer.
okay. Shout out Buddha. Kurgan says, Steel City, let's go, with a nice $69 super chat.
That's what Kurgan does. This is my guy. He puts $69 super chats
You
in
know-
there. Thank you, Kurgan.
I have so much respect for that $69 super chat. I got to pop a Zen for that.
You guys doing the Zins. I just don't understand it.
Oh,
I just don't get it.
It wakes you up. You feel great.
I just don't get it. I really don't. I don't. It blows my mind.
Zen is not a sin. All right. Trade alert. The Rams received the 39th overall pick. The Panthers go into 52. 5th-round pick, also included 155, and a 2025 second-round pick.
Because
Nice,
FM picks.
nice haul for Carolina.
It's a good haul. It's a good haul for them. I like that. They've been moving around. Maybe they can still get a good offensive lineman maybe later on. Okay. Braden
Ooh.
Fisk is the pick here by the LA Rams out of Florida State. This was my best available defensive tackle, 46th overall on my board. He's not very big. He's just under 6'4", 292. He also has very short arms. 31-inch arms. Is
Size matters.
Size matters. My player comp is a Tyrannosaurus Rex or Milton Williams. I have a couple of those jokes today and tomorrow, so stay tuned for that one there. Really good athlete, though. 4'7", 40 at 292 is kind of nutty right there. 33.5-inch vert. The shuttle was 4.37, which, like, that's a solid time for a tight end, let alone a defensive lineman. He is an older prospect. Began his career at Western Michigan. Showed really no drop-off going to Florida State, playing against better competition. Even did some edge stuff at Western Michigan. Like I think 5 technique might be his best fit, or 3 technique for the Rams with some flexibility in there. Does have that dog in him. Always, I've got a lot of notes of has that dog in him, doesn't have that dog in him. He's got that dog in him.
So he would be a good fit for the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Exactly. Got that dog in him.
Okay.
He's not very big. I think that'll cause some run issue stuff concerns there, some missed tackles mixed in, but really great athlete, pass rush upside there. It's a good round 2 pick, even though that future second will impact their draft picks next year. Not going to impact their draft grades later. Will impact them this year.
And with Aaron Donald gone, they had to look for options.
Yeah, and there's great point. There's your insert. This is your new 3 technique piece. He's not going to be Aaron Donald though. It's not
Big if
that's
true.
not a realistic comp. But Milton Williams-esque player. I think a better version of him from the Eagles and Louisiana Tech.
We got to trade the Commies. Trading with the Philadelphia Eagles. An intra-division trade, Tom, as the Eagles move up to 40 here.
I would say they're going to double dip at corner, but I think there's no way they actually do that there. I have a theory.
Oh,
I have a theory.
I love this pick for Philly.
Go ahead and tip it. I have a theory.
Cooper DeJean.
I don't think they double dip at corner. He's playing safety.
Yeah?
That's my theory. He will be a safety for them. Well, I'm very curious what this is announced as when it's published, whatever, by ESPN, NFL Network, etc. Cooper DeJean.
It'd be hilarious if they said defensive back.
That's kind of what he is.
I think he's Kyle Hamilton 2.0.
I don't know if he's as good as Kyle Hamilton. The reason why he slipped out of the top 32, out of pretty viewed as a mostly consensus, I think, first-round pick this year. 2 reasons. There is some position question marks there. Is he a corner? Is he a safety? I had comped him to James Bradbury as a corner. Do you remember the end of Leon Hall's career?
Yes.
When he moved from corner to safety.
Yes.
I think maybe that's what you end up getting here. He is a fantastic tackler. There's also return value here, by the way.
Yes.
Incredible straight line speed, 4.46 at weighing 203. He's got some safety build from that perspective.
He's going to be a young rookie, too, just 21.
Yeah, he's not even 21 quite yet. So he is very, you're right, he actually just turned 21. Just turned 21. I see zone corner ability on the outside, some nickel stuff in there. Despite those great athletic gifts, he didn't do the agility drills because he wasn't going to test well. There is some stiffness to his game. He's not the most fluid player. I think that shows up on some quick breaking routes there that you have some issues with man coverage there. I love the value for Cooper DeJean here in Philadelphia. I am very curious if this ends up being a safety pick.
The thing that I heard, Tom, about DeJean was because of his athletic ability, that it could be a waste to play him at outside corner.
I don't see it that way. People do.
Yes.
I don't feel the same way. I think corner is a stopwatch position for me.
Okay.
Like, if you run a 4.6, you're bad. Like, you're going to get smoked. How are you going to cover Xavier Worthy out there,
Right.
So, like, I think the speed matters. I think that the ability to be a rangy player does help at safety, too. In general, it's like, I want the good athletes there. I think absolutely worst case, Cooper DeJean's going to be a 10-year football player as a special teamer. Like, he's going to be a special team stud.
Yeah.
And then you obviously want more from your 43rd overall pick, whatever. But this is not going to be a bad player in the NFL.
With drafting Mitchell and DeJean, doubling up on the, let's just say, secondary, they are building a nice roster for Bill Belichick in 2025.
Eagles fan Reed didn't like that one. I love it. I love it. Big haul given up here, by the way. 50-53 going to Washington plus 161. Eagles get 40 and 78. They really had Cooper DeJean high then there.
Good haul for the Commanders here.
No, we're standing, Jack. We're standing.
Another. This time, the Saints going to 41. Let's see what the Saints do. The Saints, I would say, because the salary cap held they're in and the roster not being that great, that is a team that is in, I would say, worse shit than people realize.
They have proven that they can always make it work in terms of getting under the number.
Yeah.
I think that they made a mistake paying Derek Carr. That's when they should have taken their medicine and rebuilt.
Yes.
Because Derek Carr is not a top 10 quarterback. They're kind of limiting their upside there.
And they paid him top 15 money.
Paid him a lot of money. Kind of limited their overall rebuild. They have to rebuild at some point. They kind of, I think, pushed their chips in at the wrong time.
Absolutely.
They said hit me on 16. They probably just should have held and seen what the dealer had.
What do we think for the Saints here?
I don't know. I know Trace was convinced it was going to be a wide receiver. He said Malachi Corley and Keon Coleman. Corley's there, but Coleman is not. A.D. Mitchell, Roman Wilson, Troy Franklin are my best available players at this time.
There's the trade details. As you can see, the Packers go down 4 spots from 41 to 45. They pick up a 5th-round pick and a 6th-round pick.
These teams are dealing, man. A lot.
Yeah.
This kind of adds to my theory. I don't think NFL teams are that high on this day 3 class because I'm not that high on it either. I think it's kind of thin.
Well, in going into the draft, what was talked about those day 3 guys is that the NIL and transfer portal
Thinned it
has
out.
had such an effect.
And the COVID extra year is still impacting it.
That as well, that you don't have the depth that you've had. I would expect tomorrow, Tom, we're going to see a lot of teams get rid of some of those picks and try to stockpile, get themselves ahead for next year and beyond.
Would agree. Would very much agree. Best available, JPJ, Kool-Aid McKinstry, A.D. Mitchell, Kingsley Suamataia. I know it took an offensive lineman, so that's probably not going to be the case from that perspective. Zach Frazier, Edgerrin Cooper, Mikey Sainris still's top corner. I am out of true first-round grades, by the way. I've got my 2 cheater grades due to medical stuff and et cetera with JPJ and Kool-Aid.
Okay. But that's where we're at now with anyone that is somewhat first-round grade. Kool-Aid McKinstry there. You have as the number 4 corner in this class. He was a unanimous All-American this past year. What kind of, you think, you mentioned the injury stuff. Was there more to it of why he didn't necessarily get the love for being a unanimous All-American like he was?
This is the pick, by the way, for the New Orleans Saints, FYI, officially. There were speed concerns for him. He ran a 4.47 at his pro day. Even if you boost that number for the pro day, adjustments, that's breaking sub 4.5.
Is there a concern he peaked at Bama?
Maybe, but also like my mindset is if you were starting as a quarterback for Nick Saban as a true freshman, probably means you're a good football player. I think this kind of fell into I'm not going to overthink this one. I think this is a really good football player. He had some return value as well. In the end, imagine thinking a dude named Kool-Aid isn't going to be a good football player. This is don't overthink it for me, guy here. He, by the way, was recruited by Nate Oates to play on the basketball team at Alabama.
Yes, he was.
And he's like, I'm going to play football instead there. Played man, played zone. He would have been a true first if not for the Jones foot fracture, which I think is a factor in why he's available there. He's an outside cover corner. I do think this matters too, by the way. When teams were throwing at Alabama corners, it wasn't Kool-Aid.
No.
They would throw at Terrion Arnold. Now, they made some mistakes doing that, but McKinstry this year was targeted 39 times, allowed 19 catches for 205 yards and 1 total touchdown. That was it. So the INT and pass break numbers are lower, but it wasn't being targeted very much. So I am a big fan of Kool-Aid McKinstry. The move up is fairly aggressive by the Saints. It's my 23rd overall player. They've got 2 guys I'm big fans of. I like this class quite a bit so far for New Orleans with their overall impact additions at this time.
Yeah, Kool-Aid McKinstry to the New Orleans Saints. Taysom Hill making the pick on screen right now as they get this pick done.
Trey's going to love that one.
Oh, I'm sure. Here's some numbers as you can see there. The coverage grade. PFF loved Kool-Aid McKinstry.
They do. They really do.
87.8, the number there. The number 4 corner on your big board, number 23 player overall there going to the New Orleans Saints. So next up, we go to pick 42, the Houston Texans on the clock here. The Texans had an incredible draft last year. What do they have for an encore, a team that feels like they can compete in the AFC?
We'll assume defense. I know C.J. Stroud wants a receiver. I don't think he's going to get a receiver this time around. I know Chugs, our Texans host, really wanted Johnny Newton, but he, of course, is not on the board there. We'll get to pick 42 in just a moment, but today's live stream is made possible by Manscaped. Every man knows it can get a little bit scary when going for a close shave below the waist. That's why I trust Manscaped for all my sensitive areas. They have the Lawnmower family now. It is the Lawnmower 3.0 Plus, the 4.0 Pro, and the 5.0 Ultra. That's 3 different ball trimmers. Your boys, you know what I mean, right? They need some love as well. And for this reason, each trimmer has the skin-safe technology, LED spotlight, and unique features for any and all different grooming needs that you have. Get 20% off and free shipping with code CHAT over at manscaped.com/chat. That's 20% off and free shipping with that code CHAT over at manscaped.com/chat. For the best your boys have ever looked, trust Manscaped.
To the Texans pick at 42, Kamari Lassiter out of the University of Georgia, a two-time national champion, heads to that Houston Texans defense, the number 9 corner on your board. Not the biggest player by any means, but I will always appreciate, Tom, a corner that is willing to tackle.
He is a very good tackler. 8.5 career TFLs is pretty damn high. I think he makes the most sense as a nickel corner. I think his profile and the strengths and weaknesses have that make sense for me. He was mostly outside at Georgia, but he's not the biggest. He's 5'11.5", 186, sub 31-inch arms. He has elite short area quickness. 6.62 3-cone, 4.12 shuttle. Very, very high football IQ. Physical player as a run defender as well, despite the size. Remember how I said, corner's a stopwatch position?
Yeah.
4.64 40-yard dash. And that's when you're 186 and you're a corner, that scares me. That's why he's only a third-round grade there. So I think a nickel corner role, he could be really good in that area, like a higher-end Logan Ryan type of guy in the NFL.
I could see that. That makes some sense there. The Houston Texans.
Which kind of fits like what D'Amico Ryans likes in general.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. Houston going with Lassiter there at 42. That puts the Arizona Cardinals on the clock. We mentioned earlier, anyone could have picked Marvin Harrison Jr. That was the easy pick. Now the work is really beginning for Arizona.
Yeah, this is going to be they've got so many picks now. And I love that mindset. Like when you're rebuilding, give me more picks, more picks, more picks, more picks. I think that's a good strategy to have overall from that perspective. So Cardinals on the clock here at 43 overall. Very excited to see how that all plays out. Maybe we're in the middle of a cornerback run, by the way.
Maybe.
They're kind of getting a little bit thin from that perspective. So in a moment here, folks, I'm going to sign off. If you're watching on our Cowboys Report live stream, that will be going solo, just me. I'll be handling that for the plan is the remainder of today's day, but been a lot of trades already. We'll see what happens. So, Teaser, it's all you, my friend.
All right, we'll hold things down, and let's get the chat going here. We want to break last year's chat record of 593, and the way you can do it is by spamming me in the chat. We will shout out everybody that spams me and see if we can break this record here. I don't care if your internet bugs out, if your computer breaks, at least you died trying spamming me in the chat. Spam me, we'll shout you out. Here we go. I want to see as many as we can over this next minute. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Got Boston Bob, not the Survivor winner, Boston Rob. David, Tony, I got Raider, Anthony, Brittany, Damian, Jay, Chewy, Jeremy, Matthew, Jay. Keep on going. Faster, faster. Way too slow. Way too slow. Logan, Liam, Void, Matthew. Do you want to break that chat record or not? Come on now, folks. Speed it up. Tristan, Connor, Mothi, Jay, Skull, Nolan, Logan, Boston, Randy, Krabby, Clayton, Skull, Jacob, Logan, Corey, Void. 20 seconds. Keep going. Finish strong. Finish strong here, folks. Maury, Goldberg, Wintrick, Anthony, Sports Edits, Damian, 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Break the record. Break the record. David, Mr. Slayer, Hayden, Foxtrot, Alberto, Peter, Tropical, Sports Edits, Mr. Slayer, Ryan, Ricardo, Chewy, Void, Brittany, the Virginia Seahawk. Great job, everybody. And we smashed our highest rate of the day so far. 402. Didn't quite beat 593. But we're setting the tone here. Still got plenty of chances to do this before the end of the day. So we'll give it another go coming up later. The Arizona Cardinals at 43. They continue the run on corners. They go with Max Melton out of Rutgers with the selection. The number 10 corner on Downey's big board, number 81 overall player. Bit of a reach here for the Cardinals to go with Max Melton here. Let's tell you more about him. Experience on the outside with length and speed. Seemed more comfortable in zone coverage, but offers some ability in man. He really struggled with tackling in 2023. Still needs to work on limiting the flags. So got some cleanup to do as far as that goes on that front. We'll see what the Cardinals have in mind. We talked earlier that they certainly were needing some help on the defensive side of the ball, and they get their guy here with Max Melton there with the 43rd overall selection. Let's go ahead and catch you up to speed on the picks that have happened so far here in round number 2. The Bills got their receiver. They go with Guyon Coleman out of Florida State at 33. Then the Chargers, they go receiver as well with the trade. Ladd McConkey from Georgia at 34. Rukaroro, the defensive tackle from Clemson, goes to the Falcons at 35. And then Jerzon Newton, the defensive tackle from Illinois, with the pick to the Commanders. Jalen Polk, wide receiver from Washington, goes to the Patriots at 37. Tavondre Sweat, one of the, I would say, more interesting prospects of this year's draft. He goes to the Titans at 38. And then we see the Rams, they go defensive tackle. Cooper DeJean, excuse me, finally goes off the board to the Eagles with the 40th selection. Kool-Aid McKinstry finally off the board as well. A lot of people projected him to go first round. He goes to the Saints at 41. Kamari Lassiter with the Texans at 42. And Max Melton at 43. So correct me if I'm wrong on this, Jack. I believe that's 4 straight corners that we've had picked with the last 4 picks. So will we see 5 in a row now? 4 straight corners, including Cooper DeJean as a corner there.
Unlike yesterday, where it was very offensively heavy, today it has been very heavy on the defensive side.
Yes, very defensive heavy. We started with the receivers to begin round 2, but now we've transitioned and had a run on defensive players. 4 straight corners with the last 4 picks. The Las Vegas Raiders now on the clock at 44 overall. We will get to their pick coming up in just a moment. But first, I want to remind you that you need to subscribe to Chat Sports as we're live for the entire NFL draft. Every single pick, every player we're breaking down in real time today and tomorrow. We are also bringing you coverage of the grades. We're going to talk UDFAs, all of that stuff over the next couple of days. Lock us in here on NFL Daily by Chat Sports. And more sports coverage beyond just the NFL. We're talking all things NBA as the NFL playoffs are heating up. The NBA playoffs are heating up. College football news and rumors as well. Join the family. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV. Spin the wheel of subs. Make this number go up, 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 and away. And help us get to 375,000 subscribers before the end of the night. The Raiders, going with Jackson Powers Johnson, JPJ, the center out of the University of Oregon with the selection. There were some injury concerns when it came to JPJ, but a fantastic prospect in his own right. And quite the story when it comes to Jackson Powers Johnson. He didn't grow up around his father, and his stepdad helped raise him. And as a result, JPJ ended up, when he was 18 years old, left practice at the University of Oregon one day to go get his name legally changed to take his mother's maiden name and his stepfather's last name to get the name Jackson Powers Johnson. The scouting report includes the following. Hardly ever got beaten pass blocking with just 4 pressures and 758 pass protection reps. Ideal size for a center, yet moves really well. Length is not great, which led to some red flags over his college career. And we've seen as of late, folks, the track record around the National Football League when it comes to the center position has been pretty dang good. As you look at the likes of Tyler Linderbaum with the Baltimore Ravens, Creed Humphrey with the Kansas City Chiefs, Jackson Powers Johnson has been compared to some of those guys. We will sign off on our Cowboys channel. Don't go anywhere, though. Tom Downey is going to hold things down and get you some Cowboys exclusive content. So stick around for that as Tom will be joined alongside Chris Daughtry. So don't go.
And we are now solo here on the Cowboys Report for the remainder. That's the plan. Barring chaos, that's the plan for the remainder of today's live stream. Happy to have you guys here. Tom Downey, producer Chris behind the scenes. Get your picks in who you want Dallas to take at 56 overall. Some noteworthy players have just gone off the board while we were transitioning here. Max Melton goes 43 to Arizona. Jackson Powers Johnson is off the board at 44 overall to the Las Vegas Raiders. And now, most recently, the Green Bay Packers have taken Edgerrin Cooper at 45 overall. So another player this Cowboys team had interest in has been selected. So who do you want Dallas to take? Give some shout-outs here for me, Chris. I'm going to send out the tweet that I didn't get a chance to do earlier here for the live stream getting going.
Zach Frazier's in there. Brooks in there. Frazier, Wilson, Benson. Okay. I saw that one earlier as well. I think PFP mocked Benson to Dallas, which honestly for that one, I thought that was just to be different.
A little bit, I suspect.
Let's see. A lot of Colston. That's a good one. Zach Frazier, Colston, Wilson.
Colston would be my second best linebacker left, right alongside Peyton Wilson, knowing there's medical concerns there.
The OT out of UConn?
Guard Christian Haynes. I don't think Zach Frazier's going to get there, but boy, I would like that one. All right, let's go through the Super Chat menu. We'll get caught up on whatever supers we have here as well for today's show. We're doing the same thing. Every 500 likes is a Bean Boozled. So we actually each I owe one. I owe one of them. 500 likes there. So I owe one with that here in a little bit. $20 does get you into the jersey raffle. Good points were made yesterday. If you were part of the $100 beer bong chaos, you are already entered for that today. And if you also put in a $20 one, either late last night, so Dream Crusher, or earlier today, Dwayne Jackson, you are already in for rookie jersey raffle today. Tortilla slaps are available for a limited time. We've got like one left in the other studio, so asterisk that one for the time being. $100, beer bong, and a Hall of Fame. The first beer bong today is a Red Bull. So Red Bull beer bong for the first one. The draft MVP, the total combined super chats, which right now is Dwayne Jackson has the narrow lead over Scott, narrow lead over Scott by about 50 right now. It's a two-man race right there. Gets the first ever offered Cowboys Report football. Just has the actual Cowboys Report logo, MVP, sign or not. We got you guys covered there. Please, no political stuff in the comments, guys. We're here to talk ball. Please, all I ask. Also, we are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle today. At What Going Downey on Venmo, we will do the 50-50 raffle. $20 to enter at What Going Downey for the 50-50 raffle. So stay tuned on that front for the 50-50 raffle. At What Going Downey's the Venmo. So lots of things going on today, but we're going to be here for the rest of round 2 and all of the third round as well. So we'll have some fun here on today's live show. Ryan, this is your warning. If you continue to put false info in the live chat, which you didn't do this time, but I saw you doing it earlier, this is something that this is warnings. Please do not put false info in there. But Ryan was right on this one. Jonathan Brooks has been selected by the Carolina Panthers at number 46 overall. So Jonathan Brooks is off the board. The top running back has been taken. Brooks does not make it to Dallas the way the Cowboys had clear as day hoped that they wanted to. The first running back has been taken. Obviously, that's not the right trade there. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Ideally, the Brooks one comes in the near future. But Jonathan Brooks has been taken by the Carolina Panthers. Someone had said, please ban Ryan, and Ryan was doing some other, maybe it wasn't Ryan, but somebody else was putting false info in there yesterday. So No bannings. Just don't put false info in there across the board. That's the only thing that I would advise from that standpoint. So Jonathan Brooks off the board for the Dallas Cowboys. He is gone to Carolina. Some guys I have my eye on here as you hit that sub button. Also, I owe the Bean Boozled too. Zach Frazier's there. Now, I'm worried about Frazier coming up here with the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's what I am worried about. Not so much Jacksonville, not so much Cincinnati, not so much Washington. Pittsburgh is the team I was worried about with where that stands. So we'll keep an eye on that. I think the pick just came in. I see the on-the-clock change in the preview side. You guys can't see it, but I can see it. It's normally where things tend to be from that perspective. We do have that pick as well. First linebacker goes off the board. First running back goes off the board. And now the first safety is off the board. Tyler Nubin has been selected by the New York Football Giants. He was 52nd overall on my board. Second, third round grade. Really good football instincts. Smart football kid. Good production overall, but did not test very well. And that kind of worries me from that perspective. Got to be an athlete to play safety. Otherwise, you're going to get exposed pretty quickly, I think, out there. Again, Juan Thornhill competent test as well is pretty intriguing from that standpoint. Good tackler. Giants lost Xavier McKinney. There's the replacements in Tyler Nubin going to the Giants at pick 47. And now the Jacksonville Jags are on the clock here at 48th overall. Keep the comments coming. Who do you think Dallas takes at 56 overall? We'll get to super chats here after I do my Bean Boozled that I owe for every 500 likes. Not looking. Damn it.
Kind of got to think it's Benson here, right? If you're going to go running back.
Benson.
Yeah.
You could also maybe wait. Maybe they go linebacker here. You got to adjust that formatting, by the way. This is either toasted marshmallow or stink bug. Let's see what happens. Toasted marshmallow again.
Nice.
Bullet
okay.
dodge. Let's go. All right, Matt Evans. Can someone ban this Ryan O guy? I guess we're fine. Everyone be nice to each other. Paul, I almost got off because I didn't see Tom. I got to go from one studio to the other. Get the timing set up. It takes a couple minutes, so just always be patient there. Wes, do we trade down and get more picks or Benson? Let's see who's on the board. Because if Zach Frazier makes 54, I'm not moving down. I want Frazier real bad then. That would be a dream pick for me. So I want to see what happens. Maybe something good happens. Maybe it doesn't happen. But I would like Zach Frazier right now is my number 3 player left on the board. 34th overall. Behind Kingsley Suamataia, who I guess I was higher than most on. It's fine, doesn't bother me too much. A.D. Mitchell's got off the field, character, football-related stuff, whatever. Mikey Sainristel, more linemen, more receivers. Franklin, Trice, Jaden Hicks, Trey Benson, Peyton Wilson, Junior Colson. I got Jalen Wright. I had Jalen Wright higher than Jonathan Brooks, by the way. I really did. So I would not be mad if you got him in the 3rd round. That'd be a really, really good outcome as far as I'm concerned. The pick is in for Jacksonville, and I'm fine with this one. Mason Smith at 48th overall. That does not bother me. I was not as high on Mason. He was 113 overall on my board. He is a very gifted athlete. He has shown flashes of it, but there's little to no production. And that scares me when people tell me, his best film was his freshman year. I'm like, okay, that was two years ago. He's coming off injury. Didn't play as well with the injury. Okay, again, that was 2 years ago. We're banking on there. Little bit of an early run on those defensive linemen. You saw Braden Fisco, Ruka Rogo. Tavondre Sweat has gone. Mason Smith is now gone as well. It's a good thing for Dallas. I don't think it was a player they were going to pick. Glad to see he continues to get pushed down further and further. So the Bengals now on the clock here at pick number 49. I would wonder if they go receiver or corner here. I think would be areas to monitor from that perspective. So who would you draft at 56 overall? I'll just verbalize these here. So we got 2,000 people watching live right now. The Super Chat deals on today's show. Every 20 gets you entered into a raffle for a Cowboys rookie jersey of your choice. It could be the round 1 pick, round 2, round 3, whatever. Gets you entered that. C.J. DeYoung III won yesterday. We'll see who wins today. If you were part of the $100 Super Chat chaos, we will give you entries into that today because I didn't put them in there yesterday. That was my fault. Every 500 likes, we play the Bean Boozled game. Producer Chris is next up on that front there. We were about 280 away from the 500 likes on that front. Tortilla slaps are available for a limited time. I don't know how long that's going to last there. $100 Beer Bong Hall of Fame. The first beer bong is a Red Bull. I'll beer bong a Red Bull, and then that's the only way I'm allowed to drink is with the beer bongs. That is the only way that I am allowed to actually drink. So do keep an eye on that one. So I need the hundreds to drink, or the boss has said I can't do it. The most combined Super Chats today, or this draft, I should say, does get the Cowboys Report MVP football as well. Never been before given away. Consign it or not, totally up to you guys. Lone Wolf, $2. Let's wait and see if Frazier is there. I'm worried about that Steelers pick coming up here in a couple selections. That's my main concern at this time. Dwayne Jackson, Tom, why do the draft gods hate us year after year? We shall see. By the way, I don't think that on the clock L3 is correct. It has the Commanders are up at 50, not Philadelphia, so there might be a connection error. So probably go to something else there. Bengals pick is in. We'll get to that here momentarily as well. But Dwayne, the draft gods don't. It's been some bad luck. But overall, you still draft pretty well, relatively speaking. Chip, time to go all in option quarterback. Yeah, I'll go ahead and jump if that's the path that they choose to pursue. Should have that Bengals pick in there too. Keep an eye on the comments and Slack there too. Pick 49 for the Bengals. The defensive tackle run continues. Chris Jenkins out of Michigan. So if you were worried about being traumatized by Chris Jenkins going to the Dallas Cowboys, you no longer have to worry about that. He has been taken by the Bengals as they add a defensive tackle that they certainly needed. D-line, receiver, corner, kind of some of their main focal points there. They have Jenkins in there at pick 49 overall. In many ways, like Mozzie Smith, he also doesn't fire off the ball in the way that he needs to. I think that's a coaching thing, more than anything from that perspective. It's noteworthy overall there. Athletic profile of a 3 technique. I'd probably just say subs, by the way, as the L3 or sponsor. But the production's not there. 4.5 TFLs, 2.5 sacks. It's just not the best stuff. Overall, all things considered. Dad was a decade-long NFL player. You're hoping for Justin Madubuike. That's probably a stretch. I think some Levi Onwuzurike comps from that perspective. All right, Super Chat's coming in here. Let's see. The Great Duke Bothers. Hope we don't drop a second deuce this year, second round dump this year. I get it. Foxtrot Gaming. Tom, I'm scared Philly will take Frazier, trade up. They don't have a pick right now. They're not coming up here. It's Cincinnati. Just took Chris Jenkins. Washington, Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, Washington, and Cleveland. Miami, then Dallas. So that is not an option overall there. I do need to go pee real bad quick, unfortunately. So, Chris, go double cam here. Specialty offer. You can just go with the producer cam. It's probably fine overall. While I am gone, $50 Super Chats while I am gone will count as the beer bongs. So $50, and I will do that. Specialty offer while I run briefly here over to the bathroom to take care of some business. So I'll go quickly. Specialty offer, $50 gets you in. Appreciate everyone supers who have come in so far. It's Washington, Pittsburgh, Indy, Washington. Just go to double cam. Cleveland, Miami, and Dallas. It's okay if I'm absent because you can just specify that one. So I'll be back in a second. Producer Chris will take things over here. I'll be right back. $50 super for a beer bong.
Here we go. Who would you guys pick at 56 overall right here? Not necessarily what you think Dallas would do, what Jerry Jones, what Stephen Jones would do. Who would you pick? If you were Jerry, if you were Stephen, let me know in the comment section right now. Daniel's saying Peyton Wilson. A.D. Mitchell, Troy Franklin. You'd like to get some kind of wide receiver in this draft, man. It's such a good wide receiver class. One of the best we've seen in a while. I saw Jalen Wright in there. That's a really good one, too. I'd probably rather him over Benson, to be honest with you guys. I see Zach Frazier in there a couple of times. Let's see. Frazier, Wilson, Trey Benson, Spencer Rattler. Okay. A.D. Mitchell, Colson, Spencer Rattler, Blake Corum. I don't understand, honestly, why Blake Corum is so low on a lot of people's boards. I mean, he was basically single-handedly Michigan's offense this past year. Let's see. Malachi Corley, Matt Lee. That's an interesting one as well. Be interesting to see if Dallas double dips on the offensive line with their first two picks. Yesterday and today. Frazier, Benson, Stephen Jones. Let's see. We'll get to this super chat as soon as Tom gets back right over here. But you know what? Might as well go to it now because it's referencing to me. Got a $2 super chat here from Wes. Chris, who do you like for Dallas? How's your team? My team is the Patriots, personally. Grew up a Patriots fan, even though I'm from Alabama. I liked their pick. I think they had Polk earlier. I really like that. Don't necessarily like Drake May, but that's whatever. They're going to pick a quarterback. They needed one. I personally would have went with Marvin Harrison Jr. I would have rode with Jacoby Brissett, for at least a year. You got to have somebody to throw him to, but they went and got a receiver, so that's cool. For Dallas, my favorite player for Dallas, probably Diggs. Just because he's a Bama guy. I'm from Bama. So that's probably my favorite player for the Cowboys. Keith saying not Blake Corum. He's too small. He ain't as small as Deuce Vaughn. That's for sure. Let's see. Omega saying Estime. Let's see. And we got another pick in. The Commanders are going with Mike Sandstrill. Not sure on the pronunciation there, to be honest with you. Cornerback out of Michigan. So that's another corner going off the board. Which Dallas wasn't going corner, wasn't going DB anywhere. So Dallas is saying he would pick me. I appreciate that. I'm not very athletic. So probably wouldn't be a very good pick there. It'd be an F on the grades. Ethan and I graduated from Alabama in 2022. The years are going by now. I see a couple of Zach Fraziers in there, A.D. Mitchell. Yeah, Lorenzo, Brooks is gone. Brooks is gone. Which, a lot of people didn't like the medical issues on him. He's coming off a torn ACL. And that would have been a very Cowboys-esque pick, coming off a injury. Peyton Wilson, another guy with some medical issues. But you know what, man? This past year, he put up some crazy numbers. So it's just one of those things, do you want a guy that, he's a very good athlete when he's on the field. But those medicals, man, it's just one of those things. There's a lot of guys that pass medicals get hurt. A lot of guys that don't necessarily pass medicals and then go on to have great careers. So just kind of flipping a coin. Let's see. Keep getting them in there. Jason's saying Johnny Utah. Not necessarily sure who that is. If you're trying to refer to Johnny Newton, he's off the board. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Johnny Utah's from Point Break. Tom's in the building right now. He's getting set up on his end, though. Man, Spencer Rattler, you're trolling on that one. Very much trolling on that one. Let's see.
So I plug myself back in.
We're back, baby.
How many 50s did we get, Chris?
None.
What?
Nope.
All right, guess I don't get to drink then.
We got one super chat from Wes. Went through that one.
Appreciate that, Wes. We do have a $20 Venmo, though.
Okay.
Lance Dunbar's burner. We're doing the 50-50 raffle today. He says, does Turp lead the team with return touchdowns? I don't know. Maybe. I do think it will be more valuable. Returns will be overall, so keep that in mind. Bears receiver to have in fantasy? Still DJ Moore. By the way, Steelers are up here. I know they took Mikey Sainristil. Love that pick for Washington, by the way. He's got that dog in him. Great nickel corner in the NFL, I suspect. Reminds me of Kenny Moore out of Indianapolis. Or for Indy, I should say. Steelers are here at 51. I don't believe it's official. I am 99% certain the Steelers are going to take Zach Frazier here. That has been my fear the entire time. I was on the phone while I was out. I was told this pick was Frazier. So I don't think you're going to get Frazier to 51. And then it starts to get a little bit thin in terms of what you're targeting. Some wide receivers are there. Trey Benson, the running back, is there, who I like. Peyton Wilson and Junior Colson are both there at linebacker. Those certainly stand out as possible options. And this pick is Zach Frazier, by the way. That pick is in. So the Steelers got Zach Frazier, folks. I'm sorry. I was very worried about that one. On the clock. Got to change here, too, though. I had suspected he was not going to be available. Just like various spots, like this is a bad spot, Frazier to Pittsburgh always made sense. That one sucks. I'd have been real happy with Zach Frazier. I'd have been real happy. Real happy. J-Pack 32, then go to the big board after that. Can I get a reminder what the needs are? Everything. Center is a need. Defensive tackle depth is a need. Edge rusher depth is a need. I wouldn't mind another wide receiver. Running back is a need. The best available player for me is A.D. Mitchell. Now, we knew going in, and it's clear these concerns were valid, that there's non-football stuff that has helped lead to an A.D. Mitchell slide here down the board. And again, that I had graded in that kind of first, second round cheater grade. We know the talent, right? He's a big frame, freak athlete, size, speed combination that's really good, really intriguing. He moves well for his size. He's a solid route runner, especially the further downfield he ends up going there. Football character and effort questions have been made. He does have diabetes, which we've seen NFL players have no issues with that. I have heard there are times that he's not fully on top of it the way he needs to be, and that can lead to like some mood swings from that perspective. The attention to detail is not always there either. You can see him just like check out a plays too much. That's a red flag. That has to be considered and monitored and all that important stuff as well. Cooper Beebe, I wouldn't mind trying him at center, by the way. Would intrigue me. Some receivers left. Roman Wilson, Troy Franklin, Jaden Hicks is the best safety. Braylon Trice is an edge rusher. Trey Benson, my number one back, he is still available. Junior Colson and Jalen Wright are both available. The tackles, Patrick Paul, Roger Rosengarten, Sumataya are there. Some defensive backs. Beyond those top 10 guys left, I don't love the value or fits pretty heavily there for the Dallas Cowboys. That is something that has to be monitored in terms of where things sit and maximizing and figuring out how things all end up playing out for the Dallas Cowboys. But we are awaiting that pick. The Colts are currently on the clock here. That pick looks like it's in, by the way, there, since the Commanders one is now showcasing on the clock. So pick, who is it? Oh, okay. A.D. Mitchell is now off the board. So ignore the stuff that we just talked about, the off-the-field stuff, the red flags. Indianapolis gets a high upside, the last of my top first/second round grade players there. Adonai Mitchell off the board to Indianapolis. So if you wanted that player, you can take him off your wish list as well. It's a gamble, but I think the upside makes it really worthwhile. I'd have been very excited if the Cowboys got him. I didn't think they were going to, but I would have been pretty darned excited if that had happened there. So get the comments in. Who do you want to pick at 56 overall in round 2? I'll just verbalize as a reminder here. The goal is $20 super chats gets you into our jersey raffle. That'll be at the end of today's stream. $20 super chat gets you in. The most combined supers today, or across the draft weekend, across the draft weekend, I should say, gets the Cowboys Board MVP football. We are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle, $20 at What Going Downy. Need at least 3 people to run that. So far, just Lance Dunbar's burner is in on that one. And we are also doing the goal of getting a 50% like ratio for everything that we have in terms of audience to where we're at right now. So the goal is 1,200. We are at 800 right now. It's very doable, and we kind of had a big jump in audience, so kind of you got favorable numbers on that front there with the Commanders now on the clock, by the way, for the draft perspective. Every 500 likes is a bean boozle. So producer Chris is next up here. The bosses have laid down the law. I am only allowed to drink for $100 super chats. So I think I'm just going to drink the Red Bull at this point. But I will beer bong the Red Bull as opposed to sipping it if we get 100 before the Dallas Cowboys go on the clock. So that is my rule and offer. We will do a beer bong. I'll do the Red Bull beer bong for 100. I think I'm doing it for 50. For 100, we'll stick with the 100. Until the Cowboys go on the clock here at pick number 56. The Commanders are currently on the clock right now. We are 100 likes away from making Chris do the bean boozle here. So get those likes in if you haven't already done so. As we sit here, a couple picks away from the Dallas Cowboys selection in the second round of this year's NFL draft. We should do Manscaped for this one because the pick is going to be Game Time ad read, and that's coming up in like 20 minutes. So today's show is made possible by Manscaped. Every man knows it can get a little bit scary when it comes to going for a close shave below the waist. That's why I trust Manscaped for all my sensitive areas. The Lawnmower family is now available to take care of your family below the waist. The Lawnmower 3.0 Plus, the 4.0 Pro, and the 5.0 Ultra. That's 3 different ball trimmers. It is fantastic. Basic trim is the 3.0 Plus. Work your way up to the 4.0 Pro and the 5.0 Ultra. I've been manscaping for years, even before they were a sponsor here at the Cowboys Report, because I got a wife and a kid, so that actually tends to help quite a bit, by the way. But it's useful. Trust me, guys. Get 20% off and free shipping with code CHAT over at manscaped.com/chat. 20% off and free shipping with code CHAT over at manscaped.com/chat. For the best your boys have ever looked, trust Manscaped. Manscaped.com, promo code Cowboys. Appreciate Manscaped sponsoring us here at the Cowboys Report. That's manscaped.com, promo code Cowboys. Pick is in for the Commanders at 53 overall. Don't yet quite know what that one is. Should be in here momentarily. We are less than 20 likes away from making Chris do the Bean Boozled. So like that video if you haven't already, and send the good vibes for Dallas to get this next pick right, because they got to get it right. They really have to get that selection right, or we're all going to be kind of down in the dumps about it there. So Washington, Cleveland, Miami, and then Dallas coming up here on the clock before we get to the end of the second round. We will be here for the entirety of today's live show. Or the rest of the draft, I should say. So for today, so make sure you guys are locked in there. Kalen is into the Venmo 50. Are you tracking that, or do you want me to do it? I got you. I'll pull up my super chats here. Let's do another tab. Pick is in for Washington. Stay tuned for that one there. So Kalen and Lance Dunbar's burner are into the $20 super chat race there. The first, or second, I should say, tight end is off the board. Ben Sinnott out of Kansas State. I like what the Commanders had been doing. I don't like this one as much. He's a really good athlete. He fits that H-back mold, the kind of hybrid playmaker, tight end. A lot of inline stuff as well there. Maybe some vibes for Delaney Walker. Really good athlete. I thought he was a better tester than he was overall athlete, by the way. I don't actually love him that much as a blocker. I thought he was more, good enough. Projection concerns with shorter arms, but Commanders drafted well. That one doesn't concern me nearly as much. So the Browns on the clock now. Pick number 54 from Chris B. What are your thoughts on A.D. Mitchell? If he is there, do you gamble? This, of course, came before Mitchell went off the board at pick 52, Indianapolis. Scott, who is in our entry for today from his Super Chats yesterday, shows the Cowboys like Hoffman at center. Let's see how the rest of day 2 and day 3 go. I would not rule out them still adding a center, even though they didn't trade up for Zach Frazier. So I think they do like him. How much they like him, I think still has some room to be shown. From Beat You Up, everyone's going to act like the next pick for Dallas is a 5D chess move. Now, everyone's mad with Dallas right now, so a lot of that goodwill's gone away. Benefit of the doubts are not quite there at this moment. From Dream Crusher, a $10 super chat says, come on, Jerry. Save us Will McClay. Always a big thing this team has to worry about there. From Not John Jacobs, says Cooper Beebe at center, yay or nay? He started at almost every spot except center. I have heard he practiced at center. He hasn't played a real game. I think his profile means he can absolutely move to center. So if you want to try that, I am down. I am down to give that a shot. He is one of my better players still available at this time. It's Suamataia, you're not going to pick because you just took a tackle. Beebe, Roman Wilson, Troy Franklin, Jaden Hicks, Trey Benson, Peyton Wilson. I've got a handful of pure second-round grades left here. Chris B says thoughts on Troy Franklin or Malachi Corley from Kentucky. I got a second on Franklin, a third on Malachi Corley. I'm not as high on Corley. I got him at 68th overall, so we're not that far off. He's a different type of playmaker than this team has used before. Corley is. He is a yak guy. He reminds me of Ty Montgomery, which is Mike McCarthy knows that guy pretty well. So I think that is something to consider. I'd rather take him in the third than the second. But I wonder if this team is eyeing a linebacker. I wonder if they're eyeing Peyton Wilson or Junior Colson here. I wonder. From Ken, says pick Tom Downey for GM. Thank Ken, a first-time super chat as well. So 2 claps for Ken. Producer Chris, let's go dual cam here because you owe a Bean Boozle. I'll pick it for you. A little right here. We'll pull it out.
This is my least favorite thing to do.
This is one of the maybe bad ones. This is peach barf, strawberry smoothie, or dead fish. I think this is peach or barf, but we're about to find out. This could be bad. This could be bad.
What really sucks is like you can't smell it. To get
You
any
can't
kind of-
smell it.
Here we go. Here we go. It must not be a bad one.
If you don't know, it might be the dead fish then. If it's not good, I think that ends up if it's like kind of mediocre.
Yeah.
That's the dead fish one. Because barf is terrible. Peach and strawberry are very obvious. It's the dead fish where it's just kind of like, it's just not very good. Marcus Arnold, not a first-time Super Chatter, but a long-time Super Chatter. This pick has to be Trey Benson. Linebacker may not even start here. But we know that they want a linebacker. We know that they want that really badly. I'm not sure how sold they are on Damone Clark moving forward, by the way. I wouldn't be shocked if your pick here in the second round and then your next pick, Brown's pick is in, by the way, on the clock changed. Yeah, sorry, that's kind of nasty for you, buddy. I wouldn't be shocked if in some order it's running back, linebacker. That would be my guess. My guess. Brown's pick is in, and it's a local kid for them. It's Mike Hall Jr., the defensive tackle out of Ohio State, as the run on defensive tackles continues. I had a third-round grade on Michael Hall. There's a lot of upside here. If Michael Hall hits, this could be a high-end football player that emerges as a legitimate three-technique star in the NFL. He's a pass-rushing three-technique. There is untapped potential as a pass rusher. He had a sack and a half this past year. Good pressure rates. Awesome athletes. 4.75 40 at 290 is ridiculous. But he was a hybrid player at Ohio State. He was a rotation piece. He was 28 snaps per game the past 2 years. He's raw. He's only 20 years old, though, so there's upside development there. Overall, I would have been on board with Mike Hall in the third, not the second. But I am now down to one top 115 defensive lineman left. I don't like the class that much, and that would be Brandon Dorless, by the way, is my best available DT. I don't think they'll take that in round 2, but it's certainly possible from that perspective. Logical LB, I'll just shout the super chat here. Or actually, we'll go to these real quick. We'll go rapid fire on these here. Powder, who's left? Of note for Dallas, Cooper Beebe, maybe Roman Wilson or Troy Franklin. I don't think they go Braylon Trice or Jaden Hicks. Peyton Wilson, Junior Colson, Jalen Wright really stand out as notable candidates there. I know they also like a bunch of different running backs too. Trevin Wallace, they like a decent amount as well. If they take a
retirement,
Darren Waller,
wow,
which has been rumored for a while. He's kind of weird. He's got some weird stuff going on with him. Those are the top guys left with the Dolphins, then Dallas on the clock. From Dallas, Jalen Green from James Madison for edge depth late round. That's a weird prospect for me because I liked what I saw on film, but he had a bad knee injury to end his season and didn't do any testing. I don't even have verified height weight on him. It's like I got height weight for the dude from British Columbia, not the guy, not Green. So I don't really know what's going on there, but I think maybe as a UDFA target could make some sense. And the medical matters there, and we don't know what the medical is. Jimmy, any centers you could still draft that we like? If you want to try Cooper Beebe or Dominic Puny, I don't know if Christian Haynes can play center, but that's an option there. Those guys could be some more, second, third round picks. Wait till the later third round. Cedric Van Pran Granger is an option. Then day 3, it's Tanner Bortolini, Bo Limmer, Matt Lee, Hunter Norzad. Those guys stand out in the 5th-ish round. I would love Matt Lee in the 5th. I'd be really excited about that one. So, Dolphins seem to be on the phone here. Their pick is in as Dwayne Jackson, $100 super chat. We're doing a beer bong for the with the Red Bull. $100 from Dwayne. Everyone spam Dwayne in the comments section. He's also, again, into our Venmo, our 2020, our jersey raffle. Tom, difference between 1, 2, 3 technique when it comes to the defensive line, it's where they line up, relative to the offensive line. So 0 is over the center. 1 is in between the center and the guard. 2 is basically over the guard, and there's like some shade stuff that gets complicated. 3 is in between the center and guard. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's A, B, C gaps, etc. So it mostly, and there's weird like 4-eye shade stuff that gets like your angle that gets complicated. But think of it as your 1 technique is your nose guard. Your 3 technique is your like pass rushing defensive tackle. It's Vita Vea is a 1 technique. Aaron Donald's a 3 technique. And a 5 technique is a defensive end, like kind of hybrid, like not edge rusher, 3-4 defensive end, like a Cam Hayward. Like J.J. Watt was a 5 technique for a decent amount. And then beyond that, then it's pure edges, and that can get all the way out to a wide 9 technique when you're kind of outside the tackle shoulder there. Pick is in for Miami. Patrick Paul, the future left tackle of the Miami Dolphins, has been drafted. So Patrick Paul has been, let me sure that's shut, has been selected here at pick 55 overall. That means the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock at pick 56 overall. Dallas is on the clock. I'm going to ignore the chat in case someone gets it before us there. And I will turn around once that pick is in selection comes in, and we'll do so. Make sure you get to the full screen then when that stuff comes in there, and then get to the Paul pick up there if you can as well, instead of my call once it's in. Cowboys pick is in. Who do you think it will be? I'm gonna have my prediction as Peyton Wilson or Junior Colson. I think it's gonna be a linebacker here. Steven appears to be on the phone.
Maybe he's
Is he trading down?
He just hung up.
Are they trading this pick? Steven, we got the War Room feed on here. They're looking at trading down. They seem to be working the phones again here. So trade down might be coming for Dallas. Steven's picking back up the phone here. We might have another trade down for Dallas. I think Benson, the running back, would make sense, and Wilson and Colson, the linebackers. And if you like both those linebackers equally, trading down a handful of spots to get you another pick might make some sense there. So Cowboys were working the phones there. Let me do this beer bong here.
This one's for DJ, baby. Everybody spam DJ in the chat right now.
So we'll wait to see what happens with the Dallas Cowboys. They are on the clock here at pick 56 overall. That clock is ticking. 2.5 left. Well, 2:45, I suppose, left here. And we'll see. Once I see that pick is in graphic, I'm going to turn around, but we might get a trade here too.
Okay.
The trade graphic wasn't working earlier, so we'll see what happens there. Worst case, I'll just verbalize it. Or hell, you can make it a weigh-in if you need to.
Okay.
Just manually do it, just in the white. Just do the pick numbers. 2.5 to go. Who's Dallas taking? Appreciate that $100 super chat, by the way, from Dwayne Jackson, MVP leader here so far. We'll get to the other. I'll shout out the other super chats here. Santana, hope Dallas goes BPA. I would hope so too. Hopefully it's the same BPA that I have. Tristan Paxton, where would you grade Van Pran and Limmer? I got Van Pran as a 3rd, 4th cheater grade, and I've got Limmer as a 4th round grade. To answer those there. So inside of 2 minutes, Dallas was looking like they were still chatting their options there. Remember, to an extent, everything is a need for this football team. They need a starting running back. They would like to get another center option. They have hunted linebackers this offseason. They need both defensive tackle and defensive end depth, by the way. They are thin at that spot. Both spots are not in ideal positioning at this time. I don't love the edges and D linemen left. I don't think it's a great class, but that also might make your reach a little bit potentially. Cowboys are taking all their time here. They already got a minute 15 left. This one going down to the wire.
I feel like that a lot of the times means a trade's coming.
It means they're at least considering a trade. And they're trying to work through if the guy they want is going to get to them. I don't know where they'd be going down to. And how far they'd be going down is kind of up in the air for me. But round 2, pick 56, has less than a minute to go. So spam go, because we got to get going here. I think the Cowboys have made their pick. Pick is in. They have made their pick. So we'll wait for that to come across graphically. Then we'll do the instant reaction. Dallas clearly had some trade conversation. Producer Chris will give me the thumbs up. No hints with when it comes in. I'm going to guess this is a defensive pick. My gut tells me linebacker. But I back of my head goes, I wouldn't be shocked if they did like something weird and took a pass rusher or a defensive tackle, because that there was a run on those DTs already. Very curious what they do here. Chris will tell me when it's in and when it's close to being in from a graphic perspective, I'm sure. We're waiting on that pick here. Dallas's round 2 pick is in. We just have to, in this case, wait for the graphics to come through. How's it going? It looks like we're...
It's still not there yet.
It's still not there yet? Okay.
Who do you guys think it's going to be? Let me know in the comments section. Sound off right now.
Couple guys they had their eyes on. Zach Frazier, Edrin Cooper, and Jonathan Brooks, remember, went off the board a couple picks before Dallas. They did not trade up. They stood pat. Now we wait and see who the pick is. You good to go?
The pick is in.
All right, last call. Who's the pick? Get your votes in right now. I am not as high on Marshawn Nealon as other people are. There are things I like and things that scare me. They also know that this is probably Tank Lawrence's last year, and I don't love it. I'm okay with it. Nealon was 83rd on my board, and I know that I was lower on him than most. He dominated Eastern Michigan this year. Beyond that, I didn't love it. So grade the pick. I'm going to give it like a C+. A, B, C, D, or F in the comments section. We'll do the reset here, the full cut here in a little bit there, Chris. Yeah, just once you're ready there. I don't love it. I'm going to change the pin poll to grade the pick as well here. I'm going to change that pin poll right now. Might not even put a pin poll. I put a pin poll up there. Oh, grade the pick. If you do delete it, put something else up there. Of Marshawn Nealon, A, B, C, D, or F. There's a very good chance I just end up being too low on him, but I don't love it. There are a lot of things I'm worried about here. Soon as you're ready, Chris, we'll do that. Just give me the thumbs up there. A, B, C, D, or F. This is a different type of pass rusher than most of the guys currently on your roster. I would bet they had a pretty high second-round grade on him. That'd be my guess. I did not. I had a later third-round grade on him. 6'3", 267. Great arm length, which they love. There were some really splashy games, some non-splashy games. What do you need to? Is there anything you need to get there? Or? Oh, we don't need that. We don't need that stuff. You're good. We have more than enough graphics here. Appreciate that, but I think we're fine. It's me. I can just ramble for. I got this. I'm locked down. Grade that pick. A, B, C, D, or F, and there's D and Fs in there. Even I'm not that low on it. I just don't like it that much. I just don't like it as much there. Ready to ride there, Chris? All right. Give me the old 3, 2, 1. We'll do the full cut. Full 10-minute timer here. Game time. Game time's the sponsor. So, Marshawn Nealon, pick here, round 2, number 56 overall. Cowboys have made their selection in round 2. It is not a linebacker. It is not a running back. It is an edge rusher, Marshawn Kneeland, out of Western Michigan. Teaser as I consult my notes. You're going to recognize my player comp. I just now put 2 and 2 together from when I do all these in advance here. I am not as high on Marshawn Kneeland as other people are. And I knew that going in. I would bet Dallas has a second-round grade on the Western Michigan edge rusher. The overall viewpoint here, then we'll go more in depth on him plenty. 6'3", 267, great length, 34.5-inch arms. He is a very talented bull rusher. I think he relies too much on that too frequently. This is your long-term and hybrid replacement. DeMarcus Lawrence help. Cowboys made a big deal about not being a good run-stopping team, and the lack of good run stoppers at edge rusher beyond Tank Lawrence was a big issue in that. Marshawn Kneeland helps you there. He is one of the better run defenders, especially at edge, in this class, and he has the athletic ability to be a better pass rusher than what he was at Western Michigan. My issue was, despite playing lesser competition and despite being a very gifted athletic ability player, he did not perform and dominate the lesser competition the way I need to see him do that stuff. He is a 90th percentile athlete at defensive end. That's really good. But I would have liked more from that perspective. So I'll go with the pros, the cons, and everything you need to know about Marshawn Kneeland. But first, give me your one-word reaction to the pick here. Good, bad, mad. We're, of course, filming this live, and the grades are not good. Give me your one-word reaction to the Cowboys drafting Marshawn Kneeland in round 2, pick number 56 overall. Let's start the positives. We'll be positive here overall to start, because I don't love it. I had him as on my board. I'll come back to the board rankings. I'll stick with the positivity. Sorry. Really good run defender. You're probably going to have one more year at Tank Lawrence. You don't have edge depth. He will play snaps for you. It's not like you drafted a backup tight end who's going to play 10 snaps a game, 15 snaps a game. He'll play 25, 30, maybe even more snaps per game than that there. He is a very good run defender. That is one of the things he does best. He does not miss tackles. He has the size. He has the frame. He has the length. He profiles as a really good run defender, something you don't have enough of right now along your defensive line in general. Too many times, opposing teams said, let's run left away from Tank Lawrence, and good things happen. He offers edge setting in the running game. And you had, I think, one guy who's good at that in Tank Lawrence at this time. So that's the big argument. But if you're spending a top 60 pick, you need pass rush ability as well. The power is there. He offers the bull rush, and his athletic testing profiles as somebody who can do more than just be an edge-setting run guy. Again, 90th percentile among defensive ends, a 4.75 40-yard dash, a 7.02 3-cone, a 4.18 shuttle, a 35.5-inch vert, a 9.11 broad. All of those things are really good. The athletic profile, the size, the length, the strength, all of it profiles well for Marshawn Kneeland being a key part of your defense. It's that you needed more than what I saw on film as a pass rusher. I know guys like Dane Brugler love him, and he even had him as maybe a round 1 pick, which I was never really on board with from that perspective. For several of the pass rushing related reasons we will get to here in just a moment. But first, a word from today's sponsor, Game Time. Game Time is the place for last-minute tickets. If you are not feeling great and you're anxious about what the Cowboys have done so far, I get it. Game Time is the place to buy tickets to your next big event. It's fast, it's easy, it's simple, and you know you're always going to get a great deal in the same way you don't always know the Cowboys are going to get a good price or a good pick. The Game Time guarantee means you'll always get that best price. If you find tickets in the same section and row for less, Game Time will credit you 110% of the difference. So take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create your account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms do apply. Again, create your account, redeem code CHATSPORTS, CHATSPORTS, for $20 off. That link and the code are in the comments section. They'll be in the description as well of today's show. We appreciate Game Time sponsoring us here at the Cowboys Report. The negatives, if we have the stat graphic. I don't know if we do. I know it's had issues with some technical stuff, so I'll read them off if we don't get them, but it's fine. I'm not fully convinced he was the same athletic tester he was on the field, but it was close enough there. He had one of the best individual games this season. He basically single-handedly beat Eastern Michigan. In that game alone, he had 4 tackles for loss and 3 sacks and 1 forced fumble. So if you want to get excited about that, about the Marshawn Kneeland pick, pull up the highlights of him against Eastern Michigan. And that's what he can be. And that is also what I am worried about. You're playing in the MAC. Why didn't you do that every single time? Because the rest of these games, he had 3 tackles for loss and 1.5 sacks. In the other 9 games he played this year, he didn't dominate. His pressure rate was just under 13% this year. So why didn't you dominate? Maybe it's a coaching thing. Maybe that's an issue for Marshawn Kneeland. Not done yet talking about this one here. But do you like this pick? I think I know what the answer is going to be. Y for yes, N for no. Do you like this pick by the Dallas Cowboys? Sound off for me in the comment section of today's video. More negatives. He has missed, you guys are going to hate this part. He has missed 5 games the past 2 years due to calf and elbow injuries. So we can do they took the hurt guy again claim if we want to there. My issue was he never dominated. Playing a lesser competition, you should be a dominant football player. You should have double-digit sacks playing against the Mid-American Conference. You're playing a handful of NFL guys. Why didn't you dominate like that? My player comp. From a size, athletic ability perspective, he's Dorrance Armstrong. Now, I'll tell you guys again, I do these reports, I do these grades, I do these rankings, I do all of these notes months or at least weeks and days in advance, not, of course, knowing who the hell the Cowboys are going to take, whatever. I don't know what the pick is going to be. And I'm not going to adjust my grades to make everyone feel better about what the Cowboys did. So when I write down Dorrance Armstrong, that was done like 2 months ago. And Cowboys take an older version of Dorrance Armstrong, hopefully further along in his development there as well. We have the best Dallas Cowboys draft coverage for you right here on the channel. So if you haven't already, hit that sub button at youtube.com/CowboysTV for all the best Cowboys draft coverage out there. We'll have pick reactions for all the ones that come in this week, grades at the end of each day, and undrafted free agents on Sunday. You have a few more final thoughts here. I had written down trying him at 5 technique and add some weight, but I don't think that makes sense for what Dallas is trying to do. So I'm going to ignore that one there. I am hoping that you can coach him up a little bit. Maybe see if Tank Lawrence can give him some good tips on how to be a more effective pass rusher, because he'll be a rotation guy in year 1. I will say, I don't think this team is sold on Sam Williams. I don't think they are. I think they were mad at him last year. I think he was in the doghouse too often. It's a big offseason for him with Mike Zimmer, because right now it's Micah Parsons. Tank Lawrence, I think for 1 more year, then he's a free agent, probably won't be back. Or if he is, it's going to be in a lesser role on a much cheaper contract. Sam Williams. Do they like Junior Fehoko? He didn't even play last year. It's a Dan Quinn pick. I might try to trade Fehoko if I could, by the way. See if Dan Quinn will give me a 5th rounder back or a 6th rounder back. Not opposed to that one there. Cowboys aren't done yet. They have more picks. They have more options coming up here in a little bit. They've got a mid-third and a late third. Who do you want to draft next? Sound off for me in the comment section of today's video. All right, we'll give some shout-outs here, get caught up on any supers and Venmos and everything else that has come in while we were breaking out, plus the picks, of course. The picks are very important to recap what has happened so far at this time. Lance Dunbar's Burner and Kalen, we got you in the Venmo race there. Recent picks that have come in, we'll go to those once Chris is ready, because he's getting things behind the scenes. That full clip, by the way, if you're just now tuning in, will be available on the channel later. It'll be up in a little bit here once the very valuable behind-the-scenes staff here at Chat Sports takes care of all that stuff for us, so we can keep talking ball here. 35% say C on that pin poll, 8% say A, 24% say B, 32% say D or F. I can't say I'm too surprised by that one. All right, recent picks with the Lions now on the clock here. Chris Braswell went to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at pick 57 overall. So that was a notable. I'm gonna update my board here of like what's left as these come in. Good call there, Chris, going to the listicle side. So Braswell went. So Nealon goes 56. We can start with that one there, or whatever. It's fine. Braswell goes 57. I did have him above Marshawn Nealon, by the way. I think we might get an edge run here in the not too distant future. So I got to take off. Got to take off Braswell, and I'm just updating things behind the scenes so I know when you guys ask who's available. I don't have to like pull up a graphic or anything because it gets hot and heavy as day 2 goes along here. Javon Bullard, the safety, is off the board at pick 61 overall. Blake Fisher, the offensive tackle, 58 for Bullard. He was 61 on my board. Or 60 on my board, excuse me. And then Cole Bishop, just taken as well by the Houston Texans. So that will put the Detroit Lions back on the clock here for the NFL draft. We are almost done with round 2 at this time. I'll update the position side of things as well. Little surprised Jaden Hicks. I didn't miss Jaden Hicks' pick, right? He has not gone? I don't think so. Kind of surprised he is still on the board at this time, but weird stuff does tend to happen. So the linebackers and running backs still available relative to what was available when you're on the clock. I think that will change to a certain extent, but keep an eye on that one as we move forward here. Let's go to some super chats coming in here. Some came in for the pick here. So Logical LB, do you use mnemonic to remember these names positions? No, I just have my notes here. That's what I've got. I just have my notes and player names and all my everything there. But the pronunciations I also have notes on. But I do this for months, so I just kind of know a lot. Jackson, $2. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate that one. Cheers to you. Jimmy Productions. I really wanted Edgerrin Cooper for the Cowboys. I would have loved that pick. Packers sniped you with another off-ball linebacker. Sorry. Santana Perez. Hopefully Dallas goes BPA. They will tell you this was their best available player. You can believe that if you want to, I suppose. Tristan or if you even agree with it, by the way. Tristan Paxson. Where do you grade Van Pran and Limmer? 3rd, 4th, and 4th, respectively. Scott, whether they could have had Wilson or Benson. Both those guys had pre-draft meetings with the Dallas Cowboys. This is from Scott. So I am curious to see what happens on that front. We'll see. Maybe they get one in the 3rd. Maybe they didn't pass the medical meeting stuff. That's all very possible. We'll know in about 10 picks here. Lions pick just came in because it changed the on the clock there, Chris. You'll notice whenever this jumps to like a different pick for a team involved, means that new pick just came in. At 61, Ennis Rakestraw is off the board here to the Detroit Lions, who double dip at corner. Interesting. I was also not as high on Ennis Rakestraw relative to most people. I had him 67th overall, so we're not that far off, but he had some round 1 buzz, and I never understood that. I kind of just got concerned. I think he's a very smart football player, but nothing wowed me about him. Like the athletic testing wasn't great. The ball production wasn't always that great. He showed flashes of press man ability, but he didn't make a ton of plays, and he got beat a lot more than I would have liked, even on some shorter stuffs there. Funnily enough, I comped him to Cam Sutton, who the Lions just cut because it was off-the-field stuff. So I guess that tracks pretty well there. Marcus Arnold with the F, a backup for a second year in a row. My God. At least his backup will play. At least it's not going to be the third-string tight end who catches 8 passes. It's better than Luke Schoonmaker. It's a low bar. Fernando Garcia. So Hoffman, it is a guess. Frazier was there. Frazier was not there. Zach Frazier was not on the board. He went off to the Steelers at pick 51 overall. And I'd monitor day 3 for a center, or even one of these third-round picks for a center as well. Sam, they were worried about an edge rusher from Troy. Yes, but also let's not assume that every player becomes a Hall of Fame edge rusher for you. And DeMarcus Ware was a first-round pick with a second-round pick. I don't think it's fit. If you get Dorrance Armstrong, it's probably a fine pick. Especially if he's more consistent than Dorrance Armstrong was. Jackson. Super early eval on Harold Perkins. Felix Lambert's going to be our next before round 3 picks, DC for life. He's a weird tween. The flashes are great. The consistency's not there for him. He'll be a popular round 1 2025 mock draft pick, but LSU got to figure out how to use him properly. House go crazy. The past 2 years have been so puzzling for what is supposed to be a great drafting team. You also got to give the draft time to develop, right? This pick makes more sense than Luke Schoonmaker ever did. More than it ever did. Fernando, what does it do with Fayoko? You need both, though. You probably might try one of those guys at DT. Be my mindset. Maybe you bulk up Fayoko. You can probably reduce those guys down some too. T. Thompson, $20 into our raffle here. As the Niners pick is now in too, by the way. You are into our rookie jersey raffle. Tom, being from West Michigan, saw this guy a lot. Wasn't asked to rush the passer. He stops the run. Dude is a beast. I do think as a run stopper, Thompson's got him totally nailed. I think he's probably one of the better run stoppers in this year's class. Even when he wasn't asked to rush the passer, I still think against lesser competition, he could have been more productive. I think there is plenty of talent there. The upside is there. So I think that is very, very much worth keeping an eye out for. So do monitor that one. As I said on the show, there's a real chance I'm just too low on him. Wouldn't be the first time. And I make no mistake, hope that ends up being the case. So I do think Thompson's got him nailed as a run stopper. This will be your tank replacement. And we've complained how long about the run stopping. There you go. Charles says it was a late 3 at best. If you mean day 3, no. I had him in the 3rd. Jimmy, did we need an edge/D? Yes, you did. You got Micah. You need everything. That's the thing. You need everything. You got no depth anywhere except for safety. And tight end. And quarterback. That's it. I jumped out the window if they're thinking of tight end, by the way. Scott shows why our second rounders don't typically see a contract with Dallas. Second contract. Here's another one for us. At least he wasn't totally injured, like Peyton Wilson. Which I hope he's the pick in the 3rd, by the way. I would wonder if running back, linebacker is where this team targets next. Quinton Purcell. I forgot to mention Roger Rosengarten, the pick here for the Ravens. I think the Niners might have taken him at 63, by the way. So Rosengarten, right tackle, probably shows they're not sold on Daniel Falele, which is certainly something worth monitoring. Big guy, not the best arm length right there. I think, but played pretty well for the Huskies and could have gone back and been maybe a later round 1 pick overall. Someone I missed too had said Trey Benson might be a Giant. I would not be surprised with that at all. I think that's actually a very good prediction. I think he can beat Tyler Smith type talent that comes from a non-power school and excels in his first year. I would honestly set the bar lower than that. I would set if he can be a quality rotation piece at defensive end, you probably did something right. That's all I'm looking for. At least in year 1 and year 2, he replaces DeMarcus Lawrence. Sergio, can we draft Bobby Boucher since we are clowning around? It's funny, I like that one. Sam, why does the team suck ass in the 2nd round? How did they not see that as a reach? they don't have him graded as a reach. You know what Jerry and Steve are going to say. He was a top 50 player for us. We had offers. We couldn't trade away from him. I don't think he was a visit. They're also open to not doing the visits so much in round 2. I will say that, let me pull. If you want to talk yourself into it, you can get on board with what Dane Brugler had. Dane had him at 32 overall. So again, there are people who like him, to be clear on that. CT, don't the Cowboys suck in the second round though? Yes. So you can go, I trust them on the offensive line in round 1. I don't trust them in round 2. Totally valid. Totally valid. And understandable. Juan Sanchez, don't draft potential with no film to back it up. Colson should have been the pick. Colson, the physical traits with the film to back it up. This is a bust of a pick. Cowboys L. I feel weird being like semi-defender guy, given how negative I've been for this Cowboys organization for a while here. But I don't think that. Oh, the Chiefs have moved up, by the way, to pick 63. Chiefs are now on the clock with the Niners moving down. I don't think that you should write them off as a bust immediately. I don't think that's fair. Okay to be upset, but give it some time. Trade here. Chiefs move up 1 spot for a flip of 211 for 173. Just a quick note on that one there. Let's go to the next super chat here with the Chiefs on the pick is in. We'll see what they do there. Marcus, probably going to pass on back. All the good ones will be gone by 70th and a third in the second round. I don't know if they will be. Now, we'll be monitoring it because I've got Trey Benson at 49 overall, Jalen Wright at 53 overall, Corum at 73, Braylon Allen at 79, Tyrone Tracy at 93. I got 5 top 100 backs left. I think there's still some good players out there. I'm not panicking yet. We'll see what happens in these next couple picks, by the way. The Wondering Mexican is back into our giveaway, the raffle for the jersey. End of today's show. With us going edge, does that mean linebacker and running back in the third, or maybe another trade down? Trade down is always an option for this team. They need picks. They need it bad. I would say linebacker and running back would probably make the most sense, but we got to see how this board plays out. That is not over at this time. Pick is in for Kansas City. Kingsley Suamataia, which I had as the round 1 pick in my final mock draft, by the way. So close. Kingsley Suamataia was, I think, my best player left on my overall board. He was indeed. So Kingsley Suamataia off the board here to the Chiefs at 73. Left tackle and right tackle experience. Similar player to me for Tyler Guy, not quite as big, but great athlete who needs some technique work and is athletic, can move, can showcase some flashes there. He'll probably be a day 1 starter for Casey. I like that pick a lot for the Chiefs. I really do. Poppy, will they drop Nealand inside as a DT? They could bulk him up, but I think you're kind of losing some of the athletic ability you don't maybe want to do. Maybe some reduced down, shift him inside in situations. Could be the option there. Chris B was an okay pick. Still got 2 more though. It's kind of where I'm at. Bow to Eve. I think they can still get Trey Benson in round 3. Maybe. Giants, the team I'm going to monitor there, in the coming up at 64, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 picks-ish. Or 7 picks, whatever it is, math. Eddie Spaghetti. Every draft pick fans hate ends up being great. LFG. Well, not all of them, but the draft is an inexact science. Nobody likes every pick. Unless it's like the number 1 overall pick, or it's CeeDee Lamb. Everyone liked the CeeDee Lamb pick. Everyone liked that one. The one year they drafted by my board, they took the best player on my board like 5 times in that draft. And it was their best draft in a long time. So, wins for everyone around there. Chris B, low bar, but like these 2 picks way more than last year. I do agree there as well. The Schoonmaker pick, I was just like, what are we doing? A backup tight end? It was old and injured. I hated that one. Pug Racer, practice squad pick, all mess. He's not a practice squad player. He's better than a practice squad guy. Fernando Garcia. My bad, I didn't read the phrase there. That's good. What other good centers are left? You could try putting a Cooper Beebe or Dominic Puny in there at center. They were guards. Cedric Van Pran, and then as maybe a later third-round pick for me, and then Tanner Bortolini, Bo Limmer, Matt Lee, Hunter Noors out of the last of the centers I like that are inside my top 200 there. Daniel Cooley, Braylon Allen from Wisconsin is a solid day 3 running back. I actually have him in the third. I've got him at 79 overall. I would be surprised if he fell to you in the third. In the fifth, I should say. I would be hyped on that front there. Travis Early, what's the chance of trading back both picks in the third for Debo? That would solve our running back and wide receiver issue. Yeah, it's not going to happen. Pick is in for the Chiefs, for the Niners, by the way. I'll get to that in a moment. I would be so excited, and no way it happens. The Niners have made their pick. It is a corner. It is Renardo Green out of Florida State. This is actually my second best corner left on the board. I had him in the third, though, at 96th overall. Maybe they should have just taken the Kool-Aid McKinstry and then said, okay, now we'll take a receiver in round 2. Corners a need for them. I thought Green was undervalued by many. I did not think he'd be a top 70 pick in this year's class. He plays some really good press man ability. Played some inside, played some outside, played some safety, played some nickel. Not as athletic or big as Jimmy Ward, but you can kind of see some similarities in their games there. Gets a little grabby. Good athlete, though. TJ Tampa is the only other corner, by the way, and Jerry Jones I have left in my top 100. Massive run on corners so far. Santana Perez, it makes sense. D-Law's on his way out. We needed a run stopper. This is a Mike Zimmer pick. I do think this is a player that Zimmer will like. And I do think this is your eventual Tank Lawrence replacement. And if he's not playing or he's hurt again, you have no good run stoppers on your defensive line. Proven good run stoppers right now. You have 0. Maybe, hopefully, Mozzie steps forward, but you have 0 right now. Beach up, 5D chess move, right? I'm not going to say it. There's people will do two things if it's not the guy they wanted. They will talk themselves into it, or they will just be mad. And I get it. I totally get it. It's very understandable from that perspective. I got a few more that have come in here. Pug Racer, I won't core him, wouldn't mind reaching. I've got him at 73 overall. That's the Cowboys' next pick. I have Benson and Wright higher, though. We'll see what happens as these picks come in. They'll move down to 5 minutes, I think. So they'll come in hot and heavy here in a little bit. Adam Harvey, Allen, Estime, or Wright for running back. I've got it Wright, Allen, Estime, second, third, fourth round. Crispy, the CD Diggs draft is what people want all the time. Well, of course it is. Once you get a taste of the delicious flavor, you want more. You're always chasing that dragon. Not always possible, but you don't want last year's draft. Sam, pick makes sense, but round 2 is too rich. They got to go linebacker for 73 if Benson isn't there. I would love Jalen Wright in the third. I would be really hyped about that pick. I love his game. But I do think linebacker, depending on I think Colson and Wilson are the guys to monitor if they get there. Trevin Wallace should not be ruled out either, by the way. It's Dre. When we take a wide receiver, if at all? I don't know if you will, because receiver depth is still below defensive end depth you needed, and DT depth you need. So there will be guys that I like. I'm a little surprised Roman Wilson hasn't gone yet. I like his game a lot. Troy Franklin, Malachi Corley, Jermaine Burton, Malik Washington, Jalen McMillan, Devontae Walker, Javon Baker, all in my top 100, by the way. We are caught up on supers. We will go to some more updates, Venmos, challenges, etc. The Cowboys report, though, is presented by Manscaped. Now, not everyone has a kid like I do. Baby Olivia having a very fun time back home with the wife, and I don't really see her for the entire draft weekend because I leave when she gets up, and I'm back before leave before she's up, and I get home before she's after she goes down. But if you don't have kids, yeah, that's fine. But every man has their 2 boys they are responsible for. You know what we're talking about, right? The knee knockers, the thigh huggers, the golden nuggets, whatever you call them, the stuff in your pants below your waist. Manscaped is here to make sure your boys get the love they deserve as well. 10 million men worldwide trust Manscaped, so why don't you as well? This right here is the cutting edge of cutting pubes. Upgrade your ball trimmer and your life will follow. The Lawnmower 3.0 Plus, the 4.0 Pro, and the 5.0 Ultra. You can get 20% off and free shipping with code COWBOYS over at manscaped.com. That's 20% off and free shipping with code COWBOYS over at manscaped.com. Link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. We appreciate Manscaped here for sponsoring us at the Cowboys Report. The pick is in at 65 overall. Malachi Corley as part of a trade up from the Panthers moving down, and the Jets get Malachi Corley, who I think is more Ty Montgomery than he is Deebo Samuel. I had a third-round grade on him. He was rated 68th overall on my board, so we are right in the sweet spot for where I had him graded. I think this is a dynamic after-the-catch playmaker. He does a lot of really impressive things once the ball is in his hand. It's getting the ball in his hand that I don't love as much. He's not a good route runner. I don't know if Nathaniel Hackett is smart enough and creative enough to devise creative ways to get him the football. That is my main concern there. We are a handful of picks away from the Cowboys going back on the clock here in the third round. So, who do you think the Dallas Cowboys will take at 73 overall? Get those predictions in for me in the comment section. We'll bring back on producer Chris here as well for some shout-outs. Chris, any thoughts on your front there? With that pick, people are very upset by it.
I mean, I don't necessarily think it's a massive, massive need that you could have picked in the second round. I'll put it that way. Mm-hmm. I think that would be a very good pick in the third round. Mm-hmm. I think there's probably, you could have double dipped on the offensive line. There could have been some of the guys you could go on there. You could have maybe got a pretty decent wide receiver in the second round. You could have went running back in the second round. Mm-hmm. But I will be honest, the running back class, yes, you do need one. But how many? After Jonathan Brooks was gone, mm-hmm. Is Trey Benson really going to be an upgrade from what you have right now? I don't necessarily know. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I give it a C plus B minus grade. If we're grading it A, B, C, D, F there.
It's just this. Here's my issue. I get the arguments for him. I know that I am lower than most on him, but I can't just I can't change my grades because it's my team that took him, you know? That ruins the entire process and all the credibility. I have to go. Dane's got him 32 overall. He loves him. I hope Dane is right. I really do. I would love to be wrong here again. Would not be the first time. Will not be the last time either. I just get, I can't do all the work and go honestly, if you want to get excited, go watch the Eastern Michigan game. He dominated them. Dane was like, I saw what he could do in that game. I think that's going to make, I think that guy can be that guy. And I'm like, I get it. Why wasn't that always the case? Trey Benson of the Arizona Cardinals. So running back off the board, Trey Benson, no longer available for the Dallas Cowboys. He goes 66 to the Arizona Cardinals. Scratch him off your best available players.
I have a thought.
I would like to hear your thought.
The Cowboys need a running back. They said they want to go running back.
Trade for Khalil Herbert.
What?
James Conner.
That's a thought too. But if you're going to draft one, I could just totally see the Cowboys getting like a Jace McClellan in the fifth.
Yeah, but I actually don't like Jace McClellan that much.
I don't either. And he played for Alabama. You know I'm an Alabama guy.
I could see him taking Rasheen Ali too, in the fifth.
Yeah.
I still want to. Running backs don't matter as much as other positions. They do still matter a little bit. This team can't go into week one thinking that Zeke Elliott, who I think will sign up for the draft, whatever, Rico Dowdle and Royce Freeman and Deuce Vaughn's a good running back room. That's not good. That's not going to work. That's why I was pissed they didn't sign Zach Moss. You signed Zach Moss for $5 million over 2 years. Everyone's like, $9 million over 2 years. Like, everyone's like, okay, that's fine. I don't care. You don't have to take it back. It's fine. It's fine. Now you kind of don't have any options here. You kind of got to get it back in the third round almost. Because again, you have to draft for need now. That's been the crux of my main issue there. So Benson off the board. Jalen Wright is my number 2 back. I would be very happy if he was there in the third round. So Commanders on the clock. Who do you think the Cowboys will take at number 73 overall? Were you able to get the stats imported, that graphic to work there? I know it was giving you issues there.
Yeah, they were just like not in order. It's
in alphabetical order, right?
It's not in alphabetical order.
What's the order?
There's not one. I was just scrolling trying to find his name and just couldn't.
Sure, it's not in alphabetical order.
Yeah, it's.
Read off some of those players for me. Just like what the order is. Let me see if I
I'll
can
go from the top. Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, Caleb Williams, Joe.
It
Hall.
is in order of my big board.
Okay.
So I will when we get to the pick next time, I'll tell you where he's at on my big board, and that'll help you find it.
Oh, I think I know what the problem is.
Oh, you're gonna resort it?
I think
Behind the scenes stuff, folks.
I think it's that same issue we had earlier where it's linked to the wrong sheet. I think that could be what it is.
That would make sense. All right,
Let me see if
Chris
that
is going to work on that one there for you. Commanders on the clock again at pick 67. They have all the picks because they sold at the deadline and made moves in this year's draft. I will just verbalize this while Chris gets working on behind-the-scenes stuff for you guys. So we got the stat graphics for that eventual running back pick. We are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle if we get at least one more entry. Kalen and Lance Dunbar's burner accounts are the 2 entries so far. Kalen Thomas, Lance Dunbar's burner. $20 Venmo at What Going Downey will get you in to the 50-50 raffle on today's show. So we need at least one more to run that in, it's 5 minutes for hours from now when the draft ends. At the end of the night, we will get to that one there. We are doing a couple giveaways here. The most combined super chats at the end of the NFL draft gets the Cowboys Report MVP football. Right now, the leader is Dwayne Jackson by about 100 over Scott is the numbers at this time there. Signed or not, it is certainly up to you from that perspective. We are also doing, for $20 super chats, a Cowboys rookie jersey. Whatever player you want to get there, we will give you one of those. If you were part of the $100 super chat palooza yesterday, you are entered for it today. You guys were right. I should have put you in there. So Scott and Daniel and Dwayne and OG Rungtag and everyone else, you guys are all in. So $20 for the jersey raffle, rookie jersey of your choice. And then we are also doing that Venmo 50-50 raffle for $20 as well. Appreciate that so far for you guys. The Commanders here on the clock, pick 67. That selection is in as well. If Chris can give some shout-outs for who you want at 73 overall, I'm going to fire off the tweets for the Marshawn Nealon pick that is now available on the channel.
Update, the problem was not what I thought it was, but we'll get it fixed. We'll get it fixed for you guys.
What was the issue?
I still don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out.
Well, we know it's the big board, so you can find it.
Yeah.
We can still figure out what it is.
Okay. Who do you guys think Dallas is going to pick at 73 here? I see Peyton Wilson. I think that's got to be it, right, man? We've said Peyton Wilson the last, I guess, 2 picks now, but linebacker, a couple people are just saying linebacker. Audric Estime, I don't know about that one. I'd definitely rather have the back from Tennessee there. Braylon Allen. Let's see. Brandon Coleman. Just a center, somebody to play center. Troy Franklin. Junior Colston. Jalen Wright, the running back out of Tennessee. Let's see. Some troll answers with a long snapper. You re-signed your long snapper. That was the first move you made in free agency. Let's see. Jalen Wright.
All right, caught up.
Sanders, JT Sanders.
Commanders pick is in at 67. The Patriots pick is now in as well.
Well, that goes a couple of those picks.
Brandon Coleman to the Commanders. That is a potential left tackle for them. I had Coleman at 103 overall. The last top-rated, he was my second best tackle left. I had Karan Amagaji ahead of him. Coleman was a tough eval for me. I thought he played pretty well in 2022. Had battled some injuries this year, but he just wasn't that good for me. I was kind of concerned about him. I think there's some guard position flexibility potentially in there as well. But the Commanders needed a left tackle. I think they've got one now potentially, or at least guard if it fails in the end. A lot of picks for Washington. It's been a pretty decent haul for them, all things considered at this time. So Coleman off the board at 67. The Patriots on the clock with that pick now in at 68 overall. If you are just now tuning in, the picks that have been made so far, with 4 to go, or 5 to go, I guess, including the Patriots here at 68. Ennis Rakestraw to the Detroit Lions at 61. Roger Rosengarten out of Washington to the Ravens at 62. Kingsley Suamataia at 63 to the Chiefs. I love that pick. Renardo Green, 64th to the 49ers. Malachi Corley, 65. He might still be a running back, but whatever. Trey Benson, who I know many of you had your eyes on, off the board to Arizona. Brandon Coleman, 63 to the Washington Commanders. And 68, bit of a surprise here for me a little bit. I know there are people who are fans of him. Caden Wallace, who will be a right tackle for you, Chris, for your Patriots. At 110 overall for the Patriots there, another right tackle option. As the Chargers go on the clock, and I wonder if this will end up being a running back or a linebacker. Because both of those are needs-ish. So they did add both. This might be Junior Colson, by the way.
Did they get a wide receiver yet?
They did. They took a wide receiver round 2. I would bet all my money this is Junior Colson. Michigan man, linebackers in need. Pick is in, by the way, at 69. Everyone spam nice in the comment section.
Oh, wow, Tom. Oh, wow, Tom.
Is it Junior
You
Colson?
are so fucking good, man.
Come on. It's a Chargers need a Michigan player. That just makes sense, doesn't it? Junior Colson off the board to the LA Chargers. My number 3 linebacker. He was number 51 overall on my board. I would have taken him over Marshawn Nealand. But I don't know if you guys can handle another Michigan player in round 2. I don't know. I don't know if this fan base, and I get it, can mentally handle that as a potentiality there. So I've got 2 guys left in my top 100, Peyton Wilson, Trevin Wallace, and Jeremiah Trotter. There are some day 3 guys I like. Junior Colson, coming off some injuries, battled through it there. Middle linebacker, pretty good football IQ. Jim Harbaugh knows him. He loves him. Good athlete, even maybe really good athlete there. There are times he's a tick slow processing for me. The depth of target was not very good, but they're more of a read and react defense than a react and read defense. And that's across the entire defensive line, all things considered there. I had a second, third round grade on him. I did have Peyton Wilson ahead of him, though. But I don't think you're going to get the running back and the linebacker with the way this is flowing right now. Now, if you have not already, please give me a follow on Twitter at WhatGoingDowney. We'll get producer Chris to put those links in the comments for you here. And the Cowboys Report Instagram. You know, we've been doing those turn around and react stuff. Those are going up on the Instagram channel page. I want to get to 1,000 followers on the Cowboys Report Instagram. So give me a follow on those platforms. We want to continue to grow beyond just the YouTube space. So if you're on Twitter, if you're on Instagram, go follow our Cowboys-focused coverage there. At WhatGoingDowney. I'm not tweeting as much this year during the draft. I'm trying to be better about that because I just get all typey Tom is what they call me because I just want to rant and stuff. I'm trying to make it more in the moment and more fun there. Cowboys Report Instagram at Cowboys Report IG. is the pick there. That Giants pick is now in, by the way. We'll get to that one here momentarily. I know, and you guys can see it in preview, when something changes, like it jumps to a different round altogether, it means that it goes to the recent one. Andrew Phillips off the board. This is where I more closely had him. He was 107 for me, despite hype from his own camp saying that teams had a first-round grade on him. No, they didn't. First-round grades don't fall to 70. That's not how it works. I didn't love him as much, but 107, third best corner left. I'm okay with that one. I did not miss a TJ Tampa pick, did I? He has not gone?
I don't believe so.
I didn't think so. He's one of my best available players.
Yeah, we'll run through that.
Yeah, we'll run through the BPA here with the Cowboys 2 picks away. I'll say it's Arizona and Carolina. Also, we are like 3 picks ahead of ESPN right now. We will not wait. So if you wanted Jalen Wright or insert running back here, that guy is going to be there for you at pick 73. The Cardinals are not going to take another running back, and Carolina won't because they took the other cornerbacks or running backs in Trey Benson and Jalen Wright. So if you want a running back, he will be there for you. I would be happy with Jalen Wright in the 3rd round. I would really like that pick, actually. Here's my best available. Cooper Beebe, who maybe you can try him at center. He's got really short arms. That scares teams. Roman Wilson, Troy Franklin. One of or 2 of the receivers were going to fall. I guess it's those 2 guys. I still got several good ones I like. Braylon Trice is a divisive prospect. He kind of reminds me of Marshawn Nealon in many ways, actually. So, yeah, I think they picked Nealon instead. Surprised Jaden Hicks is there. Wonder if there's something different going on with him. Peyton Wilson's got the medical. I would be very excited if this pick was Peyton Wilson or Jalen Wright. I think you might need the running back more, but I would be on board with that. Christian Haynes, I think, is a guard, probably a right guard only in the NFL. Limited position flex there. TJ Tampa, top-rated cornerback for me left here. JT Sanders out of Texas. I'm not surprised he's falling. The pre-draft process was not great for JT Sanders. Really wasn't great there. I love Brandon Dorless. I am different than most. I knew that going in. He is my best available defensive lineman. It's 65 versus 116 left. Producer Brett wants Cooper Beebe because he's a Kansas State alum. He wants Cooper Beebe, by the way. I like Kalen Bullock. That's my type of safety, but he scares me too. Jermaine Burton's got off the field stuff. You got a vet there. Karana Magaji coming off an injury. Blake Corum, and maybe not for this pick, but maybe the next one. I think Dominique Puny could be a center option for you. But we know this team wants running backs. We know this team wants linebackers. Something you have to monitor for this upcoming pick here. It is the Cardinals on the clock, then Carolina, then Dallas, barring a trade. And I would guess running back and linebacker would be what they are hunting. But we will have to keep an eye on that here with maybe 7-ish minutes to go, maybe 10 minutes to go here. We will have this pick before ESPN does, I promise you. It will be in before then. They have just announced the Chargers selection just now, which we were there like 5 minutes ago. We're on Andrew Phillips here. Who do you think will be the pick at 73 overall? I think what we can do here, Chris, for the reaction, we'll do the same thing. We'll do the turnaround. You'll see my live reaction in the moment, not knowing who it is. Go to the full screen, then go to the weigh-in and just grade the pick. Okay. Because that'll give me time to update the pin poll, and then we can full reset with me on screen. Okay. I think it's perfect there. So, Andrew Phillips. I'm just going to shout out some of these smaller super chats here, rapid fire, just to give you guys the love here. What was the last one we were on?
It's
Dre.
He probably needs to be shouted out.
It's Dre. Says it will take a receiver. We got you. I don't know if they will. Pug Racer. Do we end up signing Zeke? Zeke's not official. I think they will. If they let Zeke be the starting running back, this team is fucked. I am sorry. It's not. I'm not gonna rant. He's just not the same guy anymore. Jorge A. It should take Peyton Wilson followed by Wright. If you can get both those guys, I'd be really happy. I wonder if by taking Nealon, you cost yourself that chance. Jerome Duna Scott. No one's talking about the hard runner Cody Schrader out of Missouri. Where do you have him? 6th round. He was an awesome story. wildly productive this past year for Missouri. The NFL production is not, he's old. He's 25 in September, so he's a one-contract player. The athletic ability was really bad. For a small back to not be fast, that's a tough sell for a lot of teams. Day 3, though, I'm in. Jackson, start Snoop Conner and draft E.J. Smith next year. I don't think Snoop Conner makes this team, and E.J. Smith had to transfer because he wasn't very good at Stanford. He will be a Cowboy as a UDFA at minimum, though. He will be a Cowboy. I'm convinced of it. Pick is in for Arizona. More super shout-outs to come here as your comments continue to flow in. 71, Isaiah Adams out of Illinois to Arizona. Item is a 4th rounder, 127. Shocked he goes over Cooper Beebe and Christian Haynes and Dominique Puny. I think there is some right tackle, but let me double check that in my notes here. Yeah, he played. Did I have him at right tackle? Hold on, maybe I put him at guard. He did play at some tackle as well. Left tackle, left guard, and right tackle. So there's some position flex there. Curious where he's announced on ESPN. We put him at guard in the database, but we'll see on that front there. All right, C2. What are they going to do with Deuce? He'll fight for a roster spot. We'll see if he gets it. Sam, bet to go Wilson at 73. I'm calling it. If I was a bet man, I'd take Peyton Wilson or Jalen Wright would be my guess there. Travion Ruffin. We don't want to win. Watch you go quarterback. Take Spencer Rattler here. It's the stupidest fucking pick. I don't think they met with him. So Michael Sutton. What grade do you have on Marshawn Lloyd? Marshawn Lloyd is my favorite I can fix him player this year. I can fix him. The athletic ability is awesome. The home run plays are awesome. He's just a fumbler and he's blind. The vision's awful. The vision's not good. I got a 4th round grade on him though. But there's a lot of things that I like about him. He's fun. Oh, Carolina. Trevin Wallace, a player the Cowboys had interest in. Off the board in the 3rd round. He was number 90 on my board. So Peyton Wilson, my next best linebacker. Maybe you go running back and double dip at linebacker on day 3. That's a very real possibility here, unless you don't take Peyton Wilson. I like Trevin Wallace. He does scare me some. The instincts are shaky. But when he goes in the right direction, he makes the play. He's fast. He's athletic. He has not reached his full potential yet. There are things I like about Trevin Wallace. There really, truly are there. So, Cowboys on the clock here, pick 73. We are 2 picks ahead of ESPN right now. They have not yet announced the Arizona Cardinals pick. So, I think we're close. I'm going to turn around here. I'm going to turn around in advance.
Who do you guys think the Cowboys are going to pick here at pick number 73 overall?
I would love Jalen Wright.
Get it in the comment section right now.
Wright or Wilson is what I want here. Jalen Wright, Peyton Wilson.
Spam your picks here in the comments section. Let's get a chat rate spike here, guys. Let's break the record for today. Our record for today for chat rate spikes is, I believe it's like 5 something.
Okay. Just spam a name or
590.
You guys can just spam good. Spam good if you need to.
Spam something here, baby. The Cowboys are on the clock. The Cowboys are on the clock.
If you want to go to a different comment drive, that's fine too, by the way. No, who do you want? All right. This running back and linebacker have been so heavily discussed. I don't know how much they like Cedric Van Pran-Granger, the center out of Georgia. I am intrigued by Dominique Puny as a center convert from Kansas. That does interest me. I've got good safeties and wide receivers left on the board too. I like Brandon Dorlus a lot. I don't know if Dallas does, but I like him. And it's a thin defensive tackle class beyond that. And that's a need for you. Again, you need everything except tight end. Jaden Hicks' value is really good. There might be something going on there off the field or medical or whatever. But safety, he's my number 1 ranked safety. I wouldn't be mad at it. I'm high on TJ Tampa's a good value pick at this time, cornerback wise. But corner you might be okay with too. But linebacker and running back have been like we need this guy. I do think running back stretches. I truly do think that. I don't know if linebacker, if you want Peyton Wilson's going to stretch. So we'll see. And any word on pick is in yet there?
Not yet.
The on the clock hasn't changed either?
Hasn't changed.
Okay. They will work the phone lines. They'll work the phone. Maybe I turned around too early there. Maybe I did. I'm not going to
I don't see a tweet either, so.
That's fine. Yeah, keep those tweets. It keeps in line there. What we're doing here is to make it real and visceral. I don't want to know the pick in advance because we get it in early and we have to wait for the graphics anyway more often than not. So I turn around so I'm not spoiled. Then we'll turn back, get the instant reaction, and that becomes our short, by the way, on the Cowboys Report Instagram as well for the instant gut reaction. And then we'll get your guys' comments in there. We'll change the pin poll, and then we'll do our full breakdown of the pick here. Timing ended up being pretty decent this year with the way that the picks are spaced. Do all the picks and then grades at the end of the day. So, any word yet?
Not yet.
Pick
Not yet.
on ESPN yet? No, they're still pick is in for Carolina. They have worked the phones harder than most this year. They have listened to calls. They have listened to the calls come in so far. So, Dallas on the clock.
Todd Archer is saying Al Harris is in the background of the Cowboys draft room right now.
TJ Tampa.
Okay, I will tell you this. I have a tweet. The graphic hasn't come in yet, but I have a tweet.
Okay. Tampa would be really interesting. He'd be one of my better available players, or they go surprise different corner route. I think Chris Abrams-Drain could be a fun Zimmer guy, too, out of Missouri. But they've been hunting running backs and linebackers. We'll see. This team got needs. This team's got needs. We know that. So, pick is not officially in, but we'll see. And that on the clock changes. Chris knows the pick is almost in there. So, last call for your predictions. I wanted Wilson or Wright, but Al Harris being in there does that's intriguing for me from Todd Archer. That makes me wonder if it's TJ Tampa. That's just my best available corner. Not even sure. I think I'm out of top 100 grades though beyond Tampa. Which I thought I was going to be lower on TJ Tampa. Remember when Mel put him in his top 25?
Yeah.
And then dropped him like the 30s. Or the 40s. That made more sense to me. So, still waiting on that Cowboys pick to come in officially. I guess I couldn't have turned around so early.
Well, don't turn around yet because I have it ready for when it comes in.
No. That makes sense. Sense. So, any moment here, last call. How's that chat rate spike going?
Oh, we have not got there.
It's fair.
We have not got there.
They might get it for the grade one.
Yes.
Might get it there. Cowboys on the clock, pick 73. Is it still I'm not going to check it. Is the ESPN still showing the pick is in for Carolina?
Yeah.
God, they're going to be 2 picks behind again. Classic major network falling behind there.
Okay.
Waiting.
Not yet. I will say.
Is Sam's inputting it?
Sam's inputting it now.
So pick is in for Dallas. We will do the reaction in the moment here momentarily. It's going to be fun. Good to go?
Good to go.
All right. Here we go. Cowboys pick. Oh, producer Brett's going to be so excited. Cooper Beebe off the board to the Dallas Cowboys. This is my best available player in the class left on the board. The Dallas Cowboys have their new center. Cooper Beebe off the board here. Producer, I'm waiting for producer Brett to come charging through this door. He's going to be hyped. I like this pick a lot by the Dallas Cowboys. This is your new center. Cooper Beebe played guard at Kansas State. He practiced at center. That is going to be the selection here. Dallas double dips on the offensive line. They took my best guy left on the board, Cooper Beebe, out of Kansas State. Probably shouldn't have switched that too quickly there for the short, but that's fine. It's fine. We can keep
as
it
soon as I hit the button, I was like,
James can crop, or you can go with the full screen zoom. It's not the end of the world there. I'm going to change that pin poll. A, B, C, D, or F. Cooper Beebe, I am convinced will be your new center here. I am waiting for producer Brett. I'm going to ask him. I'm waiting for it. Hey, how much for a celeb bong for you to celebrate? How much?
Let's go. Give me a bang.
How much?
I just said give me a bang.
It's 100.
They need to know what that means.
100, and producer Brett's going to come on here. And
I almost killed you.
Yeah, he didn't see the other guy here. Producer Brett, $100 super chat. He will come in and do a celebratory beer bong. Yeah, because K-State alum producer Brett is hyped. I knew he was gonna love it. You're hyped now. Now you're in on this draft.
I like this pick.
There's your center. He's gonna play center for you.
That makes sense.
And his arm length is probably better at center too.
A little bit of Connor Williams center snap.
I was told he practiced at least at center.
Yeah, he's gonna have to.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to get some reps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You say. Grade the pick.
Get out there and he'll road grade for you.
There you go.
And Mike wants to run the ball, so.
Yeah, Mike wants to establish that run. I'm gonna run the ball with Zeke a bunch. You don't have a running back right now.
When I need to come back in. All right.
We'll see. $100, and producer Brett will do a celebratory beer bong there. That's our Kansas State alum, producer Brett, one of the original Chat Sports hosts too. All right, grade the pick of Cooper Beebe. This is an A for me, by the way, folks. They took my best available player on the board. I don't get to say that very often these days. Cooper Beebe, listed as a guard. He'll play center. 41st on my board. Got him at 73. And I think they'll hopefully get a linebacker or a running back with that other third-round pick, TBD on this one. This was the pick they got by trading down. They turned Graham Barton into Tyler Guyton and Cooper Beebe. So that's, maybe you don't love the round 2 pick. I think this is one to certainly enjoy. We'll go full screen to start. That L3, the L3 one there, yeah, makes it a little bit easier transition, I think, to an extent. So full cut action coming up. If we get the $100 super chat, myself and producer Brett will do a little beer bong action for you guys to celebrate my best available player going off the board here to the Dallas Cowboys in round 3. Full breakdown, the pros and cons coming up right now. With their third round pick that they acquired from the Lions in their trade down in round 1, the Dallas Cowboys drafted Cooper Beebe, the offensive lineman out of Kansas State. He played mostly guard at Kansas State. For Dallas, this is your new starting center. This is the role he will be playing for the Cowboys in 2024 and beyond. And unlike most of the picks that happen, the Cowboys have actually drafted my best available player. I had Cooper Beebe as my number 3 rated offensive guard. Several other interior offense had gone off the board. A bunch of tackles had gone off the board before him. Beebe was my number 41 overall player, my number 3 ranked guard. He has played left tackle and guard and all over the offensive line. Hasn't played much center. So there is going to be some position change involved here. He did practice some at center, though. So he's snapped the ball before. There is some projection in here from this perspective. But I was okay with Tyler. I didn't love it. It was fine with Guyton. I didn't love Marshawn Nealon. I love this pick. This is my favorite pick for the Dallas Cowboys so far in this year's NFL draft. I think they have a starting caliber center. They got the best available player left on my board. How can I not be hyped about that? They have Cooper Beebe coming in. He will move from mostly left guard to center. Maybe you have the snap adjustment. You got months to work on that with an actual plan in place here for it. I love this pick. This is an A pick for me. I am excited about it. How do you feel about the selection of Cooper Beebe, the guard who's going to be a center out of Kansas State? We'll break down the pros, the cons, the general overview stuff here. How do you feel about it? A, B, C, D, or F? It is the pinned comment on this video. If the ad comes on YouTube, take advantage of it. Head down there and go vote. Let's talk general overview here and why there is some projection involved here, why he slipped. Cooper Beebe has some of the shortest arms you will see in this year's NFL draft, and among the offensive linemen, 30.5-inch arms is extreme outlier from that perspective. Now, despite that arm length, he started games at tackle. He started 13 games at left tackle, 9 games at right tackle, and did really well. Now, you can't play that size guy at tackle. That's why he eventually started most of his games at left guard. 26 starts there at left guard has a handful of right guard snaps mixed in there as well. But even 31.5-inch arms is dangerously small for a guard. Most teams, that's below their threshold. That's why many people thought he was a center option, or at least has the flexibility to be a center option from that perspective. So he didn't play center. I was told he practiced at center. So there are snap experience, and the big thing you'll be working on here is getting him up to speed as a full-time center. Because you're not drafting a backup guard in the third round. You're drafting a center. That is going to be the plan. PFF, these are PFF grades, by the way. They love him. He was the Big 12 offensive lineman in back-to-back years, by the way. Dallas is not done, and we're not done on this prediction here, or picks, reaction, everything else there. Hit that sub button for more free Dallas Cowboys YouTube videos right here on the channel, youtube.com/Cowboys TV. We have you covered with everything going on around the Dallas Cowboys, so don't miss out. Hit that sub button right now. Cooper Beebe, I think at his best, is a downhill run blocker who tested awesome athletically. I think he's at his best as a run blocker. You didn't have good run blocking this past year. Your scheme and your play was not very good. Cooper Beebe surprised many with how well he tested athletically. Almost 93rd percentile among all offensive guards. I'm going to put him here as a center on the athletic testing side. He goes to still about the 92nd percentile, so no real change there between center and guard. I think his technique overall, I think, is pretty solid. He's normally in good position. That kind of helps overcome those length issues that he has. Steady player. The man looks like a guard in the center, doesn't he? He got that bowling ball build. That like I'm a thick boy. I'm gonna be a mauler and a run blocker. That like high shoulder pads. Yeah, if I showed you a silhouette and said what position did he play? Guard. Lineman, you'd pick one of those, right? I think he holds up pretty well versus power. He digs out blockers well. He is training, by the way, with Duke Manyweather, who many of you guys know trains a lot of the Dallas Cowboys offensive linemen. He is kind of like the secret Cowboys offensive line coach to an extent there. Want to feel good about this pick? Go watch Texas's game. Against top 50 picks, Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy, he played great. He didn't get beat very often. That stuff matters to me. Highly intelligent kid, on and off the field, by the way. Tested super well. The 5.03.40 at 3.22 was pretty incredible. All of those things are why I had a second-round grade on him and a top 50 overall pick in this year's class. The negatives, why he fell, coming up here in a little bit. The why it might not work out stuff, right? But today's show is made possible by Game Time. Maybe you sweated the round 2 pick. You're not sweating the third-round pick, maybe. Game Time takes the guesswork, though, which is full of the draft for guesswork, out of the ticket buying process. See the view from your seat before you buy, so you know exactly what to expect when you arrive. Game Time has deals on tickets right at the start of the event, even an hour after it starts. It is the place to find last-minute seats. Find exclusive flash deals and sponsored deals on tickets for football, basketball, and concerts, comedy, theater, and more. Download the Game Time app today, create your account, and use code CHATSPORTS. That's CHATSPORTS, Chat Sports, for $20 off your first purchase. Download Game Time today for last-minute tickets, the lowest price, all guaranteed. We appreciate Game Time sponsoring us here at the Cowboys Report. We won't hide from the negatives either. Those are real things. Why did a guy that, Tom, you had ranked in your top 50, why is he there at 73? Length. Size matters. And Cooper Beebe's arm length is, it's an extreme outlier. And I think that tends to impact his recovery ability. You know, if guys get into him, he doesn't always have the ability to kind of force those arms to lock back out and set and hold on if he gets beat a little bit. But those things get mitigated at center. So I think why he fell, some teams didn't think he could play guard like I did. And we saw all the centers all slid. Graham Barton slid relative to the consensus, right? Zach Frazier slid. Jax Powers-Johnson slid. Cooper Beebe ends up being the 4th center taken, basically. So the length is honestly it's like the only negative I have is length, recovery. I didn't think he was a true 93rd percentile athlete at Kansas State. I thought he was more like 70th percentile. But he tested very well. That stuff matters because, especially offensive line, you can't always see it, you know? O-line stuff. I do value athletic testing. The length is the only thing that he's lacking right there. I love this pick. I think they nailed this selection. They have their left tackle. They have their left guard. They have their center. They have their right guard for now in Zach Martin. TJ Bass will be your long-term replacement, I think, there. You have Terrence Steele in there for now. Now you have Brock Hoffman as your super swing backup on the interior. Don't we feel way better about this offensive line now? By adding Cooper Beebe, this team is in way better shape at the center position. I think he can handle the transition. This is my favorite pick by far so far. I love when Dallas takes my best available player. And they did it here. How can I not be thrilled about it? Do you like this pick by the Dallas Cowboys? You can be honest with me in the comments section. Why for yes and for no. Look, I put all the effort in. I don't talk to my wife many nights doing this stuff after work hours. My board is my board. It's independent of who the teams are, because we do it for all 30 teams here at Chat Sports. When the Cowboys take my best available player, let's frickin' go. I love it. And that's what they did here. They took my best available player. It is an absolute yes for me. You can vote with your opinion, though, in the comments. Why for yes, N for no. We did get that $100 super chat from OG Rungtag coming through. It's beer bong times for me and producer Brett. We'll get that set up here momentarily. He might tell him he's probably going to want a colder Happy Dad if he's going to do the shot fun. By the way, OG Rungtag in on the super chat. Thank you, my friend. We'll both do one here. I can only drink for the hundreds. That's what the bosses said. We'll go rapid fire on these super chats, and we'll get to some of the recent picks here in a moment as well. CT are going to do a deuce. We shall see. Sam Vico Wilson at 73. I'm calling it. I thought it was a good bet, Sam. The medicals are an issue. We know that. Trevion Ruffin, we don't want to win. Watch me go quarterback. Thank God they didn't. I'd have been jumping. Michael Sutton, I have a 4th round grade. Early 4th round grade. He needs a shot fun if he wants it, or he can do the Murbanga. There's a Murbanga if he wants to do that. I have a 4th round grade on Marshawn Lloyd. Seats Donald Jack, but I like Blake Corum. We'll see if he gets the 87. I think one of the backs will still be there. I think. Austin Froberg, 2. I like it. Pug Racer would have also been good round 2. I'd have taken him in round 2. Yeah, I'd have been happy. Like, he would have been, I think he still was my top graded guy in round 2. And if you want to flip Beebe and Nealand, I had Nealand at like 80-something, and now we're much more in range there. Austin Froberg, estimated 87. Maybe. OG Run Tag. There's the 100. Everyone spam his name in the comments section. Let's get Wilson for the 2nd, 3rd, and Chug. I do think you're going to need to find a potential running back here in the not-too-distant future. But I'm hyped about getting Cooper Beebe, man. It's a hell of a pick. Hell of a pick. Thank you, OG Run Tag. We got you into the jersey raffle and in the race for largest super chat so far. So more supers here to come momentarily. Sam, they go RB for sure 87. They have to. Maybe they don't have to. I feel like they've honestly drafted BPA back-to-back picks here. Not my BPA, but their BPA. Rob Collins, $5. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it. Kevin Rose, will Wright or Allen make it to 87? I'm going to predict one, but not both. Ready to ride here, producer Brett? Let's go full screen, baby. Yeah. Would you like wild cherry? Oh, you brought one? Sweet. I'll do wild cherry here. It's the TV. Thankfully, it doesn't look like that for actual real life.
I'll tell you what. I don't know how much they can hear me. It's a good thing they got some Mando in here because, woo!
Wait till we get to Saturday. You just have to keep that lid that cover.
Why do we care about a running back, Brian?
As long as they just don't open up week 1 with Ezekiel Elliott as the starting back. That's all I ask for at this point.
Why do we hate Rico Dowdle so much?
I agree. Brett's like, why do they hate Rico Dowdle? Rico Dowdle's a good player. He was better than Zeke last year.
I mean, whispers. Better than Tony Pollard.
He was more efficient than Tony Pollard was. Absolutely was. Quality beer pour there for producer Brett.
Yeah, a lot of foam on this one.
That's like, oh, it's leaking.
I know, cheers.
There we go.
Touch tips. Let's go. Let's go, baby.
A lot of foam on this.
Yeah, that's okay.
All right. Cheers, Cowboys.
Thank you, OG Run Tag, for the man. All right, we'll get caught up on the rest of these supers here. And go through the picks as well pretty shortly as well. I don't even know what happened, frankly. I have no idea. I was not paying attention. So let's go to the picks and come back to the supers. How about that?
Okay.
We're at pick 78. The pick is in. So 74, 75, 76, 77, 4 picks have happened here. And I think a trade just went down for 79. So, okay. Braylon Trice, 74. Love that pick by Atlanta. That's their best pick of the draft. Karan Amagaji, my top-rated offensive tackle left. He is off the board to the Bears. Jonah Ellis. I had him at 82 overall. He goes 76 to Denver. DeMar Glaze. Wow. I had him at... He was at 162 for me. Let me explain why, because that one I am low on. That's the lowest graded pick so far. He has I got swing tackle ability. I genuinely don't think he played that well for Maryland. He's an okay athlete. I comped him to Shane Lemieux. I don't like that one for the Raiders, man. I don't like that one at all. Texans pick, I think, is in here as well at 78 overall. That's one of my few guys outside the top 100 that's gone. Man, I hate when that happens for me. It makes me sad. Texans have taken, Kalen Bullock. There's something wrong with Jaden Hicks, folks. Medical or character, I think Wilson, Franklin, Hicks have all been red flagged in some capacity. Kalen Bullock he's fun, man. He is my type of safety. He's long, he's athletic, he's got range, he makes plays on the ball. The man can't tackle. He's a terrible tackler. Honestly, I might try him at corner, by the way. He kind of has a corner build. All right, back to the super chats here. Texans pick is in. Arizona, I believe, made a trade. And I think Indy is actually on the clock here at 79 now. Texans moved up. Texans moved up, and Indianapolis also on the clock now at 79. I think there was a trade involved there as well, with some flipping going on. Lot of movement here. What are you excited about?
So graphically, we're not. I just saw the Bengals pick in a tweet.
Oh,
so
you're going with this? You're Bama guy?
Bama guy, yeah, and I think you'll like it too for the Bengals.
Oh, they took Burton, didn't they?
Yep.
Oh,
yep.
that's
I love
fun.
it, man. I love it.
That's fun. All right, Indy is. I'll break this up. Indy at 79 has taken Matt. Let me make sure I pronounce this correctly because it's a trickier name. Sorry, that Colts pick should be in a second. I know we're behind here. Matt Gonzalez is the pick here to the Indianapolis Colts, which means pick 80 is Jermaine Burton out of Alabama. I had Matt Goncalves, I botched it already, fuck me, at 105 overall. Jermaine Burton had long been linked to Cincinnati. That one does not surprise me at all. Inside, outside flex like they like. Has that dog in him.
Big dog.
And sometimes has that dog in him too much.
Yeah.
Do you know the beware of dog sign?
Mm-hmm.
That's Jermaine Burton. especially if you are a Tennessee fan on the field. You got to be a little bit careful on that one. Feel free to use that line. Got that dog in him, but also beware of dog.
Don't rush the field.
He talks trash, man. He talks trash, but he talks too much sometimes. I call him Streak. It's his best route, and he is a streaky football player.
It's his favorite route, too. I believe that's what he said during the combine.
It's perfect for him. It's a good fit in Cincinnati. It's a good fit in Cincinnati. He can do some inside-outside stuff. I like that fit a lot for Cincinnati at pick number 80. It's a good pick by the Bengals there. We're getting closer to the Bengals. The clock is 87, by the way. Still no running backs and no more linebackers off the board. Let's go rapid fire here on these supers. Red Hurricane. You play center for your team, moves the right guard. I think TJ Bass is your right guard of the future. Jorge, A-plus pick. Why did BB fall so much? Arm length. Teams weren't sure you could play guard despite doing that. The Wandering Mexican, $20. I got you in the raffle here. Great pick. Need to get running back Jalen Wright with our next selection. I would love Jalen Wright in the third. If you get Jalen Wright in the third, I call day 3 a massive success. Even with Nealand. Massive success as far as I'm concerned. Emmett Lambert. I like this draft so far. Peyton Wilson next would be great. I wouldn't be mad at Peyton Wilson either. Just some medical concerns there. Sam still gets benched. Guyton at right tackle, BB at left guard, Bass at center, Smith back at left tackle. Thoughts? I think you'd put Hoffman at center there. I would rather keep Smith at left tackle. You've paid Terrence Steele. Give him a shot. Maybe you can reevaluate that next year. Maybe that's an option for you. Justin, love the pick. When will they adjust running back or linebacker? Soon, my friend. Soon they will do it. Brett, 4th or 87th or 4th. I am not as high. You don't have a 4th, by the way. There's no 4th-round pick for you. I got Jalen Ford at round 5 grade. The linebackers are weird after my top 4. They're all different. I will trust the picks for Dallas at that stage. Christian Haynes, Seattle to 80 at 81. Right guard, my 59th overall player, one of my best guys left on the board. Off the board there for the Dallas Cowboys. Ken, who we get next? Oh, crown pounding. I want Isaiah Davis to light sin Derrick Henry. I am not as high on Isaiah Davis as Derrick Henry. I like him. Big back with great FCS production. There's no special teams background there. He's not good in pass protection, and the athletic testing was good for his size, but he's FCS Audric Estime for me. So he is. Ken, what do we get next? Maybe a running back? Lone Wolf, what does producer Brett think about this last pick? He loves it. He messaged me. I'm not kidding you guys. He messaged me about 15 minutes before the pick and said, take BB. That's who he wanted. Vic Wings, I'll be fine with the picks if we get a good running back and don't bring back Zeke. Cares about run blockers if our running back can't run. It helps you, but you still need a running back still. One Dustin, wish my daughter Nicolette a happy 16th birthday and chug. Cheers to you, Dustin. I appreciate that. You are in to our jersey raffle at the end of today's stream. Bakesta 210, Will Shipley, day 3 steal. I'd be down with him on day 3. I would not bother me at all. Chris B, I think we got Guyton BB instead of Barton. I think a win. It's probably a trade you make again. I do think that's a solid trade. I really like it, BB in the third. Do you take Peyton Wilson over Jalen Wright? I've got Wilson at 50 and Jalen Wright at 53 on my board. So Wilson, but I think running back's the bigger need for you. And I got the same grade, second, third round grade. Take your pick. Brett, I'm higher on Ford. I'm a UT fan. That's fair. I get it. That's totally fine. Broken Halo, give me players' kids. Gore, McCaffrey, Rice, Owens, TRTR. I am not drafting Frank Gore Jr. He is a terrible athlete. I'm sorry. It is the lowest grade I've seen of a guy I've done. Because I don't do the bad athletes, you know? Like, those guys don't get on my radar. It was really bad. Luke McCaffrey, though, I like him. Brendan Rice is the first player outside of my top 100. Very intrigued by that one. Do you like the pick of Cooper Beebe? Y for yes, N for no. I'm just going to shout out Chris B's pick here. If they're going BPA, I think receivers in the cards. Yeah. It does depend on Roman Wilson is slid. I don't know why. Troy Franklin has slid. I don't know why. Jaden Hicks has slid. I don't know why. It's probably off the field stuff going on there. Or medical. Something involving, probably medical more than anything for those guys. Because I haven't heard negative things from that perspective. Like that last pick would be Y for yes, N for no. Arizona now on the clock. I will make a note. We are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle if we get another $20 Venmo. And then it is the take-home, a minimum of $15 from that perspective. Lance Dunbar, Kalen Thomas are in the 50-50 Venmo raffle at What Going Downey. We need at least 3 to run it. Otherwise, I'll send back the money. Or maybe I'll put my own money in this time. Maybe that's what I'll do. But I would like to get one more in there. So Venmo me at What Going Downey if you want in on that 50-50 raffle. Cowboys' other third-round pick is coming up here in the not-too-distant future. They're at 87, if my math is mathing. 87. Yeah, 2 minutes, somewhere in that range. I like that pick. Y for yes, N for no. Wyatt is into our Venmo 50-50 raffle. Thank you, Wyatt Wolf. We will run that later on at the end of today's stream. Dakota is also in. So the take-home right now is $20 for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. We are at 20, 40, 60, 80. Take-home is 80 at this time. Arizona with a bit of a stunner, I think, at tight end as the JT Sanders slides continue. Tip Ryman, who I had a 5th/6th round grade on, off the board, one of the biggest pre-draft risers, especially now, from the combine. 6'5", 271, ran a 4.84, wildly elite testing, had 420 yards in his career. That is it. That is it. So, elite athlete, large human, 0 production. Scares me. That's why I had a 5th/6th round grade on him. I'm going to verbalize these super chats here, Chris, so just keep them in mind for the next one. We don't have to go to them. Stephen Gomez, Isaac Garendo, the running back out of Louisville. Elite athlete. Production was not very good. 5th round pick for me. But you gamble on him on day 3. Chris B, O-line should be good for years. No more round 1. And we'll ask for it when Zach Martin retires, trust me. Or when they cut Terrence Steele. Grant, Overshown, more Micah linebacker. Running back here. I don't know how much linebacker you'll see in Micah Parsons play. I do think running back's a bigger need, though, than linebacker is right now. Chasing the Dragon, converts back to linebacker. Not off-ball linebacker. I think frankly, that'd be stupid to make him an off-ball linebacker. 3-4 outside linebacker, that's just edge rusher and sure. But off-ball linebacker, I don't see that one happening at all. So, 83rd pick coming up here next. Wes would like Rice next pick. Running backs can be day 3. I got Brendan Rice at 101. I've got Roman Wilson, Troy Franklin, Malik Washington, Jalen McMillan, Devontae Walker, Javon Baker over him. I got other backs ahead of him, by the way. All right, Tommy Eichenberg if Wilson's not there. I've got Jeremiah Trotter, Jordan McGee, Cedric Gray ahead of Peyton Wilson, or behind Peyton Wilson. But the medical's uncertain there. Eichenberg is a thumper. If I can get him in the 5th, I love it. The 3rd, I'm not as intrigued by. You can take one of your running backs off the board. Blake Corum goes to L.A., but not the Chargers. It is the Rams who take Blake Corum at 83 overall. So you've got the Steelers at 84. They're not going running back, I don't think. The Browns at 85. They might go running back. Philadelphia at 86. I would be surprised and disappointed if they took running back before you. Dallas might get their pick of the guys if that's the route they want to go. Linebacker could be in play, though, for Philadelphia and Cleveland. Maybe Pittsburgh, but TBD on that front there. Chris B, again, I'm going to shout out these smaller super chats, so just keep that one in mind. They might feel okay with linebacker there. I think so too. They need depth. I think they will take somebody, but that might be your day 3 pick in the end. All right. We got a bunch of 50-50 Venmo raffles that have come in here. So Dakota, you are in for the Venmo 50-50 raffle later on tonight. Oscar, you are in to the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Oh, sorry, Oscar S. and Oscar H are in. Joshua is in. Chase R is in. Kevin R is in, which means our take-home right now is, I believe, $100 is our split-the-pot take-home for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Let me refresh stuff here. Math, I might be mathing wrong here. Kevin, Chase. Yeah, Kevin, Chase, Joshua, Oscar H, Oscar S, Dakota, Wyatt, Kalen, Lance. I think I double count. Oh, I see what I did. Sorry. Take-home's at 90. I put Wyatt and then Wolf on 2 lines. So I double counted. So take-home's at 90 then right now. That's at What Going Down, a 50-50 Venmo raffle going on at the end of today's stream. The small supers, I'm just going to shout out because there's a lot going on here. Pug Racer, surprised to come to LA since they have Kyron Williams. The Rams love drafting running backs, though. They do it every year. Trevion Ruffin, you have to power back and deuce the backup. This team's going to let Zeke be their power back. It's going to happen. I've accepted it. Again, Rico Dowdle, though, exists. I think you just take the best available back if that's the route you want to go. I would love Jalen Wright here. I would be thrilled if that was the pick. Absolutely thrilled. Chris Edwards is in to our 50-50 Venmo raffle. Now the take-home is $100. I will again make note, we are 60 likes away from me doing one of the nasty bean boozles and seeing if I get lucky again on day 3 or not, or on day 2 or not. I can only drink for the $100 super chats. I can only drink for those. They are beer bongs. I was told I can't get as drunk as I have in previous years. So that is the deal. Every 500 likes, we are now less than 30 away. It's those nasty jelly beans where you don't know if it's a good flavor or a bad flavor. That's what's up next. $20 super chats gets you into the jersey raffle. That'll be done at the end of today's show as well. We're almost out of tortilla slaps, so probably don't do that. $100, the Beer Bong Hall of Fame. I got to add all the names on there, and I'll do a beer bong out of it. I am told I can only do one, or I can only do that when that happens. So we'll see what happens on that front there. Steelers pick is in, by the way, so stay tuned for that one. James Ritchie is into our Venmo raffle here. As the Steelers pick is in, Roman Wilson, what a pick by Pittsburgh. Best player on my board, off the board. He was a top 50 player for me. I do wonder if there was something medical that popped up there. I'm looking at my notes here. No, maybe they just didn't like the size and production. I kind of think Steelers fans like this comp. Santonio Holmes. Good comp for him. Emmanuel Sanders, Tony Shepard size, all pretty good there. Browns on the clock at 85. Then it will be Dallas. So Roman Wilson off the board here as the Steelers take him. Again, I'll do this. If a $100 super comes in before the Cowboys' next pick, I will do 2 beer bongs. That is for a $100 super before the Cowboys' next pick. So a limited time there on that offer. I will do 2 beer bongs. That is for a couple of picks here. As we wait the Browns pick, and I'm also going to add Bree, or Bray, however you spell it there, Bree Wolf. Wonder if that's a relation to Wyatt Wolf. Bree Wolf is in for the 50-50 Venmo raffle. That is now up to 110 take home, I believe. No, 120. 120 take home. Hashtag math. Today's show is made possible by Manscaped. Go to manscaped.com. Use promo code Cowboys for 20% off and free shipping. They have launched the Lawnmower family to help take your boys, the ones in your pants, right? The ones below your waist, to give them the love that they deserve. The Lawnmower 3.0 Plus, the 4.0 Pro, and the 5.0 Ultra. 3 ball trimmers. Isn't it awesome, folks? Because your boys need love too. And for this reason, each trimmer is equipped with skin-safe technology, an LED spotlight, and skin-safe technology and unique features for each different grooming need. 20% off and free shipping with code COWBOYS over at manscaped.com. That's promo code COWBOYS over at manscaped.com. Link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. Manscaped.com, promo code COWBOYS. Again, that link will be in the comments and the description of today's show. The Browns pick is in at 85 overall, and the $100 super chat is in. The Wandering Mexican, $100. The Wandering Mexican. I don't know why I keep saying wandering. It's weird for me. Also, again, into our jersey raffle. 2 beer bongs coming up. Let's go. Everyone spam. How about TWM in the comments? You got to change that to winner would take home, by the way. It is now up to 120 is the take home on the 50-50 Venmo at What Going Downey. Browns are on the clock. That pick is in. We await it. And then it's the Eagles at 86 and Dallas at 87. He says, get yourself a drink time. Hopefully Wright makes it to us or Wilson. I am worried about Wright here to the Browns and Wilson to the Eagles. Medical is why Peyton Wilson's there, and he might not have passed the Cowboys medical, frankly. I get that. That's fair. That's very fair. My best available here as I do my first one. I've got Troy Franklin, Jaden Hicks, Peyton Wilson, Jalen Wright. You got some guys. TWM in the comments section. Let Lance Dunbar throw in the Mexican flag, too. It's a good touch there. All right. Here we go. First beer bong.
Here we go, Cowboys fans. The Cowboys are almost back on the clock here. 2 more picks away.
Ooh. Woo.
If you guys are enjoying the stream right now, we got 3,000 people in the stream. I know not everybody hasn't liked the stream yet.
Hold on. I owe a Bean Boozled. I looked. I got to refresh. I peeked. I did a bad thing. Oh, boy. Birthday cake or dirty dishwasher, I believe.
Oh, dirty dishwasher.
Dirty dishwasher
awful.
is terrible.
Oh, man. Oh, that's what it is. Just wash it right down.
Woo! Oh, man. Tastes like Bigfoot's dick.
Oh, man. Bigfoot.
I think we got a trade coming in here, too, Chris. What's up here? The Niners have jumped in front of Dallas. Oh, no. It's gonna be the running back. They always take a day 3 running back. Browns have taken Zach Zinter, the guard. That's a tough grade for me. Talented football player, but man, do you worry about the medical. He snapped his leg against Ohio State. The Browns have good players. They can take the developmental risk there. I am intrigued by that one. So the Eagles have moved down again, and the Niners jumping in front of Dallas. Now, they've been hunting linebackers too, by the way. They've been hunting linebackers, and they always take a day 3 running back who always ends up being a future Philadelphia Eagle, which is kind of funny. Trade is in. Oh, trade's working now.
It's working now.
Look at that. Wow, that's a hell of a trade for Philadelphia. A 4th to move down 9 spots. Damn it, Howie. He's good. I hate him. All right, bottoms up. The last Dodo's got a 20 as well into our jersey raffle. I'll put him on there. Says, giveaway idea, custom Cowboys jersey 69 signed by Tom Downey. I fucking love that idea.
I love that idea.
We're doing it at some point. I don't know when we're going to do it. I love it. I'm going to slack myself that and favorite it. Giveaway idea. As long as we can do the custom 69, which I'm pretty sure you can. I love it. I love it there. Zach Zinter, 85, off the board. I'm going to tweet out the Cooper Beebe pick selection here, so stay tuned for that. Pick is in for the Niners. It is Dominique Puny. So the running backs and the linebackers are still there. Give some shout-outs here for me, Chris.
Here we go, guys. The Cowboys are on the clock again. Pick number 87, round 3 here in the NFL draft. Type win, spam win in the comment section right now. We did not break the chat rate record the last time we tried it, the last time the Cowboys picked. Let's do it right now. Let's do it right now. If we break the chat rate record right now, before the Cowboys pick, I'll do a Merbonga. Rabonga or Merbonga?
Merbonga.
Merbonga.
All right, let's do this. Let's get you dual cam here.
Okay.
And I'm going to turn around. And then you can get set up for the Cowboys are on the clock here, 87. Oh, how I want Jalen. And I'm worried there's actually something medically wrong now with Jalen Wright, but I would love him here. You get Jalen Wright. This is a massive day 3 win. I didn't love the Marshawn Elam pick that much. It's fine. At that point, you're just flopping picks around and you crushed it. That's my hope. That's my hope. Chris will give shout-outs as comments come in here as we await the Cowboys, in theory, final day 3 pick.
Here we go. Spam your wins in the comment section right now. If we break this record, 600, if we get 600 chat rate right now, I will do this Merbonga with the old eagle here.
Oh, that felt great. I don't know if you guys saw that. I just cracked my neck like 7 times. That felt so good. All right, third.
I see Reggie in there. I see James in there. Terry, Barron, Tommy,
Pick is in.
Charles.
Pick is in. I wonder what they do here. There's also more backs than just Jalen Wright that I would like.
You want me to do the full screen thing again?
Same thing, full screen. Give me time to react.
Yeah.
Weigh in, and then tell James what that flow is.
Okay.
I think it's just easier. Starts on full screen after weigh in is probably what to put in the communication Slack. That's behind the scenes stuff. We got a whole crew here helping us out and allowing me just to sit here and chat sports all day. Get it? Yeah. Cowboys pick 3rd round. We await the selection.
I think, oh, wow, we absolutely smashed it out of the water.
For a second, I thought you were reacting to the
smashed
pick.
it out of the water.
Let's go. Merbonga from Chris after we do the whole pick stuff.
Yes.
I need him sober.
Keep the winds flowing. We don't want to stop right here. Cowboys are on the clock, and according to the graphic on ESPN, the pick is in.
Waiting the pick selection to be updated on the graphic side for us as well. By the way, there's a faint hint of dirty dishwasher in my mouth.
I will say I have a tweet.
No
tweet.
hints. No hints.
I'm just letting you know kind of where we're at here.
We're waiting. Sam will get it built when he's able to. Producer Sam, he's hard at work, man. He's updating all the graphics for everybody's computers at once. We got like 5 live streams going right now and cuts for like 10 teams, 20 teams. It's wild stuff. I can't believe we got Bruce to do a beer bong because he's busy as shit.
Yeah.
It's a whirlwind week, baby. It's 9:42. Sometimes I don't feel like it. It feels like noon to me. I feel great.
Wow, it's 9:42.
I know, right? They're actually moving pretty quick tonight. They're moving real quick. All right, we await the pick. Pick is in. We're waiting on the graphic side to be updated. I think Sam knows who it is, but it just takes a while to sync. Takes a while to sync. And because background here is that we have one graphic input for the 10 studios, 10 that are in use right now here. We've grown great. Thanks to you guys. This is the company that Cowboys Report built, for being honest.
All from you guys, baby. Everybody in the Cowboys Report Nation paying the bills here at Chat Sports, baby.
Where are we at here? Has the on the clock changed at least?
It has not.
He's scrambling. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
We're good.
Someone might have it in the comments first. That's fine. Builds the anticipation even better. The kids call it edging.
Well, that's not what we call edging, I'll tell you that.
All right. Cowboys pick 87, third round.
Man.
It's a longer wait than I thought it was going to be. I'm going to be honest with you.
The Slack has been sent.
Okay.
The graphic has been updated.
Give me Ryder Wilson, baby. Ryder Wilson. We good to go? Wow. Wow, I did not think that was going to be the pick. Maurice Luafau out of Notre Dame. The linebacker, which clearly means that Peyton Wilson flunked the medical. Oh, you guys, I had to admit my number 200th overall player. Wow. That's a big reach for me. I know people around the league who liked him. That is not what I had expected there at all. He was not viewed by many as a Leafau, as a top 100 pick. He's Puka Nakua's cousin, by the way. Wow. I guess that's who Mike Zimmer wanted. I am pretty blown away by that pick. I am pretty blown away by Maurice Luafau at pick 87 to Dallas. Clearly someone that they loved. Wow. I don't like that one.
I don't think, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but
Go
I have not
to the
seen,
grade. Go to the grade.
I haven't
the
seen
pick.
a single mock draft
Wow.
with him in it at all.
I got a buddy who does scouting stuff for a college team. He loves him. I don't think he had him in the top 100 either. Wow. This screams. They're celebrating with Mike Zimmer. This is clearly a Mike Zimmer pick. He's a Zimmer linebacker. I just don't like it. Oh, boy. The Peyton Wilson medical's flunked. That's what that tells me. All right, let me get the grade the pick in here. It's okay. You can set up for something else. You're fine. You're fine. We can go to the cut quickly. That's fine. You can use that team picks listicle and let's just rotate through the ones we have. Don't worry about it then. Don't worry about it then. Just do the ones we have. We'll re-import the team later. I'm going to get this in here. I got a buddy who loves him, and I do have sleeper upside written down. Wow. I don't like it. What the hell are you going to do at running back? This team's going to trot out Zeke Elliott as RB1 to begin the year, and I'm going to jump off a fucking cliff. I see if the stats pull. Maybe he's in there in the stats. Maybe. It's okay. When you're ready, Chris, we will do the cut here. Grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F in the comment section. That is a... And you start with the full screen, something different so it has something in there. I do my research in advance. And I have a early 6th round grade on him. He's good in coverage, straight line speed. Grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. The Mike Zimmer pick, man. It's a Mike Zimmer pick. I just don't like it. You can go to the full screen one this time to start, since we're coming off the grade, the pick one. It'll be easier for James to know the cut. Yeah, the player L3, sorry. There are things to like. The linebacker class in general is super freaking weird, but I had him as a day 3 sleeper, not a top 90 pick. So we'll break it down. Coming up here in a moment, as soon as producer Chris gives me the all clear, this was a Mike Zimmer pick. So Mike Zimmer pick, pretty clearly to me. I swear to God, if this team trots out Zeke Elliott week 1, I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. I will be mentally unwell. I don't like it. Don't like it. I just don't like it. I'm sorry. So as soon as we go to Chris, we'll break it down here. There are pros. There are pros. We will break down the pros, the cons. Why, Tom, is he so low on your board? Why is he 200th player rated? We'll break that down as well. As soon as Chris gives me that all clear, we will handle that there. Grade the pick in the meantime. A, B, C, D, or F. And you remember, you don't have a pick until like 174. Going to be a long wait to see what running backs get to you. Long wait. Long wait. A stunner at the end, near the end, I should say, of the 3rd round out of Notre Dame, the linebacker, Maurice Leafau out of Notre Dame. And based on the immediate war room reaction, this was a Mike Zimmer pick, I suspect. He's got a good, he and Paul Gunther have a good linebacker track record, but as I've said before, I do my grades in advance. These are all done not knowing who Dallas likes. It's who I like. And I'm wrong, I'm right. It happens to everybody. This is an inexact science draft class. I know people who like Maurice Leafau out of Notre Dame. I know people who didn't like him out of Notre Dame. I had a 6th round grade on him. I'm pretty shocked he's the pick here in the 3rd round. I'd have loved him in with your next pick in the 5th. He was player number 200 for me. This is the lowest ranked player so far in this year's draft for me who has been taken. I will preface this by saying, I hope to God I'm wrong. I would love for you guys to say, Tom, you're a dumbass. He's been a great football player. You're stupid. I hope that ends up being the case. And I just can't get, I just didn't get there with him. I didn't see top 100 player for me. I didn't see that the impact plays as a run stopper that would have intrigued me from that perspective. Other people, I know people around the league who had him in the 4th that were a little bit closer. I know Dane Brugler had him in a pretty similar range as I did, but I just don't like it. I loved Cooper Beebe. I regret to inform this is my least favorite pick of the night for Dallas. There are things to like about Leafau. I hope it on Mike Zimmer here being right. It's a reach for me. It's a reach on my board. and I have to be honest to my board. What is your one-word reaction to the pick? Good, bad, hater? For me, that's fine too. One-word reactions. The pinned comment on today's video. The ad comes here on YouTube. Take advantage of it. Head down there and go vote. All right, let's start positive. That was a bad pause, but whatever. Let's start positive here and overview the player. 6'2" and a little bit of change, 234, so bigger size, what you're accustomed to. Fantastic length, 34 and a 1/4 inch arms. You love the length right there. And I did write down in my notes, sleeper upside. I did have him as a potential day 3 sleeper. Just not 3rd round pick sleeper. The length and straight line speed is absolutely there. 4.64 40 is awesome. And he was pretty damned good in coverage. They did not target him in coverage. He was targeted 11 times this past year for the Fighting Irish, allowed 10 catches for 62 yards. I think there is, again, that's why I like the sleeper angle. You know, the coverage stuff was good. The length is good. He will be a very good special teamer for you. The production, as we'll get to it, it's just not very good. The tackles aren't there. The balls, the splash plays aren't there. He had a couple PBUs as well. Didn't allow a touchdown right there either. We'll come back to that after the ad. Good job there, Chris. That's great stuff behind the scenes. We'll get that in a moment here. Love what you're doing. He is the cousin of Puka Nacua, but by the way, fun fact for you. As we'll get into, I get anxious about the production and the overall athletic profile. And I think you end up trying to cherry pick a little bit. The straight line speed and length are there. If he had been your 5th round pick, I'd have loved it. I'm like, great. Sleeper upside. Fills a need. 3rd rounder, who the hell's going to be your RB1? Are you going to trade a future pick next year to go to a 4th round pick again? Who's your RB1? You don't have one right now. Jalen Wright was there. Braylon Allen was there. Bucky Irving was there. That scares me from an overall team perspective. I hope I'm wrong. But I can't just say I like the pick when I had a 6th round grade on him. That's not fair to the process, you know? Today's show is made possible by Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create your account, use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms do apply. Create your account, redeem code CHATSPORTS, CHATSPORTS, CHATSPORTS for $20 off. You can see the view from your seat before you buy. You know exactly what to expect before you arrive. The all-in prices show your total up front, so you know you're getting a great deal before you check out. The Game Time guarantee means you will always get the best price. If you find tickets in the same section and row for less, Game Time will credit you 110% of the difference. That's promo code CHATSPORTS over at gametime.co. That link and the code will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. That's code CHATSPORTS over at gametime.co. We appreciate Game Time sponsoring us here at the Cowboys Report. Maris Leofau, out of Notre Dame, pick 87 by the Cowboys. This is what worries me, is the overall athletic profile. From that perspective, the straight line speed is awesome. You love that 4.64 40, as you can tell. This is from @MathBomb on Twitter. It's dope. It is good. Straight line, he will be there. The explosiveness was terrible. The agility was at times good, or at least okay or great. 5.59 is like you're at a 55th, 56th percentile athlete. It's among all players. There were better athletes that were on the board there. He also isn't a good tackler. He missed 18.9% of his tackles this past year. They're the rate of them. He missed 10 total. 15.6% in his career. And that leads to he had 44 tackles this year, 51 tackles last year. Tackles are a bad way to eval a player, but he had 6 TFLs and 3 sacks. I didn't see a bunch of splash plays for him. Like, that worries me. If you weren't making splash plays in college, are you going to make a bunch of splash plays in the NFL? That's what scares me. So grade the pick. A, B, C, D, or F here for Maurice Luafau out of Notre Dame. I was pretty shocked he was the pick. I really was. I'm sorry, it's a D. If you want to bad me, it's fine. I get it. I don't like the pick. I hope this is more, who's a pick I didn't like? I'll get your grades in, I'll think of this more. Grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. Here's my hope. The last time that I really hated a day 3 pick, and I was like, this is stupid, which I'm not saying this is stupid, like, last time I was like, what are you doing? Was Nahshon Wright. I really hope this does not end up being Nahshon Wright at linebacker. Now, Leofau's a way better athlete than Nahshon Wright was. He was a bad athlete. I think I was proven right on that front there. I hope this ends up being a really good football player. That this is like, oh, Tom, you were too low on Tyler Smith. You were too low on whatever, and you end up being fine from that perspective. I don't think the instincts are great. And that bothers me. Because and maybe I'm being traumatized here. I've been burned by these athletic linebackers who are good in coverage. I have those guys who struggle with the instincts. I just didn't see it. I really didn't see it. You know, your athletic comps here for Leofau are, this is a good one. Alex Singleton. He's had a nice long cup of coffee in the NFL. But there are people that I know and trust that like Leofau. Clearly Dallas is one of them, by the way. But I just don't see it. I'm sorry for being negative. I truly am. I had better linebackers on the board than Leofau, and I can't. I have sleeper upside written down. I hope that sleeper comes to fruition because I just didn't like what I saw. I hope I'm wrong. Would not be the first time, I promise you that. We will have more Cowboys draft coverage, full grades for you later tonight. More reaction on all the picks as well. Full 7-round grades later tomorrow. Hit that sub button. More free Cowboys YouTube videos right now. I just don't like it. I just don't like it. I had, 13% say A, 31% say B, 31% say C, 24% say D or F. I just didn't see it, man. I don't see elite power. I don't see elite athletic ability overall. I see good coverage stuff. I love the length. I see too many missed tackles on that film. I mean, when you have 44 tackles and you miss 10, that's bad. That's a bad ratio. I hope this was clearly a Mike Zimmer pick. I hope he is right. I genuinely hope he is right. I got people who said that they love the pick. I hope you guys are right. I truly do, but I am anxious there. I am quite anxious with where that sits. All right, some Venmos have come in here. Christopher is 20 for 50-50, by the way. So I'm not going to count Christopher yet. It's 20 for the last call. The last call here. Okay, so Marshawn Lloyd went 88. Maybe there's something wrong with Jalen Wright. Might be medical stuff there, possibly. Might be something wrong there medically. Last call on the Venmo 50-50 raffle, because we got like 8 picks left here. We'll do that and the jersey giveaway after that, and we'll run through a bunch of supers here as well, and you can rotate that L3 too, kind of like as the picks come in, or whatever there. I am going to add Cole into the Venmo 50-50 raffle as well. Last call on that. That'll be done at the end of today's live show. All right, Tajmir, love you, Tom. That's it. Go, boys. Appreciate that, my friend. So Marshawn Lloyd goes to Green Bay, the USC running back. Tyke Smith goes to from Tampa at 89. George Lopez, he is in to our raffle for the jersey. I wonder if it's the real George Lopez. How crazy would that be? What do you think JT Sanders and Christian Jones go off the board? At this point, Sanders at any time. Any time for him. And then Jones, I think also at any time. I'm kind of surprised he hasn't gone. I'm kind of surprised both those guys haven't gone. Because I had Sanders at, I knew the workers at 63. Jones I got at 104. So we're in the Jones sweet spot for me. Marcus Arnold, Cowboys draft grade, minus. This one's not for everyone, by the way. Christopher Claypool is now into the Venmo 50-50 raffle as well. So we got you covered there. We'll do the 50-50 Venmo, then we'll do the jersey giveaway tonight. Tyron Hopper goes to Missouri, who I actually also had from Missouri to Green Bay. I actually had him behind Maurice Leafau, so no longer the lowest graded player drafted for me. No longer the case for Dallas. So just like that, took 2 picks. Sam, what the F are we doing? A trade for a 4th rounder? We need a running back. I'm confused. Maybe Jalen Wright flunked the medical or flunked the interview, whatever. There are still good backs there. Tyrone Tracy. I would love Tyrone Tracy. Braylon Allen, Jalen Wright, Estime, Irving, Will Shipley. 92nd pick was Jalen McMillan out of Washington. Good pick there by Tampa. I don't know. I just don't know. Travion Ruffin. Guy has a cool look. No one looks like him. Okay, it's fun. You know what? Go by vibes.
I do like the hair.
I agree. I do like the hair.
He looks hard.
You know what? Vibes aren't a bad idea to draft. It's all crapshoot anyway. Darnell Grant, Zeke is RB1 this year is nasty work. I will jump. I hate it. We'll cross that bridge when we cross that bridge. Beach up. 5D chess. Dak is our only hope. Your offensive line will be better. So that's a promising point. Surprise pick. What was 93, by the way? Did we miss that one? Did I not mention it?
There you go.
It was Jalen McMillan. Adisa Isaac was the Ravens pick at 93. He is upside pass rusher. I actually had him at 76, so love that pick for the Ravens. Classic Ravens. Darren Walker. If we don't get a running back, maybe the Cowboys trade for Khalil Herbert. Do it. I'm offering my 5 for Khalil Herbert tonight. Let's do it. I would love Khalil Herbert. Do it. Herbert, Damian Pierce, if you think you can get him. Trade a future pick for a 4th rounder to get a running back. I'm down. I'm down. I love that idea, Darren. Samuel, if Zeke is everyone, I'll fly out and buy you a beer and a therapist. He wasn't good last year.
Need more than one session, probably.
I'm going to need a lot. There's a lot to unpack there. The Cowboys should pay for it, by the way. By the way, Jalix Hunt is off the board here. I figured he would go earlier than what I had him. This is the ultimate upside pick. Reminds me of Hassan Reddick, by the way. So it's kind of funny for Philadelphia there. He was a safety at Cornell and moved to edge for Houston Christian. and flashed all the promise in the world. He's a sleeper with great athletic ability who he might be 2 years away from being 2 years away. So I'm not bothered by that one. Check in later. Dwayne Carter to the Bills. I do like that pick. He's a bit inconsistent, but this is a not great defensive line class in general, so good pick there by Buffalo. Anthony says, is Peyton Wilson hurt? I wanted to. Oh yeah, he's super hurt. He had double-digit surgeries. That's why I never mentioned Wilson in that cut. It's the medicals. The medicals flunked him. But I had Jeremiah Trotter. I like Jordan McGee a lot. Cedric Ray, Jalen Ford, other guys. It gets really murky after like the top 6 or 7 guys for me at linebacker, so I get that. But Wilson flunked the medical. Frankie Silva. $2. Thank you, Frankie. Jeffrey, Cardinals took Elijah Jones, SMH. That was a pick by Arizona. Good call there. I think we missed that one. Elijah Jones was a sleeper for me. 4th round grade. 128 overall, so not a terrible pick, but that one was unique. He was great in man coverage. He played well, but had some weird kind of missed 4 games for reasons we don't know why. Thank you. Oh, 90 for Elijah Jones. Thank you. Yeah, it's not that you don't like the pick. It's just not the spot that it was made from Gatlin. Yeah. I think those are kind of the same to an extent. It's not like I hate the player. It's not like he's going to be a non-existent NFL player. But I had a 6th round grade on him. That's not where I would have taken him. Frankie, I told you about Schultz years ago. You disagreed. Took Jarwin, but Leafill will help us year 2. I think year 2 impact is probably very, very realistic there. I think I had a 4th on Schultz. But I did. If I would love to know the universe. What if Blake Jarwin's hip doesn't medically retire him? That's a fun alternate universe because they liked Jarwin a lot. They liked him, but that hip fell apart. Fun alternate reality. Schultz obviously was a very good developmental pick for the Cowboys too. Jimmy reminds me of Fred Warner or Frankie Luvo. I hope you're right. That ain't what I saw, but I hope you're right. If I get either of those guys in round at pick 87, I'm over the moon. That's a hell of a pick. Chris B. Think they trade a pick next year to get a 4th? Maybe. But future picks are discounted less. We'll see. Matthew. At least he's not 220. He's 234. He's bigger than what you got. He's bigger. Ecuadorian with Zeke back. No need for a fullback. SMH, damn it. Keon Robinson. Thoughts on picking one of the Panthers running backs? They did draft one earlier. It's Miles Sanders. I would like a trade, man. I really would. Shuba Hubbard. I don't love him. Raheem Blackshear. I'm calling teams, though, and offering my shiny 5th round pick or 6th round pick for him. I can't go into the year with Zeke Elliott, Rico Dowdle, and Deuce Vaughn and Royce Freeman. That's not good. It's not good. We don't wipe these 304s. Tom, I got that dog in him. You're my hero. I appreciate that. Jeffrey, I despise Jared Jones with passion. I hope Leafowl pans out. Everyone agrees with that. Most people agree with that. Sam, they might use Parsons at linebacker more this year. Sure, but also, why would you take a linebacker then to be your 4th or 5th linebacker at this point? That doesn't really make any sense. They will use him some at linebacker, but it's not going to be a full-time linebacker. It'd be kind of a dumb pick there. Ecuador man, why draft an unathletic defensive end? We got Golston, Fehoko. Oh, Nealon's a better athlete than those guys. He's actually a really good athlete. It's that the production never matched up for me. Chris B. Look at Katie Drummond about Peyton Wilson. Let me think here. I got to find the tweet. I don't know what he's saying. I don't see it here. I would assume it's medical. The medical is not good for Peyton Wilson. We know that. So I'm going to guess that that's what it is about. The medical is a significant red flag. Maybe that's not the case for him. I don't know. I don't see the tweet immediately available. But medical did not pass for him for many teams. It's why he's available. Awesome player. Medical's not great. Jags pick is in at 96. By the way, as well. That pick is, let's see what we've got here. That's not a good sign. Everything just got effed up there. 96th pick. McKinley Jackson just went to Cincinnati. 97 overall. The graphics having some problems here. So we'll do last call on the Venmo 50-50 raffles. Last call. Christopher Claypool is in. McKinley Jackson at the pick at the Bengals. Jerry Jones to Jacksonville. Interesting pick there for the Jags. They needed corner help. I think that does make sense. I about where I had Jackson, or Jones and Jackson. Jerry Jones goes 96, the FSU corner. He was 97th on my board, so we got the right value there. McKinley Jackson was 123, but he's my top nose guard left, so that the Bengals needed help there. That's not I don't think a surprise to many people necessarily. So Steelers on the clock here, Rams and then Washington to wrap up today's fourth round. So Chris, I'm going to send you the Venmo entries here. And I'll let you run that race momentarily.
Got a good comment driver.
Yeah, perfect. Last call on the Venmo 50-50 raffles here. If the player L3 is done, that's just, let's not worry too much about the last two picks causing graphic issues there.
Oh, they came back.
Oh, perfect. Probably just there was a delay and Sam broke something when he was saving it or whatever. So grade the Cowboys draft so far. A, B, C, D, or F. We will do, once the Steelers pick is announced, we will do the Venmo 50-50 raffle. The take-home tonight is 140. 140 take-home tonight. Grade that pick. Grade the Cowboys draft so far. A, B, C, D, or F. We shall see how things play out, I should say, excuse me. Last call on the Venmo 50-50 raffles coming up here in a moment. Steelers, Rams, Washington.
What's it up to here?
It is up to 180. 180 is our Venmo 50-50 take-home there. I'm going to change that pin poll as well to reflect this one. Grade that Cowboys draft so far.
When I'm not looking at the chat, I get really nervous when Tom makes a face like this.
The Steelers have drafted Peyton Wilson.
They did that despite the Cowboys, I feel like.
The Steelers don't give an F about the medicals. They took Darnell Washington, they took Peyton Wilson, they took Corey Trice. They don't care about the medicals at all. Peyton Wilson to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
What are we doing this one for? This race?
Venmo. 50-50 Venmo raffle.
Okay.
I sent you the list. Do we send it to TV, actually? Is that easier?
I got it in here, but
okay.
Yeah, that is easier. I got 14 names.
That's about right. That's 14. So 140 take home here, folks. Venmo race coming up here momentarily. Steelers have taken Peyton Wilson. The Rams have taken Cam Kitchens. Apparently, Maurice Leafau was a secret 30 visit for the Cowboys, by the way. Hadn't been reported. He was on the list.
Interesting.
So Peyton Wilson to Pittsburgh, Cam Kitchens to the Rams, and the Commanders wrap things up here. That's a unique pick. I'm gonna look up Hayden Miller's tweet here. The slide is over for Peyton Wilson. Oh, I'll shout out some super chats here in a moment. Hayden's right. Ian Rappaport saying that Peyton Wilson doesn't have an ACL in one of his knees. It's just not there.
It's not like a cadaver or anything like that.
There's not an ACL. We knew the double-digit surgeries were working, so I did not know he didn't have an ACL.
That's insane.
I mean, again, that's why I wasn't mad I didn't take Peyton Wilson in particular. The medicals were a huge red flag. But that's wild to me. Rams at 99, Commanders at 100. The running backs will fall. Can you go get a 4th-round pick, though? Again, the talent's great for Peyton Wilson. It's the medical concerns. All right, the Venmo 50-50 raffle race. Let's get it started here right now. 3, 2, 1. Let's ride. This is for 100 and I think it's for 180. No, 140. 140 is the take home. 140. Ignore the L3. 140 is the take home here. Chase R is in the lead. Big lead there for the Strawberry Duck. Dakota's in second. Wyatt Wolf following the lead there.
Never good.
Oscar, the early lead that someone always pulls a hammy or has no ACL. Kevin R, Oscar S, Dakota, Wyatt Wolf, Chase R, all in the narrow lead. There comes the slowdown from Chase, from Oscar S, from Dakota. Wyatt Wolf in the lead. Kevin R is in a narrow lead as well. Now behind Wyatt Wolf. 8 seconds left. Kalen's in first. Kalen is gonna win! Not often to see the first place winner win. Kalen comes out on top. I will Venmo you tonight, Kalen. Congrats on the Venmo win. $140 coming your way. Thanks, Kalen. I appreciate that one here. I'm going to send Chris the jersey raffle next. This is for the day 2 jersey of your pick. While Chris gets that set up, you want TV or Chris to get the slack here?
TV, please.
TV, you got it. I will shout out some of the smaller super chats that have come in here, and I'll just verbalize these here. Last one I see, Seth would have gone Guyton, Beebe, Corum, Troy Franklin. I think there's something up with Troy Franklin too, so I will asterisk that one there. Jimmy, who are some starting backs to get in the 5th, 6th, or 7th? Let's see who falls. I've got Jalen Wright, 2nd, 3rd. Braylon Allen in the 3rd. Tyrone Tracy, 3rd or 4th. Estime, Bucky Irving, Shipley in the 4th. Can I get Ray Davis in the 5th? I would love that one. He's a one-contract player, but he's a good football player. Isaac Rendo, Rasheen Ali, Dylan Lab in the 5th as well. Kamani Vidal could be a fun rotation piece at a Troy. Blake Watson, Isaiah Davis. There are backs available. Not maybe the best ones. Corn Wallace, retracted that one. That's fine. Travis Early, what pick could you make for us out to me so they get a B? You don't pick for like 75 picks. So I don't know. I don't know who's going to be there. I have no idea. Let's see what happens. Hayden Miller says, well, Penny doesn't have an ACL. That's wild. Who was the Spurs guy from Pitt? DeJuan Blair didn't have an ACL and played like 5 years in the NBA. Luke McCaffrey to round out day 3 or day 2, pick 100. The brother of Christian McCaffrey, who I like quite a bit. He was there's something up with Troy Franklin, by the way. Something flunked there. I had him in the 5th round. The spots are over there for Luke McCaffrey, but I do like the player, to be clear. Jimmy gives it a C+, could be a B depending on what we do tomorrow. I'm in like a B- range, C+ range, so we're pretty similar there. B's at 46%. Tracks. Jimmy also says Maurice Leafau reminds him of EK or Isaiah Simmons. He's not the athlete Isaiah Simmons is. He's not the same caliber of athlete there. So round 3 is in the books. We will have for you tonight Cowboys grades here, so stay tuned for that one. We will do the jersey raffle. A lot of names involved here. This is for the Cowboys rookie jersey. 3, 2, 1. Let's ride.
I should probably push it across first.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, push it across. Now we'll race some ducks here. This is for the Cowboys rookie jersey. 3, 2, 1. Let's ride. C.J. DeYoung won on day 1. Let's see who wins on day 2. Dwayne Jackson takes the early lead. He actually leads for the Cowboys Report MVP football, by the way, so stay tuned for that one. Let's see. OG Rungtag, Daniel, Scott, T. Thompson is in there. Daniel, Tom Arena, the Dr. Duck making a run from Tom Arena here. Daniel. Daniel. Dwayne Jackson. Dwayne in there. Holding that lead narrowly. Dwayne in first place. 12 seconds to go. Tom Arena holding into second. Here comes the last dodo. Pulled hamstrings everywhere. George Lopez. Last dodo. Scott. It's George Lopez. George wins. George Lopez comes out in first place. George, email me, Tom at... Oh, my voice is starting to go there. That's not good. Email me, Tom at chatsports.com for your shipping info and what jersey you want so we can get that sent out to you. George Lopez comes out on top.
Duo 1 Merbonga.
That's right. Oh, I forgot about that. You duo 1.
For the chat rate. So we appreciate you guys joining us here on day 2. Make sure you join us on day 3 as well.
People are saying George Lopez had both ACLs. He had no ACL, but he won. That's funny. All right. Merbonga going down.
I love the wild cherry.
Well, the wild cherry is good stuff there. That is it for today's show. We will be back live day 3. Overall grades here for the Cowboys Report coming up later tonight as well. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We'll see you guys tonight.